my lovely, lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? Token Brazilian, Paige, Punk Corpse, Dragonborn 94, Uncle Gumball, TSW, The Shadow Wolf, Zadoki, Evie the Purple, Nasty Redacted, the one and only Girl with a Guitar, Ugly Pie, Sylvia, Polymath, Strawhead Monty 97, Puppy from Los Andes, Put the Screw in the Tuna, Ashmar, Aska, Castrix, Mistress Lynn, Nerodia, Lavender, Uncle Gumbold. Wait, I already said you, didn't I? You got two. You deserve two. There you go. Queen Laura, Story the Bard, Gayfesh, it's wonderful to see you. I hope you're doing great. Emerald Queen, Day Cat Lord, Joey Ravioli, May Fleet, and thank you, Joey Ravioli, for the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. Anonymous Platypus, Evelyn, Danny Fallen, Gaius Winston, Gila Monster, Polymath, and from the YouTube chat, we have Grady HD, The Love of Lyrics, 2-Bit Dork, Dark Canuck, Leth, Squivig. I don't think I've ever actually said your name out loud. Squivig. Welcome, Squivig. Moose Watcher, Shy Doomer, Falmer Flamingo, Al the Healer, Zach Fletcher. Another board person, Jake, Lorian, Coin Silver, Tori Cassiatori, Rhodes, glad to have you here. The Knights of Knee, This Mick That Guy, Marina, Tori Cassiatori, wait, maybe I've already said you, but that's okay, I'll say you twice. Hazy, Yuri, and everyone else. The Dark Canuck, anyone else who I didn't read. Jubes, Hoobs, Norman Buchwald, Rose, and any others that I missed. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you all for being here today. And if you are here, please make sure that you press that like button. It's a Saturday night. And as usual, I always pick the least optimal streaming nights. However, that just means that you all have been magnetized so strongly to my show that you're gonna love it tonight. Which means, you know, really, you're deserving of what I'm bringing to you tonight. Cartiramac, thank you very, very much. Cartiramac says, I've had a hard time being confident in my gender identity and your streams have helped me work through that. Thank you. You're very welcome. I'm very happy that I was able to assist, or my streams were able to assist in any way. People should feel more confident in their gender identity so that they can express themselves to their fullest and live their fullest lives. I plan on talking about that even more in the near future because it's a topic that's been gender expression and identity in this current social milieu. It's been on my mind a lot, believe it or not. And I think it's time we strike back. So we'll do that in the future. Not tonight. Tonight we have other things to do. Tonight is going to be totally gender free, as you can imagine. Not a gender in sight. And I'm always telling the truth. Yeah. Uncle Gumball says, I'm gonna get like 4 hours of sleep, so derive satisfaction from that. I do. Very much do. Hatsadopia says, that earlier comment sounded like a threat. Which one? Why? Oh, I know why I'm so red. I was wondering, why the hell was I glowing red? Obviously, my set is very red, but usually I'm not glowing red, and it was because I forgot that I had something red up on the screen that was going bwah and blasting me. Oh my goodness. So we're obviously going to be warming up today and getting comfy. Oh wait, I said like, but I didn't press the like button. And also, I forgot to do this. There's this cool thing that I've learned from observation of other streamers who obviously learned it in observation of other streamers. I don't know who invented it, but it's cool. we go. Bam. Wait, no, don't add option. There we go. I don't want to add option. I want to go like this. Bam! Look at that. Now there's a poll. I learned that actually it's really a really cool idea to put a poll in your chat because it reminds people who are chatting to press like, which is really cool and really helpful to the streams. It is that time of year, everybody. It's the time of year when everyone starts going outside, which is good for them. And I don't mourn it. But YouTube certainly takes it out on my paycheck. So if you want to, if you're here and watching, it's great that you could give me those likes because they're more important than ever as we go into the warmer months, as people start going outside and wanting to see all kinds. I mean, I've been doing it. God knows I've been doing it, but you know, imagine being outside on a stream. I doubt they're outside right now in most of the country, but you know. Rhodes says, I got an ad from Donald Trump Jr. on your stream a minute ago. Well, just consider this. You just took from Donald Trump Jr.'s pocket and gave it to YouTube, who then gave it to me. Doesn't that make you feel so much better? Anyway, yeah. I had to step out for a second. Did Demon Mama read my dono? No, I don't think I've read your dono yet. Let me read your dono. Bennett for the potato with the $5 says, going through hell at work today, glad to be able to listen to your stream to keep me from completely losing my mind. I hope that everything that I cover tonight will assist in you completely completely not losing your mind. We have so much to talk about. It's actually gonna be, I'm pretty excited. I'll be honest, this week has been crazy busy for me. So I was a little worried that we would not have everything that I wanted to talk about today. But actually, when I sat down and went through and started putting together today's stream, I was like, actually, we're doing just fine. We got plenty of stuff. And part of that is because tonight we will be following up on you know, this is the long arc, you know, that some of you who've been watching for a long time, you guys get to enjoy this type of stuff. A long time ago, some of you will remember that I sat down and had a conversation with Sisyphus55 after I was, you know, somewhat critical of his video, the revolution, the video was titled, "The Revolution Will Not Be Live Streamed." And I was a little bit critical of it. I wasn't super harsh. There was a lot that I agreed with, but there was some stuff that I felt, in my personal opinion, did not 100% reflect the reality of the YouTube and live streaming world. And I was interviewed and I sat down with Sisyphus. We had a great conversation, and Sisyphus has now released his follow-up video, which is very exciting. And we're going to be watching and reacting to that tonight. I am in that video, which is really cool. Also, something that I wanted to point out is that Sisyphus's channel has blown up like massively since the last time Sisyphus's channel was already really solid. But Sisyphus's channel has just grown, which is really impressive to see. And I think I completely understand why. The production value of these of Sisyphus's videos are inarguably good. And I think that Sisyphus is a thoughtful and very good faith interlocutor. So I'm really looking forward. I have not seen this video. We're going into it completely fresh tonight together. So if you haven't seen it either, this is going to be a great opportunity. And of course, you know, there's probably going to be a lot to talk about. It is a very deep video with a lot of different perspectives on it. And it's featuring a lot of faces you're going to recognize. So this is kind of going to be like an all-star night, which should be pretty cool. Yeah, should be pretty great. Yeah, I was a little bit, in the initial review, I was a little bit critical and maybe a little too harsh. I tried not to be too harsh. Well, I guess not. I mean, there were a few parts that I strongly disagreed with, but overall, I thought it was a thought-provoking video, and it certainly got us talking. But I had some disagreements, and then we sat down and got to talk, and I'm hoping I'm hoping that the conversation that we had in the interview was useful for the video. I guess we're going to find out. I am in the video after all. So, Polymath says, I mean, you're able to disagree with Paul's ego and still co-host a show afterwards. Yeah, also, speaking of which, I got to invite those guys on. I got to invite the Deep Fat Fried guys onto my show because I would really like to have them on and do a little hosting thing here. I've been super overwhelmed lately. Let me talk about that a little bit. So as many of you know, I am currently in the process of putting together the new studio. We've been in this studio for, you know, well over 2.5 years now. Yeah, over 2.5 years. Wow, that's wild to think about. But yeah, it's been over 2.5 years that we've been in this specific studio with more or less some variation of this setup. Due to some changes in our household, I'm going to be moving my studio to a different room. And that other room is probably going to serve us very, very, very well. However, it's actually really hard. I don't know if you guys know this, but coming up with a nice looking and setting up a nice looking studio is pretty difficult. It's actually really hard. And I am not like an interior designer, you know? Like I kind of came up with these ideas and worked on it with Fawn and with my bestie and all that kind of stuff. But it's pretty tough. And right now especially. So this last week I was out and about going to different shops and trying to find furniture and props and things that would look good in there. And I didn't have that much success, which is a little bit disappointing. I found one piece that I think is going to look good in there. And I'm hoping that I'll be able to get it, but it's a bit of a process. So we'll see. Regardless, I have made progress on the design of the room and where I want to go with it. And I think you guys are gonna really love it. I'm not gonna give any teasers right now because it's not possible for me to really do so. But I think it's gonna be amazing. And I really think that it's gonna add a nice touch to, you know, this studio is beautiful. I am very, very proud of this setup. It's just, I like change. I think that it's good to keep things fresh. I like to know that when I go look at my content, I can see that there is an era and that I am making changes and trying new things. And so we're gonna do that. Should be pretty good. Yeah, it was good. And then unfortunately I got sick, again. Another cold. We got decked twice with a cold in rapid succession, and that sucked. So I was planning on streaming a couple of days ago, but I literally sounded like this. So I was kind of not really into just doing a stream where I talk like this the entire time. Terrible. And actually, I don't think I can blame the critters this time. I think it was me. And by that, I mean, I've been going to a gym for physical therapy, and a bunch of their physical therapists got sick right after I was in there, and they had to cancel one of my appointments, and so I think I might have picked it up there, which it's not their fault. They have to work with a ton of different people in there, but I think it was me this time. Blame, you know, I have to accept the blame for this. But, yeah. How it goes. Oh, thank you so much, Rhodes. This is one of my favorites. This is actually a dress top that's got this skull on it. The only thing I don't like is it does bunch up a little bit underneath the, you know. But, however, I did get to play Dragon's Dogma 2 some while I was sick. And I'm going to talk about that today. I'm going to talk about Dragon's Dogma 2 later in the stream after we do some of the politics stuff. There's been a lot of hullabaloo around Dragon's Dogma 2. And I want to talk about both the game and the hullabaloo because it's interesting and people are mad. And I find that interesting as to figure out why people are mad in a situation like this. Yeah. With the microtransaction fast travel. Honestly, we'll talk about the microtransactions, but yes, the microtransaction fast travel and also the microtransaction being able to change your, oh my God, okay. I'll save this for the bit, but I made a serious mistake in creating my character and it was driving me crazy. I thought the fast travel thing was a meme. No, it's real. There is a microtransaction to be able to fast travel more, and it's bad. It's bad. It's not good. We'll talk about it. We'll get there. EB the Purple says, I've been listening to Pirate Software talk about it all day. Yeah. Everyone's been talking about it. There's a lot to talk about. My goodness. My interest in the game died just like that. No. Look, don't let it kill your interest in the game, okay? It is, I'll go through it all, I promise. People are memeing a little much, but as is always the case on the internet, especially with gamer rage is best taken with a large hunk of salt. There are things to be mad about with Dragon's Dogma 2, but also, I'm having a great time with it, which we'll talk about. We'll get there. We'll get there. Gamer rage. There's a lot of gamer rage, okay? There's a lot. But I gotta, here. Oh no, I'll save this for the Dragon's Dogma. Should I show my character? Look. Okay, this is the early preview, okay? Oh shit. Oh no, I forgot. My screenshots aren't on. Oh god damn it. I forgot to transfer my screenshots over to my streaming computer. Oh, damn it. Did they put some in the cloud? Yes! Yes! They put them in the cloud! Yes! Here we go. Wait, hold on. I'll show you my character. She's fucking amazing and I love her. Hold on. Yes! Wait, that's not the one. Hold on, here we go. Here she is. Let me show you my character, okay? Ready? She's so amazing. I love her so much. Also, if she looks like almost as tall as that house, it's because she is. My character is like in game, like 7.5, like 7.3 feet tall. I made her the absolute maximum height and she's amazing. I love her so goddamn much. I love my character so much. She's all styled up. I've got some, one thing I wish I had taken a screenshot with the rare, I found this rare cloak that looks amazing, but honestly it didn't look good with this outfit, but I wish I had taken an alternate photo to show you what the other rare cloak I got was. But yeah, she's amazing. Oh my god, I love her so much. Anyway, also I made my pawn is Yoda. So so in Dragon's Dogma 1, my pawn was also Yoda. And it was amazing because in Dragon's Dogma 1, they had this voice that wasn't like a kid voice. It was literally like the baby voice that I do. Hold on, let me put it on here. Hold on, let's do this. Let's try this. Here we go. Hold on. And that's basically what it would sound like every time Yoda spoke in the Yoda pawn spoke in Dragon's Dogma 1. It was amazing. Oh my god, I loved it so much. So, yeah. Unfortunately, you can't have the silly voice in Dragon's Dogma 2. They got rid of the silly high-pitched voice. But you can still have silly pawns, and there's lots of lines of dialogue and lots of fun things to say. So my Yoda pawn is a Beastren that I made to look as much like a dog as possible and also as much like Yoda as possible, and it's amazing. I've been having a blast with that part of it, so yeah. Yeah, it's wonderful. Oh no, what's this? Is this a bug? All right, let's watch this. Let's watch this little meme.
Ow! Hey! Hey! That's a bad dog. Bad dog. Bad dog. It's a bad dog.
No!
Get up. No, you gotta help me. God, get off of me. Get him off of me! You're not helping! I can't get up because they won't attack! Oh my god! Now another one took me. Ow!
Oh my god, that's incredible. Listen, those are the types of moments you can expect in from Dragon's Dogma 2, which like I said, we'll talk about this in full when we do this section. But oh my god, is it great? Okay, it's good. It's very good. All right. Yeah, the voice changer, I'm seeing people get scared by the voice changer, so I'm gonna turn the voice down just a little bit in the future. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for it to be so loud. I didn't expect it was gonna be so much louder. Are you gonna play Dark Souls tonight? Unfortunately, I don't know if we're gonna get to Dark Souls tonight. I have to be careful. I literally just started bouncing back from the cold that I had, and I don't want to overdo it. I would prefer to not, like, completely KO myself, so we'll see. We have a lot to get through tonight. I'm hoping that we're gonna get to it all, but probably no Dark Souls tonight, unfortunately. I want to do Dark Souls 2, so you can expect a gaming Dark Souls and a Dark Souls gaming stream from me very soon, because I want to progress through the game. I've been having an awesome time with Dark Souls 2, so anyway. Straw Hat Monty 97 with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. I donated earlier to say a thing, but since your content is among since your content is among my favorites, I started chapter 3 of Death Stranding ending 2 Amelie at 73 hours in. Damn, based. I'm really happy to hear you're enjoying and putting tons of time into Death Stranding. It is one of the most deserving games. And also, thank you so much for supporting my show. It really means the world to me. Rhodes says, is this game good enough to break your taboo on games with microtransactions? I play plenty of games with microtransactions. I just, I avoid games with battle passes and excessive microtransactions. It's basically impossible to find any game these days that doesn't have at least some form of microtransaction. Yes, to a certain degree. I don't completely, like, I played Helldivers, and that game has microtransactions. I played Monster Hunter, and that game has a fuckload of microtransactions. I'll play games with microtransactions. What I try to avoid is games that are, like, centered around their microtransactions. For example, a game like League of Legends, where characters are locked behind microtransactions. The core gameplay is locked behind microtransactions. And battle passes are another one that I tend to avoid. But again, I still do occasionally play some games with battle passes, provided that they're reasonable. Like Helldivers is another one. I've played that even though that game has a battle pass, because the battle passes are not timed. You can always unlock anything from any of the battle passes at any point. It's annoying. I don't love the design, but it's better than most games. And also, I play Fortnite, which is the most famous battle pass game. Now, of course, the reason why I play Fortnite is because I don't ever have to think about it. I get free Fortnite money all the time for some reason from being one of the original people who played Fortnite in the early days. They occasionally give me free Fortnite money, so I never have to worry about the battle passes at all. I just get them if I want to play or not. But I do generally avoid most games like that. And Fortnite is the exception for sure, because Fortnite is atrocious with its FOMO content. I just don't care most of the time. Yeah, I'm an investor in Tomato Town. Basically, yeah. Rhodes says, isn't locking fast travel and character changes behind a paywall super heavy? See, Gamer Rage, that's not actually the truth. The fast travel isn't locked behind a paywall, nor is character changes locked behind a paywall. There is just an option to buy those things, which you can already unlock in game. In fact, I did a character change almost immediately upon opening the game. I earned the money to do a character change within a few hours of play because I wanted to change my character, which I'll talk about when we do it. They basically, the items for fast travel and the items for character creation or for character aesthetic changes are in game. You can just pay $2 to get one immediately if you want to, which is kind of dumb. But it's not actually necessary. And in fact, I would argue that the biggest problem with the microtransactions, we're going to talk about this. I'm already talking about it now, but since the question was asked, the biggest problem with the microtransactions isn't like that they impede your gameplay at all, but rather that they're targeting people who have spending addictions. They're really pathetic microtransactions. They don't do basically anything. None of them are that helpful. They're, in fact, like, I'm swimming in most of the items that are necessary. I'll go into full detail, but yeah. It looks like Twitter was lying. Yes, Twitter was lying. Gamers lie and or are wrong all the time. These things are not locked behind a microtransaction. They're just, you can get them with a microtransaction if you want to. It's that simple. We'll go into I'll explain all of it when we do the Dragon's Dogma segment later. Yeah. There's problems, Fortnite, and it deserves critique, but gamers, as usual, are somewhat silly and stupid about it all. So we'll get there. It's still scummy, of course. Like I said, we'll talk about it. Let's not get too attached to the Dragon's Dogma stuff right now, because we have a lot of other stuff to do first, and I will talk about it. But yeah, yeah. It's not so much focus. It's just that I don't want to do my whole segment twice, you know. So I got you. I got your memes. Thank you, Mr. Krabs. Got you. I got them the first time. Thank you. Appreciate that. I just didn't have a chance to respond yet. Oh my God, I still feel like my nose is still stuffed and that I still have like sicky voice. God damn it. God damn it. Oh well, I needed to stream. And honestly, I wanted to stream. Have you heard of Lancer? It's a fantastic tabletop RPG based around mech combat, and it's co-created, written by, and drawn by the Kill 6 Billion Demons guy. Yes, I have. Lancer, I've never played a tabletop game of Lancer, but I have been following it since it was initially created. And it's awesome. It's really cool. The art is absolutely fantastic. Genuinely incredible. Yeah. What was I going to say? There was something else I was going to say. Oh, yeah. Blanking. Hate that. Oh, well. Such is life. Honestly, despite the sickness, I had a pretty good week. My weekend was pretty busy, but I got to hang out with 3 of my friends, and that was really wonderful. One of my friends came and visited from out of town, and we got to hang out and had a really good time. We went to a beautiful park. We got to see fish and birds and the early budding flowers of spring. It was wonderful. It was really, that part was really, really nice. Oh, and also, it is bird season for sure, and I love it. The craziest thing, and I wanted to tell you all about the birds because this is really cool, okay? So we have bald eagles near where I live. And bald eagles, if you have never actually seen like a bald eagle in your life, like in person, they are the most gigantic birds you can basically possibly imagine. They're huge. They are like shockingly large. And we have had them around here for a while, but this year, there are a lot of them, like a lot of these bald eagles. And as a result, they have been perching fairly close to our house, close enough that when we go outside, we will sometimes look up and just see a human-sized bird at the top of a tree just hanging out. And that is so cool. What's even crazier is that earlier this week, I believe it was Tuesday, I went outside and I was walking my dog Yoda, and I looked up and I saw one bald eagle, two bald eagle, 3, 4, 6 bald eagles. And I believe it was 2 breeding pairs with their child, both up in the air both groups up in the air at the same time. And they were circling all around, and right near, like I was just sitting there with my dog watching these eagles just swooping around. And I was just like, I've never seen that many bald eagles in one place at one time. It was incredible. I was quite literally just like stopped in the middle of the sidewalk watching these birds as they were swooping around and riding the thermals up and down. And it was amazing. And then, this is the craziest part, 2 of them got in a fucking fight, which is another thing that I've never seen before. I've never seen eagles get in a goddamn fight. And I don't know what they were fighting over, but maybe they were just fighting over a branch, because neither of them died. But they straight up, like, we saw them go into each other and they both tumbled out of the sky, and it was really scary. Like, this was after I was walking back, and I got onto the porch, and I told Doe, I was like, Doe, there's eagles out here. There's like a ton of eagles out here. Come watch this. And we were sitting on the porch watching them, and 2 of them just like collided near a tree, and they were like, and they went down, and it was like a fucking movie action scene. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. And then they both got back up and they were fine. They seemed to not be trying to kill each other. They were just struggling, but it was spooky to watch. And those guys, they fall like rocks. They're so big that when they stop using their wings properly, they plummet. It was absolutely wild. Big birds of prey are extremely territorial like cats. They lay claim over a huge area by force. I believe that. These eagles, I've never seen these eagles fight with any of the other birds. However, our crows in our neighborhood do try to scare off the eagles, which says a lot about the bravery and or stupidity of these crows. The crows in our neighborhood, we watch them basically daily, like, do little dive bombs on the eagles, and the eagles do not give a single shit. Like, we have never seen an eagle actually respond to a crow dive bomb. They've tried. The crows, we've seen the crows dive bomb the eagles many times, and we've never seen an eagle respond even once. Which is wild. Yeah, the mobbing. Yeah, where they come in and they go, wah, 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 wah. The crows fight with the seagulls, and they win. We've seen seagull crow fights constantly, and the seagulls flee. They will straight up leave. And also, oh yeah, another thing we saw, because I've been outside a lot this week, we also saw the crows fighting what I think it was probably a red-tailed hawk, like a sort of average-sized hawk. The crows totally kicked that one's ass. They were all over this guy, and he was just like, I'm out of here. And that one, the red-tailed hawk just bolted, flew in. The crows were like, and then they were like, phew. I don't know, Xerox 13ster. Probably not, but maybe. Our crows, we have a family of crows that we are very close with, and we love them. And they are so close that, like, I can walk up to them and they won't fly away. They really like us. We feed them pretty regularly, and they also talk with us. They do different noises than they do normally. They don't do, they will caw and stuff like normal, but they also do this little, which is very interesting. They like coo at us. They do like a, yeah, the per click, exactly, yep. It's so adorable, and I love it so goddamn much. The crows, we love our crows. We get along very, very well with them. There's a crow in my neighborhood that I want to give treats to, but I don't know how. Patience. We have been building up a relationship with these crows for like a year and a half. And at first, they wouldn't even come near us. Like, they wouldn't even... Like, we could hold food and put it down and walk away, and they wouldn't come over until we go inside. They are very watchful. If there's a crow sitting there, and you sort of say, like, hey there, and talk to it and greet it, and then put food down and walk away, it will understand, and it will see that. It's not going to miss it. They're super observant, and it'll probably come eat the food. And if you keep doing that, and then like slowly work your way up to being outside, waiting outside for it to come get the food, then, waiting nearby while it comes to get the food, it will eventually, not all crows are going to be trusting enough, but a lot of them will be trusting enough to do that. Our crows, they come over and ask us for food at this point. And they're very chatty and friendly, and they hang out with us, and all of them will be hopping around on the porch. We'll be out there, I'll sit out on my porch reading with Doe. Doe and I have been reading 1,000 Plateaus by Deleuze and Guattari, which is a fascinating book. Very complex, very interesting, but Doe's been encouraging me to sit down and read with it, and that's been great. While we're out there, we'll be reading, and the crows will just come by and hang out, which is really cool. Yes, I have. I love The Little Prince. Although I will say these guys are not tame at all. They're just chill with us. They're definitely not tame birds, but they're certainly very friendly with us. But yeah, it is very similar. It is. Put out some coins for the crows, and they may bring you some back. They like shiny things. I've heard that. But honestly, I don't really need any coins. Oh my God, my nose is getting so stuffed. Oh God, that's so annoying. We're happy with, but maybe at some point. I've heard that. I've heard that you can train them to bring you shiny objects, but. They will escort us sometimes. When we take Yoda out for a walk, they'll follow us in a group around the neighborhood and make sure we don't get attacked. It's pretty funny. Deleuze was a nut job. The smartest people are always a little bit of a nut job. Deleuze, there is so much shit in Deleuze that is so goddamn useful and interesting and mind-changing. Anyway, I really like Deleuze. Anyway. He's so much of a nut job, he came up with schizoanalysis. Well, schizoanalysis was an attempt to actually understand and parse alternate frames of thought as opposed to just explicitly sort of demonizing and torturing them. Anti-Oedipus, you know, was positioned as strictly in opposition to the nightmare bullshit that Freud did. And in fact, a lot of it is dealing with reanalyzing and with a more compassionate and, I would argue, probably more effective eye than Freud. You know, a lot of Freud's patients. So, yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate, Big Papa Pancake. Some crows, some crow packs are, you know, have not had good experiences with humans. And crows have long-lasting memory that goes beyond their own lives. They will teach other crows, you know. Doe has been talking about this recently on its Twitter, but Doe was reading about a Seattle corvid research group. At one point, there was a research group in Seattle, and they wanted to test a bunch of things about crows. And what they did was they had one of their researchers would wear a caveman, like a spirit Halloween caveman mask whenever they were capturing crows to be, you know, to put like markers on or whatever. And it, according to this research group, as of like a few years ago, they did that experiment with the research with the caveman mask like 10 years ago, and even 10 years later, the crows in that area of Seattle will attack on sight immediately anybody who wears that caveman mask. So basically, they called it the Great Crow Satan as a joke, because the crows basically taught generation to generation to like, somehow they taught them to be aggressive towards this caveman masked fellow who would kidnap and harm, in their minds, their crows. So, you know, crows can be kind of like that. I feel bad for people who look like cavemen. Well, to be fair, I don't think a lot of people look like cavemen. The caveman masks that you get, like a Halloween caveman mask, are pretty scary. They're pretty, they're pretty dramatic. So, but yeah. But yeah. Some crows are not going to be super friendly to humans because they've been mistreated or whatever in the past, is all I'm trying to say. Yeah, Vine says, crows, how many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Exactly. Exactly. That's a wise call, Xerox, although it's a little mean to the crows. But not a bad idea. There's a really great video. I know we're on a bit of a bird stun lock, but watch this. Let me show you this video. This is such an awesome video. Here, this is the one. Watch this shit. Okay, ready? This is a raven, which is a corvid. Or actually, I don't know if this is a raven. This kind of looks like a crow. I can't tell. Anyway, regardless. They say it's a raven, so I'm going to guess it's a raven. But watch this. So, what you see here is a raven trying to reach water in a cup, okay? Watch this. Oh, yeah, that's a raven. Okay, now I can tell. Now that its head's out of there, I can tell. But yeah. Oh, you see what it's doing? Isn't that cool? Smart birds. Incredible. There you go. Slurp, slurp, slurp. I hope you're enjoying that mildly dirty water. Slurp, slurp, slurp. They're super smart and they can learn so much. And it's really, really impressive. I love crows and ravens. They're really cool. Anyway, we spend a lot of time with the crows in our neighborhood, which are American crows. And they're so cool. There's so many videos of them using the water, using the stuff. Oh, here's another really good one. Ready? You want to see another one? Here's another crow video. Ready? Here you go.
A lot of personality. You're gonna realize very quickly this doesn't work.
I love how it bounces. Is it a girl?
Her name is Artemis.
Artemis. Nice. Look at that.
Good girl, thank you.
Can she distinguish colors?
She actually can. That's a different behavior we have, but we have like these little color tokens, and she matches them to the block. You'll want to keep your hands to yourself just because she might think you have food. But she is fully flighted. Physically, she's perfectly healthy. So the reason that she's in captivity is because when she was a baby, people...
What a cutie. What a cool, Also, here's another one. This one's great. Oh, I've seen this one before too. Watch this one, okay? Watch this, all right? Now this will tell you, this is how you know crows can be trolls, okay? They've developed trolling. Watch this. Watch this masterful play. Okay? Here we go. Watch closely. Boink! Amazing, beautiful, and it's like, now I can take a bath in peace. Oh, incredible, just beautiful. You love to see it. You gotta do what you gotta do to get a bath, you know? It's tough out there. So good. We don't get ravens around my area of town. However, one of the places that we go and camp sometimes, they get tons of ravens, and those I would love to spend some time hanging out with ravens because they're pretty cool. That Wolf Era says, my inner druid either wants a raven or an owl as a companion, but I know it's not in the cards. Well, I mean, why not? So first of all, you could work or volunteer at many bird sanctuaries. There are bird sanctuaries all over the United States, even in major cities, even in small places. And at that point, you would be able to take care of and learn a lot about those creatures. And then, of course, you know, if you learn enough about them, you could perhaps take care of a rescue that needs a friend. And then you would be able to have your little companion. I mean, I don't think that people should, I don't think that people should, like, capture them or anything like that, but there are plenty of crows that you know, need assistance or whatever, or they could be rescued. They could live full lives, and you could have a companion. And also, you could just befriend your local crows and just be friendly with them. And that's a type of companionship. It might not follow you around all over the place or whatever, but it's still pretty awesome. I can vouch for it. I love our crows. You know, when we finally do move from this place, I'm going to miss them a lot. I miss them a lot, in fact. But for now, I'm enjoying our companionship. Rhodes says, ravens and owls are both sons of bitches to train, and the legality of stuff related to them is similar. Crows are much easier. Yeah, I'm sure. But, I mean, when I was in school as a kid, we had people from the bird sanctuary bring a trained owl in to teach us all kinds of stuff. And that was really cool. You just got to kind of pursue that thing. Don't let your dreams be dreams, you know? You got to head out there and and chart a path to where you want to get. And it's worth it because you will find yourself doing things that you didn't think were possible. It's pretty cool. Peaceful Warrior says, Demon Mama, you should look up videos of starlings mimicry. Apparently during World War II, soldiers would occasionally think they were being shot at, but it was starlings in the tree mimicking gunfire. Yeah, starlings are amazing. We get starlings around here. Unfortunately, starlings are also they're really aggressive birds. So whenever the starlings roll into our neighborhood, they fight with all the other birds, and they will bully our little finches and our wrens, our robins, and our sparrows. They'll bully the hell out of them and each other. We last year we had a suet feeder. Suet is like a congealed fat mixed with nuts, and a lot of birds really benefit from the suet. And so we put out a suet feeder, and my goodness, the starlings would come and eat the hell out of it, and they would literally, for no reason, just attack each other. They would be eating on opposite sides of the feeder, totally able to get as much food as you want, and they would start a fight and go, ee! And it was, yikes. Yeah. Hey, Snoogan, thank you. They are really cool birds, though, and their mimicry is impressive. Around here, they make all kinds of weird noises. And sometimes you'll hear them imitating, like, car noises. Sometimes they'll imitate the backup sound of a truck. Very funny. I'd put suets out too. It didn't cause my birds to fight. Well, the suets don't cause them to fight. It's just starlings are notably aggressive birds. It's just, they are like that. They are very competitive and highly territorial, and they like to scrabble with each other. So, I mean, they get pretty mean. And the thing is, like, when the starlings, they come in big packs. So, like, starlings are never just one starling or two starlings. It's always like 18 starlings. And when they show up, they drive all the other birds away because they'll just ruthlessly peck on them. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention our chickadees. We actually get three varieties of chickadees at our house, which is the coolest shit because I love chickadees. My home state of Maine, the black-capped chickadee, is the state bird of my home state of Maine. So I'm very, very partial to chickadees, and there are many little noises and behaviors and whatever. And our house gets... we get chestnut-backed chickadees, mountain chickadees, and black-capped chickadees, which is awesome. We have tons of chickadees, and they're just amazing. Oh my goodness, it's great. Blaze Tiggy says, Femyaws is talking about you on her stream right now. Why? And okay? Is Femyaws shit-talking me on her stream right now? I think Femyaws has tried to, like, start drama with me a couple times. It's kind of funny. Drama tonight, my queen? Drama tonight? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the feeling I got, but I'll be honest, I didn't really look all that deeply into it. So, thanks for the heads up, I guess, but I don't really care. Oh, I see many people have had run-ins with this person. Well, that's very nice for you. I'm talking about chickadees. Dragonborn94 says, I've been losing much interest of drama lately. I guess I am maturing. It gets tiring after a while. The truth is that, like, you will, You know that episode of SpongeBob where they're like, you'll destroy your laugh box? Well, that's real. Except it's when you consume drama content, it will destroy your enjoyment box. And eventually you'll burn out on it and you'll have to like go through a healing process of doing other things, you know? You know, Windleby says, you know what other bird I can't stand? Red-winged blackbirds. No! I love red-winged blackbirds. They're so cute. That wolf arrow says, can only fight with other people before you need to actually talk. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, sorry. I didn't understand exactly what you're saying. That wolf arrow says, you can only fight with other people for so long before you need to actually talk about something with a tangible impact on the world. Well, it's actually, you know, this is something I've been thinking about. As you can probably tell, this is something I've been thinking about for a long time. And actually, earlier today, I was talking about some of this stuff with Doe. It's not just drama. That boils it down a little bit too much. Okay, maybe it is fair to boil it down to that. There's a specific type of content direction and obsession that has actually, in the long run, completely destroyed whatever existed of like the lefty online streaming spaces. It completely destroyed that space's ability to do anything. And in fact, I would argue, I mean, a good chunk of the space is just completely gone. There's nothing left of it. It's in rubble. And it's unfortunate because there were a lot of talented people there, but there was this self-reinforcing cycle, you know, that I think it does kind of boil down to making drama content that really did does and did destroy the space. And there's just nothing there anymore. It was this, you know, the space became fueled by people who only wanted to consume drama, something which is completely unsustainable and eventually, out of a need to produce more of it, requires manufacturing it, which loses its authenticity, which means it loses its stakes. It's a death spiral. And that death spiral destroys people's energy, careers, inspiration. It's terrible. It's fucking terrible. Yeah. And there isn't really, like, at this current moment, the like lefty streaming space is basically a bunch of little islands. Yeah, it's a bunch of little islands. Some of them are thriving, some of them are not, but yeah. Oh, Nerodia says, take a look at this little puffball of death. Yes, the American kestrel. You want to see another really cute one, which I spotted while I was traveling across the country? This guy is another cute little puffball of death. And I love it so much. Let me find a picture for you that shows just how much of a little puffball of death it is. Where's a good picture of this bird? It's called a merlin. Yoda's barking downstairs. Look at this little guy. Wow, what a cutie. Here it is. This one. Similar to the American kestrel. It's called a merlin. See, there's the kestrel, and here's the merlin. And I spotted one of these on my trip across the country. It was so cute. And scary. But not to me. Scary to the rodents, but still pretty spooky. My goodness. Ashmar says, right now you could not pay me to watch a streamer exposed video. Oh man. The people, there is the track record. And I'm just gonna say this as a general just passing statement to sort of tie off that portion of it, but the track record of the streamers that made drama and call outs and whatever the center of their content is bad. Oh my God, it's a graveyard. They're all gone. They're all dying and suffering. And it's kind of incredible to see, you know? It's kind of wild. It's bad. Like, I mean, it's not a path to success. Like I said, there's a handful of people who can monopolize that type of shit. And if you're not one of them, then you're one of the suckers. You're one of the ones being farmed. That's just how it goes. And the reality is that everyone who makes that type of stuff is in denial. They're like, totally, no, I'm the drama farmer and not the drama farmed. But the reality is, just on a pure statistical standpoint, unless you're like one of the biggest top dogs in this drama content, you are the being farmed. And it shows. It shows. One of the most recent ones was somebody who had a real problem with me, to the point they really fucking hated me, and their content was you might know them from the famous title, blank creator is unironically evil, and not only is their channel dead, but they're in like the hottest of hot water right now ever, and it's really funny to see. It's funny to watch people who have basically nothing to do but spend their lives being a hater, and how they self-destruct. It's wild, because some of these types of people, hater type people, have the ability to sometimes be very hurtful and to do damage sometimes, usually by opportunism. They jump on something that's already happening and they sort of leech off it or magnify it. But so often they're just self-destructive people, and they just eat shit over and over again. You don't have to do anything about it. You just kind of watch as they crash against the walls of whatever it is you've built, you know, be it a garden or whatever. Session says, does it feel like people have been trying to find anything on anyone since the H-bomb video about Somerton? Like, it feels like a trend people are starting to run after. That trend way pre-existed, but there has definitely been a recent spike in people attempting to emulate, you know, which is, it's understandable if you think about it for a second. You know, H-bomber guy basically stood up and did a triple backflip kick into somebody's face. And it completely demolished that person, and actually others who were associated with them, or who were doing similar actions, not associated with them, you know, like sort of overnight. And people see that and they go, damn, I wish that were me. But the thing is that that's not H-bomber guy's main content by any means. In fact, you know, he broke out the triple backflip kick, by doing one of the, doing an incredible amount of hard work. Like, the James Somerton H-bomber guy video is harder work, like, to verify everything and make sure all your ducks are in a row and make it make sense, than basically, like, 90% would be my off-the-cuff napkin math guess. 90% of video essay content is not as well researched, well cited, and prepared as H-bomber guy's content. But yeah, people want to feel like they're, you know, like they get to be a part of that. And so yeah, there has been a little local spike, but it's not, H-bomber guy did not create that trend at all or anything. The people doing drama farming is, you know, I mean, you think about it, there's like Drama Alert, there's all these different shows that have been drama. There's an entire community. There's an entire community of people who just do this all the time. They just circular, you know, like a big human centipede, but even more pathetic, because at least the human centipede was a feat of surgical brilliance in universe, I guess. Exactly, yeah. As that Wolf Arrow says, H-bomb doesn't rush his content. He spends a long time researching it and covering as many bases as possible. Exactly. True, Knights of Knee. Knights of Knee has said, yeah, it's been interesting to see how many content creators are changing rapidly within the past year. Demon Mama's still holding strong. The Grand Gardener arc is in full effect. Well, it's interesting. You know, one of the things that, and this kind of sucks. Oh, look, we're going to talk about this now. But, okay, first of all, thank you. And second of all, this is, we missed the date. I forgot to do an anniversary stream this year, which makes me feel terrible, but mostly for myself because I should have celebrated that. We just, it would have been about 1 month ago, hit the 4-year anniversary for my stream. I started streaming in February of 2020. It's been 4 years, okay? 4 years. And it's been a wild ride. And I have, in that time, seen so many people come and go. So many names are not here anymore. Most of the names that I know over the years are either not here or are here in such a diminished capacity that it's like it's hard to even know what they're doing anymore. And some of that is people who are deserving of that and others are not. The reality is that streaming is very difficult to do. It's incredibly difficult to keep a show going, more difficult than anybody really knows. And people lots of non-streamers like to give their opinions about what it is and what it takes and how it goes. And the reality is that most streams do not survive very long. And most streams do not ever reach having an audience. Some of that is luck. Some of that, a lot of that is just not having the luck and the skill come together at the same time to be able to make it go. But the reality is that it doesn't happen. And in these spaces, in this space especially, it's crazy. Sometimes I look back and I go, wow, I don't think there's basically almost nobody that I knew 4 years ago is still kicking around, with very few exceptions. And most of those people were people who were already large streamers when I started streaming 4 years ago. Most of the small streamers are not around anymore. Some of the mid-sizes are, and some of the mid-sizes have grown a little, and some of them have stayed fairly, fairly, what's the right word? Even keel. They've sustained. Our show is bigger than it's ever been. It's been a gradual growth. And right now, because I'm doing so much new content, I'm doing so much new stuff and taking such a new direction to the way that I'm doing things, there's a little bit of a lull in growth. Last year we were growing rapidly, but not last year. 2022 into the first half of 2023, we were growing rapidly, but I don't feel like most of that growth had a lot of staying power, unfortunately. There was a lot of drama, some of which I did not intend to get involved in at all. Others in which I was, I had a different approach. But the biggest thing was that during that period of time, 2022 to early 2023, I had been posting a video every single day for like a year with almost no misses. We barely missed a day. And that's just not workable. I can't do that. And I don't want to, more importantly. Doing a video every single day meant putting out a lot of video segments that I don't feel that great about, stuff that I don't feel has a lot of staying power personally. It meant that I had to stream a ton, and it meant that there was a constant stress on the team to keep churning stuff, to keep getting the stuff out and the thumbnails out, and it wasn't working. And so we took a pretty big hit in monthly subscribers when we moved to not doing daily uploads. But the result instead has been sustainability. And also, we're still growing. And also, we're growing in viewers, in average viewers. We are currently 1 hour and 20 minutes into my stream. No, yeah, 1 hour and 10 minutes into me actually being on air. But 1 hour and 20 minutes into stream, we have nearly 300 viewers right now. And we have almost 300 likes, which is amazing. That is really good. I feel proud about that. The fact that I can boot up my stream, talk about birds in an interesting fashion, talk about whatever I want in my warm-up section to 300 people. We'll probably have more as the night goes on. That's awesome. It's also bigger than my stream has ever been. Now, there have been spikes, raids and whatever, where the number has been longer, but this is the strongest consistent viewership that we've ever had. And I'm proud of that. And I think that's a good thing because that's people who are really interested in what I have to say. That's people who are really interested in what other members of the community have to say. It's people who are, it's thriving. It's a thriving thing. And growth isn't everything. Boy, I'm rambling a little bit. But the point that I'm trying to get to here is that 4 years of streaming, I've seen a lot of people come and go. I've seen a lot of people have their theories of how to engage, and I've certainly learned some things that definitely do not work, or things that seem like they work, but are not sustainable. And especially in the politics world, the drama content is like a stick of polonium or something. It's like that drama content in your vicinity, it starts killing people. They start dropping dead, and it kills people with the closest vicinity first, and then it radiates outwards. And some people only get mildly sick and only have negative effects and don't actually die. But some people they get a toxic dose and it's done. And I think that depends on a lot of it is roll of the dice and your personal approach to streaming. Because God knows I've caught the radiation sickness from, I mean, some of you were here through the periods where this channel was mired in drama. And most of that drama was nothing I even remotely asked for. It was, oh God, like you guys know. I don't need to rehash the entire history of the drama this channel's had. There have been some truly deranged haters over the years. It's wild. You triggering conservatives was pretty sweet. Oh, I still intend to pester conservatives from time to time. But right now, it's just like, I don't know. There's not much in it, right? There's not joy to be found in it. I love getting in fact, I have thought about us reacting to Shadiversity video, in the near future, because I do kind of wanna critique some of these guys still from time to time. It's just a lot of the conservative world is just engaging with it doesn't get anybody anywhere. It is just toxicity, and they don't have anything. There's nothing to say anymore. There's just like, half of it is just drivel. It's Trump-fueled cope. And they're not even talking about a reality that exists anymore. And that's even true for some of the stuff that I feel like I have to talk about. The Sweet Baby Gamergate 2 shit, which I'm gonna do a video on, it is the most manufactured, deranged nonsense you could possibly imagine. Like, I can't even believe it, but it is more like, when you look back at Gamergate 1, you go, okay, I can see why there was compelling aspects of this narrative. And there was so much shit that was just completely made up or blown disgustingly out of proportion or totally misrepresented. But this one is really bad. And there's a part of me that makes me think that it will completely fail to actually be Gamergate 2, despite the fact that all of the people talking about it are trying to sell it as Gamergate 2. And it does seem to be having there has been a harassment campaign. It is so manufactured and uncompelling, it's hard to believe that it's going to stick around. Yeah, but even with stuff like that, where it reaches a point that you kind of gotta you gotta talk about it. It's just the conservative world is in fucking shambles. It's that simple. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, exactly, Smelanie. Smelanie says, yeah, the shoe-on-head situation against you was rough. Yeah, it was stupid. I brought critiques that I feel were very well-grounded, in fact, and the follow-up was just derangement, insane derangement. That's not even to be honest, while that was some of the harshest shit that was directed against me as far as the content of what the claims being directed against me were, it wasn't the worst harassment campaign I've ever dealt with. Oh my God, my nose is actually still, you guys can hear that, right? Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. I sound terrible. I can hear my own voice and I can hear how much it sounds like I still have a cold, because I do. God, it's driving me crazy. Spyro Gal says, you should tier list your old haters. Oh, that would be a very depressing endeavor. That would be a very depressing endeavor, because I'm not joking. Like, most of my haters have completely and utterly demolished themselves. So there would basically just be a big graveyard of all of the people who were my previous most stringent haters. It's bad. I mean, I take great pleasure in people who were horrible to me for essentially no reason, totally out of scope with whatever beef they had. There are people who were mad at me with reason, you know? But when I talk about the haters, I'm talking about people who either had no reason whatsoever, or their reason was so out of scope with their reaction that it was derangement. And those people, my goodness, there were a lot of them, and they are not holding up so hot. Not doing so good these days. Anyway, all of this was sort of a disorganized stream of consciousness about my thoughts about being a streamer for 4 years. How I don't think that not only is like the drama cycle unsustainable, but it's also just it damages. It has like a radius of damage where it starts hurting everyone around those people, which it disrupts a whole space. It's just terrible. But also that, like, you know, in 4 years, I've realized just how hard it is to actually keep a show going, and that most people who talk about this stuff have no idea what they're talking about. It is very difficult, and most people do not. I would say this is true even for myself. I am still figuring out how to balance and you know, keep going forward and growing and all that type of stuff like that. And I'm obviously still growing, which is amazing. Feel great about that. But it is so, there are so many people who have this idea that just like, if you turn your camera on every day and do something, you know, you do a little dance in front of the camera, that will just automatically translate into growth or success. And that's just not true. There are, and this is the other side of this. I don't want to, realize I kind of went off on a tangent about drama because it gets me so worked up, and it's something that's been on my mind for a while, as you could probably tell. But on the other side of it, there are so many people who are really talented, and they put in the work. They show up every single day, and every single stream day, however frequently they stream. Some of them literally try to do it every day, which is, don't do that, guys, please. Don't do it. But they show up and they do a great job, and they are knocking it out of the park. They're creating stuff that's thought-provoking, entertaining, amazing, and they just can't find the foothold ever. And so, life happens. They got to go do other things. They got other jobs or whatever. It's so many good people have also disappeared over the years. A lot of them have been driven away. And I think part of that is, why I get so mad at the drama stuff, at the harassment stuff, is because I've seen so many unbelievably talented creators who absolutely deserved the whole world. They deserve to have thriving jobs and audiences, be subject to nonsense that chokes them out completely, and it's unfortunate. And sometimes you get a little bit of survivor's guilt. I try not to think about it that way, because I am proud of what I make, and I have done something special, and you all show up and you enjoy yourselves and have a good time, and I see the comments from you all when I do something that really hits home, and I feel great about that. But also, it's just like, sometimes I'm just like, damn, like, how did it work out this way? That we lost so many good people. Some of them have no desire to ever pick up that camera again. It's unfortunate. The space is worse for it. We all have less to watch and less to enjoy. It's a biodiversity collapse in the streaming spaces, particularly in politics spaces. It's worthy of mourning. But also, that's kind of what I've been thinking about with the Grand Gardener stuff, right? That's part of the reason why I set this year as like my vision for this year is the Grand Gardener, the Grand Gardener arc, if we want to be all anime about it. It's just, I want to see if it's possible to angle what I make in a direction that maybe we can start to, I don't know, see more connections pop up, see some start seeding things that could lead downhill to more connections being made. And maybe it's not possible. Maybe it's just it's all too competitive or whatever, and not enough. But I'm gonna at least give it a try. Definitely gonna give it a try. And also, just generally, I personally, on a personal level, completely ignoring community and spaces and all of that stuff, I personally have a desire to spend more time making things that are uniquely mine, that are, even stuff like this, where I'm just speaking my view on the world, and hopefully people are finding value in it, or finding interest in it, or entertainment in it, or whatever. I want to do more of that. I want to see, because that's another thing that I feel like not just political streaming, but streaming in general has a problem of not having a lot of original content. There's so much React, and there is transformative React that's really good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not blanketly talking down to React content. God knows I do it. I do React content, and I feel like I do pretty transformative React content. But it's the space struggles with coming up with original ways to keep people entertained on these, and I want to figure it out. I want to come up with ideas that will put us in that direction. Yeah. Anyway, 4 years. It's been a long time. It's been an interesting road. Many, many things to think about, and it's been on my mind a lot. It's a pretty major, landmark that a lot of channels don't ever see. And I don't know. It's important to remember. I guess it's important for me to look at this stuff and share it with you all. Especially because, I mean, there's a lot of fucking haters out there. Let me be 100% with you all. There is so much haters, okay? It's crazy. The comments, you guys don't ever see my back end of the comment section, okay? I get a lot of comments on my videos, and there's a lot of weirdos, okay, on the internet. A lot of them have really, really weird ways that they approach stuff. It's consistently baffling, the type of things that some people will get angry about. And also the things that people will say to try and get under your skin. Sometimes they succeed. No matter how good you are at the internet, the idea that like a heckler or a troll will never get under your skin that's a pipe dream. Everybody, they might get under your skin sometimes. And sometimes the things that people will resort to saying to try and get under your skin is kind of wild. But there's always one thing I've always dealt with. And this is since I started streaming. From the very moment I started streaming, there have been prognosticators of my doom. People who stand out there and go, oh, it's only a matter of time before your channel is in the dust, before no one cares, and you're dying, your channel is dying. And it's interesting, the more successful I am, the more convinced they are that my channel is dying. It's really funny. I find it really strange. I wonder what it is that makes people like that. That the more success I have, the more my numbers are actually objectively doing better, the louder they try to say, like, you're dead, you fell off, you're gone. I remember a big streamer once declared the death of my channel, and they were like, yep, that's it, Demon Mama's done for, she fell off. And that was when my channel had like an average viewership of like 130 or 140. And right now we're sitting at 300. No, right now we're at 280 something viewers. I don't know, it fluctuates. Somewhere in the ballpark of almost 300 viewers in the middle of me sick with my nose stuffed, rambling first about birds and now about the history of my channel in a totally disorganized fashion, right before we get into some banger-ass content that I have prepared for today. And just, it's incredible, the confidence with which people will declare that you're dead and will say, it's like they're wishing for it, you know? They're trying to manifest it. And so far, their manifestations have meant jack shit. All their manifestations have manifested right out of their fucking ass. In the meantime, my manifestations, my vision for this channel, my vision for my community, my vision for what I'm making in the world has only grown more colorful, more vibrant, and more successful. And every streamer has a limit. There is no infinite fame. There is no success that lasts forever. None of it. Not even the most famous streamer that you can imagine will have the viewers that they have forever. There will be a day, either sudden or slow, in which they will no longer be at their pinnacle. It's just how it goes. People sometimes retire. People make changes in their lives. They go to do other things. And that's that, you know? I'd take an honorable arc of growing and reaching people and having a good time with it, and then, you know, time moves on and generations change and whatever. I'd rather take that to screeching about how everyone else has fallen off and they suck as you careen directly into a wall, which is what a lot of people who've spent a lot of time hating me have done. They've kind of been like, you fell off, and then wrapped themselves around a tree proverbially. You know, I'd take the fall off, quote unquote, to that any day, you know? And you never know. You can never know what the arc of your career is going to look like. You can only aim to do your best and play hard. You know, that's all you can really do. Like I said, there are people more talented than me at this streaming shit. In fact, you know, I would argue I live with one of them. Doe. I think Doe, like it on a just raw streaming level, what Doe was able to command, that's the wrong word. What Doe was able to inspire with just its personality on stream, just having a incredibly magnetic way of approaching things, an incredible way of interacting with its community. I think Doe was more talented even than I am. And, you know, that didn't all work out for a number of reasons. So the Doe was very good. Doe was a very good streamer, and it was really talented at it. And I've talked about why Doe doesn't really feel like coming back to streaming, but you know, for a while it was very motivated, and it did a really good job, and it built this crazy cool platform out of a lot of just personality-based content. And I think that stands out. If you can play games and keep people entertained and interested and talking with you, that's really amazing. You know, you don't have to do, you know, you don't have to, you know, farm, you know, drama or whatever. You don't have to farm topics. You know, if you could draw people with that level of magnetism, that's a magical talent. And I have some of that, but not as much as Doe. And you know, and for numerous reasons, Doe just didn't feel like the streaming was as rewarding or worth it. There was too much pain and stress involved with it. That's unfortunate. And you know, Doe's situation is a little bit unique, but a lot of people, a lot of really talented people, set out, do the best they can, and it just doesn't work out. And it's just a reality. So all of this is to say, I think it's important to celebrate milestones and to look back and to be proud of what you made if you made something good. And I think I've made something good. And I'm excited to see where we go with things. I'm excited to see as time goes on, as I continue to learn, as I continue to improve, as we try a new studio setup, see how that works, as we're experimenting with new things. I'm trying all kinds of new content. I'm excited to see where it goes. Maybe we're going to go way up into the sky. Who knows? Maybe 2 years from now, I'll have you know, 2,000 active viewers. And maybe not. Maybe 2 years from now, I'll have 350 active viewers instead of 300. Who knows? We'll see. Regardless, I'm proud of what I'm making, and I'm becoming more proud of what I'm making, because what I'm making is more in line with what I want to put into the world. And I think that is the most important thing of all here. Yeah. LB, thank you. That's really nice. LB says, if Demon Mama got one viewer, I'm the one viewer. If Demon Mama got no viewers, I'm dead. I hope that's not the case. Remember, do not die. Rule number 1, do not die. Rule number 1. You guys know I've been rambling a lot lately about my thoughts on streaming as an art form, which I think is a topic that makes a lot of people feel weird, but it's something I'm interested in, and it's something I want to figure out. I want to see how we can push that, if it's possible. Regardless, my whole life, from the earliest memories that I have always wanted to be an artist. That is what I sought to do. Writing and film and music. These were my sanctuaries and my aspirations. And I've done many things in my life, many different jobs, and through all of them, I have continued to make stuff. And some of it is not and will never be visible to the people on this stream. Some of the people who are watching this stream know my other works from elsewhere under different names. I've gone by many names over the years and done many different things. I sound a little bit like Trump there. I've done many different things, folks. So many different things you wouldn't even believe it. You know, many things, the likes of which you wouldn't even believe. Incredible things. But, I don't know. The reality is that I've always been working on stuff. Some of it's been successful. Some of it has not. I have had ill-fated projects. I have had films that were terrible. I have had short films that were hilarious but wouldn't make sense to anybody who wasn't there. You know, they were made for my friends or my family or whatever. I want, when I look back at streaming, for 4 years of streaming, it's so, I don't know what it is about streaming and the space here. Let me reword this. I don't mean to leave a thought without finishing it, but let me try and reword this because I'm realizing I want to make it clear. So frequently, I will sit there and I will go, I will look at another artist and I'll think to myself, man, it's amazing the filmography they have. It's incredible, you know, the library of books that they've written or short stories that they've published or games that they've made. And I'll think, boy, I wish I had that. And then I go, and then I look and I go, well, to a certain degree, I do have that. I have 4 years, literally hundreds upon hundreds of hours of all kinds of stuff, adventures and rants and debates and reactions and all these different things. Even if you just count stuff that is just my original content, I have hundreds of hours that I've put to video that is available for the world to see. And when I turn on my camera, fucking 300 people will show up to hear that. And yet sometimes it just feels like I can't even see it. Like it doesn't count or something. And I think there's multiple reasons. I think part of it is brain worms, you know? It's a problem I have of constantly pushing myself in a way that is probably, no, I shouldn't say probably, is very unhealthy. But the other part of it too is that the culture around streaming is one of ephemera. It is one in which a fire hose of output, and that's how they talk about it. Output, like you're a hose, literally. Like, what's your gallons per second? What's your videos per second? You know what I mean? What's your, you know, like, it's wild that like there's this atmosphere of output over everything, and it's just like, but that's not how any of this works. It's not how any of us get inspiration. It's not how any of you stay entertained. And so as a result, I think it's very easy, and I don't think I'm unique in this. I'm not the only streamer who feels like they disappear the moment they finish their stream. The moment they post that video that they recorded a few days ago, and the moment it's posted, it's gone. Like it's washed away in a river. I'm not the only person who feels like that. But the reality is, right now, I can open up my channel. I'm going to go to my channel right now. I can go to my channel, and I can scroll. And I can go here. Let's go just to my videos page. Fuck, we could go just to my live page. And I can scroll all the way back through time. And I can see videos that I could click on and go, oh my God, I bet, and I bet that I did something creative, unique, one of a kind, that made a bunch of people laugh. And sometimes you can literally see it. Sometimes you could see how many people latched onto something, how many comments they had. Like, I mean, the inscription streams. Oh my God. The inscription streams were magical. And hell, those didn't even get a lot of views because these were just gaming VODs. This was back when we still posted the gaming VODs on the channel, but wasn't that a fucking magical experience? We don't even have video edited versions of the Cult of the Lamb streams up, and those were incredible. That was just us goofing and having a great time and talking about stuff and cracking jokes and me keeping people entertained while we put people into the cult. And you guys got to put your own impact into the game. You get to pick your little animal and your name. Amazing. You know. I have a gaming channel. It's just we haven't kept up with posting the VODs on there. And honestly, that's probably on me. The reality is I probably need to take some time, catch my breath from all the different things I've been juggling, and I don't know. Either I probably need to sit down and talk to Danny about whether or not we want to go back and put all the gaming VODs together or whatnot. But they're great. Anyway, the point is, it's super easy to feel like, look at this one. Even this one right here. This was a fake debate. I don't want to say fake debate. It was a debate with a streamer named Stardust. And in that one, I did my own live version of the Aristocrats, a Pathologic 2 themed Aristocrats retelling. That is me doing live fucking stand-up. 3.1 thousand people watched the video version of that. I don't even know how many people have seen the live stream version of that. So when I don't know, when I feel like everything gets washed away, when other streamers feel like that, part of it is not just our own perspective problems, which I'm sure many of us, I'm not the only one who's a bit of a workaholic. I'm not the only one with impossible standards I set for myself on an artistic front. I know I'm not the only one. I know I do this. But there is also a culture around streaming that has, it buries everything. It buries our enjoyment. We all have a good time, and there's stuff to be proud of, and all of that. And there's not enough time devoted to it. But guess what? I changed that today because I just rambled for 30 minutes about the last 4 years of my career and all my thoughts about it, and the negative and the positive and the sad and the good. And here we are right now, going forward. And we're about to do some fun-ass shit because I got some cool stuff for you, you know? Anyway, that is my, consider this my impromptu anniversary of the stream discussion that we didn't have because I was busy and forgot and let the anniversary go by, which is remarkably unprofessional and slightly embarrassing. Anyway. And interestingly, that will not be likely usable as any sort of video or segment. So, if you're here and you're enjoying it, please make sure that you press like. If you're not subscribed to my channel, please do subscribe. And consider telling your friends about how much fun you have on my live streams. My live streams are the absolute heart and soul of my content, more so than my videos. My live streams are where it's all at. So tell people about them. Word of mouth is beyond powerful. I would love to continue to grow. I would like to see how far I can take this, and I would love to make streaming history together. You know, I really would. Lauren X Pandamus, speaking of which, says, I remember when you were saying that you wanted to make streaming history, and I thought it was bluster at the time. You may not be super well known, but you definitely have a cult following, and they will talk about you for a long time. Oh, that's still my goal. That is still my goal, is to be able to put something out into the world that is new, that is not been done before in the streaming world. I don't know if I'll ever be able to achieve it. I really don't. But it's my goal, and I'm going to keep working towards that goal. I have some ideas, some stuff that I'm working on in the long run. And for me to do that, I have to be able to take care of myself. I have to be able to celebrate where we are so far. I have to be able to not burn out. And I want to do that. I want to be able to make an impact on streaming. And I think I can do that. And what you've said means a lot to me because I know. So this is a weird thing about my position as a streamer, is that people know me a lot further even than my own following. I have a very, very powerful community. The imps are like, the passion glows. It's like warmth. Other streamers come and warm their hands up around how warm this community is. It's palpable. But also, my name is known much further than our community. And not everyone is going to vibe with my content because I am doing things differently. I do things a little differently than most people expect. I don't always follow all of the rules of YouTube and whatever. But I have a weird reach, and I think that's promising. I think that says a lot, you know? There are many artists who were not, the number one top Billboard whatever of all time, who were not did not make $1 billion off of what they made, but who are nonetheless remembered. And I'd like to be remembered in that way, deservedly. So I have work to do, and I'm working on it. So, Lauren X Pandema says, you definitely have the most unique stream. I've been here for 3 years. Thank you. I do feel like I bring something unique to the table, and I've been thinking a lot about how to amp that up. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, thank you all very, very much for watching. Thank you all for being here and for listening to me. I think we're all warmed up. Actually, I'll be completely honest. I feel like this is a bit of an anti-warm-up because when I was streaming, my nose was less stuffed up, and now my nose feels more stuffed up, and I feel like I sound terrible, and it is really getting to me. I am, oh my God, it is upsetting me. I am going to have to ignore the video segment that I upload on the next bit that we're about to do together, because we are about to do a big political discussion react segment. So if you want to talk about revolution, baby, if you want to talk about the revolution, you're in for a treat. But I'm going to have to ignore my own video because I'm so worried about how I'm sounding right now. Ashmar says, Demon Mama, one of the biggest pieces of my artistic philosophy is to create what you want to create first and worried about what category or genre it falls into later, and your streams follow that rule. Thank you. I wish that I had kind of internalized that type of rule earlier. I wish that I hadn't set out to be a politics streamer, but at the time, that seemed like there was a thriving world there. And to a certain degree, there was some thriving going on. It just was very short-lived. But regardless, part of the Gardener thing of this year, part of the theme of the Grand Gardener is that we're going to make things bloom in their own direction. And I think you're right about that. I wish that I had seen that more clearly earlier on, but I was still learning so much. There was so much. And I got into streaming via politics communities from streamers and other communities that were definitively politics communities. They identified as such, and so I was like, hey, I want to be a part of this if I can, and I could. Unfortunately, things were not what they seemed in many ways, and also a lot of things changed. Some of the stuff that was happening when I first started streaming was murdered, in my opinion, metaphorically, but a very loose, but a very thin metaphor. Okay, it's a thin metaphor. They were murdered. There was a lot of types of content that was being made. There was a lot of types of shows that were being run that were targeted and in my opinion, aggressively taken out, which changed the calculus. But yeah, I do think you're right that ultimately you make what you want to make and let other people decide what categorization it makes. A lot of something that's, and this is connected, but kind of in a different direction. The social media world is very obsessed with categorization. They want hashtags. They want hashtags on everything. They want you to fall into a niche and appeal to your niche. And the reality is, I don't play nice being put in a box, okay? I won't ever. It is not going to happen. And I just don't. I don't like it. I don't like being trapped in a box. Some people do just fine, I guess, but I don't. So I'm always going to have a weird edge to everything that I make, a weird touch. Yeah. Zadoki says, Xanderhall has talked about how his nose gets really itchy when he streams. Maybe it's like that with your nose being stuffy now. No, it's just, I mean, maybe. I think it's, okay, so the itchiness thing is probably because when you're streaming, you're projecting your voice for the show, and you're talking a lot, which means that all of your sinuses, your throat, your mouth, your skull is all vibrating, and air is going through it, which would make you itch, and also would activate the stuffiness. It is, so yes and no. My nose doesn't get stuffy every stream, but it does. If it is stuffy, it will get worse because it's being worked, if that makes sense. Yeah. Rhodes says, I've been a part of your community since the start. Watching your stuff and later working with you as a mod has been so very fulfilling. I thank you for the chance to be a part of this place. And I thank you for being a part of it, Rhodes. It's been wonderful to share this cozy corner of the web with you. And I've always appreciated everything you've done for this community. You know, big shout out to you, and you know, the feeling is mutual. Very much so. Honestly, I should probably take some Sudafed. Would Sudafed help with this? Yeah, it probably would. Nasty Redacted said, this is probably my best working experience so far. While I intend to keep improving it, I hope that it keeps getting better. Nasty, I am persistently honored to have you on my team. Seriously. TSW the Shadow Wolf says, Demon Mama, one day you just appeared on my YouTube recommendations as if fate was pushing me towards you, and I think fate made the right decision that day. You know, demons, we have that kind of influence, you know? We move in weird ways, and the vibes sometimes guide you right to us. Isn't Sudafed used to make meth? Yes and no. There are things that can be found in Sudafed that can be extracted to be a portion of the creation process of meth, as is depicted in the popular television show Breaking Bad. But it's more complicated than that. But yeah. Saline nasal spray. Yeah, that's like a good solid way to do it. But I can't exactly do saline nasal sprays on stream, unfortunately. That might be a little awkward and off-putting. You know, just to be like, I mean, I just mimed it now, but it's funny because I'm miming it. I'm not actually doing it. You know, it wouldn't be so funny if I was. Just don't take Otrivin? I don't even know what Otrivin is. What the fuck is Otrivin? Xylometazoline. I've never even heard of that. That's wild. Never heard of that. Demon Mama Neti Pot stream. Okay, Neti Pots are kind of fascinating, but they're also really weird. Anybody who's used a neti pot or is familiar with a neti pot is probably knows it. They're really fucking weird. They're kind of helpful for certain things, but they're pretty weird. Calliope, wonderful to see you. Can't they give you brainworms? Only if you're using really contaminated water, and if your water is contaminated to that degree, you might have bigger problems because you can get brain worms, and they're not worms, they're amoebas to be fair, but you can get brain amoebas from like swimming in contaminated water. But that contaminated water has to be pretty fucking contaminated. We're talking like the type of water that gets like the amoebas in it is like, you know, runoff from like industrial waste or medical waste or like the runoff from like landfills and shit like that. You use distilled water for neti pots for this reason. Yeah, I mean, they tell you this. Every neti pot will tell you to use boiled or distilled water. Yeah. But yeah. Al the Healer said, I first heard of you during the whole Kink It Pride drama, and the first live stream I ever saw of you was your review of the Vosh versus Mike from PA Maximalism stream. I never went back. Love you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Al the Healer. That was a legendary stream. The Maximalism stream was, you know, people have copied my Maximalism format. It's flattering, but I had never seen anybody do a Maximalism stream like that before. The closest thing I'd ever seen was people doing emoji spam. We haven't done a Maximalism stream in forever. I should do another Maximalism stream soon. I haven't done one in a while. I didn't want them to get tired out. You know, I wanted them to be special. But also, there just hasn't been good debates to do them for. You know, there was this period where all these wild debates and throwdowns were happening. There just aren't that many anymore. Anonymous Platypus says, I first heard of you when you had the debate on supply chains with Vosh. We did not have a debate about supply chains. We had a debate about, I don't know. We had a debate about how the situation unfolded, but yeah. I'm surprised. A lot of people unsubscribed from me for that conflict, which, weak, by the way, weak. If you unsubscribe from me because of that, you don't have the chutzpah to be an imp. The Don Lemon Elon Musk interview is nuts. I want to do that. I want to do that Don Lemon Elon Musk one. I want to react to that really bad. Vosh was going hard on you. Yeah, I should have. I don't want to rehash that whole thing, but that was a bump. That was a bump in our relationship, but we worked it out. So. Deeply Concerned says Maximalism stream. Yeah, it's been a long time since we've done one. A Maximalism stream is basically when I allow streamers, or I allow viewers to donate, usually for $1. They can pay to put up a animation or a GIF of their choice up onto the screen. And I, as the streamer, am challenged to make the mosaic, make the content viewable and enjoyable, even while we have sometimes hundreds of GIFs on the screen all at once. Here, I can show you one of them. Here, hold on. I can show you one on my channel. What was the most recent maximalism that we did? Oh my God, I don't even remember that one. Oh, it was the Hassan versus Trainwrecks. Wow. I forgot about that one. Oh my God, look at what it looked like towards the end. This is what it looked like towards the end. As you can see, here is XQC. And where's Hassan? I think, oh, Hassan's up here. Here's Hassan up here.
Amount of taxes, somebody who has the same income, but that's like older. Bro, come on, man. You're just expanding. Why cut the legs of somebody who's trying to fucking jump like a fucking grasshopper?
If you want to know the real base take, bro, listen, here's all we need, okay? We need a socialist that's a capitalist in power. Do you understand that? That preaches both sides, both the good that can come from both, right?
Huh?
And that's that. So all we need, listen, all we need is we all come together and we start, you know, practicing what we preach, and hey, we start the changes. That's it.
Yeah, we just got.
So Train officially did not even advance his thinking a single iota in this entire conversation. No. Yeah, anyway, I don't want to get... I remember that conversation now, but I didn't remember it right off the bat. Oh yeah, there's Train up there. Anyway. What a wild time. Of course, the Mike from PA1 was wild. Hold on, let me find that one. Yeah, here we go. That's this one. This is what it looked like at the end. Look at how it was so, by comparison, so small. We had so few GIFs. This was the first one we ever did. Look at that. It's beautiful, but we only had like, I don't know, 24 GIFs or something? So baby.
He kept asking me about, like, okay, so municipal tax district.
Here's me.
It's okay.
there's
Don't
a
worry,
policy,
Pain-sama. We're ending it now soon. Don't worry. We're going to the calm soon. Don't worry.
Typically,
everyone,
they have, okay, so county, city.
Guess what, everyone? We have reached the other shore. You have been delivered safely to the underworld. The Discord link? Wait, which Discord link?
Anyway, wild time. Wild time. But enough dwelling in the halcyon days of memory. Enough. We have content to do. That's right. We have politics to discuss. We must forge ahead. We must. We must. Oh, thank you so much, Fortnite. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that. My hair's getting very long. Look at that. Look at that. The ponytail looks really good, doesn't it? It looks really long. It shows you how long it is, right? Anyway. My lovely, lovely imps. My lovely imps. We have a special treat tonight. That's right. It is one of the rare times in which a seed that we planted long ago has bloomed and grown up into something far bigger than we could have imagined. That's right. Tonight, we are going to be talking about revolution. But we're going to be talking about revolution in an interesting context. Some of you may recall that a very long time ago, not that long ago, but months and months and months ago, I reacted to a video by a content creator by the name of Sisyphus55. Sisyphus55 is a leftist video essayist who did a video called "The Revolution Will Not Be Live Streamed." And I reacted to that video, and I was somewhat critical, but I also thought that it was a very thought-provoking video, and I chose to approach it in a very productive manner. And as a result, I ended up sitting down and having a conversation with Sisyphus55, an interview we actually had, which was broadcast right here on this very channel. You can find both of these things, if you want to, on my channel. You just got to subscribe and go check it out. But tonight, we are going to be watching the follow-up, the long-awaited follow-up to the Revolution Will Not Be Live Streamed, which is called The Revolution Will Not Be Uploaded. The Revolution will not be uploaded by Sisyphus55, and you will be pleased to know that I am featured in this video. The interview that I did all that time ago with Sisyphus55 is at least in some part present in this video. And I'm really excited for this video because the conversation I had with Sisyphus was very good. The asynchronous dialogue that we had from, you know, me watching his video, him watching my critique, and then both of us sitting down, that was really productive, and I felt like it got everybody's brain juices flowing and got everybody thinking about all kinds of stuff. So I'm excited to watch this video. I have not seen it at all. I do not know how I am included in this video. I might even be dunked on or insulted. I doubt it, but it's possible that I get completely blown out of the water in this video. But I want to watch it together. Now, it's a big video, so we got to buckle in. This is going to be a long-form react. But I'm very excited because I think this is a topic that is going to make a lot of sense and get a lot of people's, you know, their hearts pumping and their brains working in a direction. You know, it's really funny to me. I don't want to spend too much time setting up before we watch the actual video, but when I first started streaming over 4 years ago now, thank you. I know 4 years streaming is a long time. But when I first started streaming, people, the revolution versus reform, the conversation around revolution was all over the place. People talked about it all the time in varying degrees. It was a very contentious topic that people had a lot of opinions about. Some people were very anti-revolution. Some people had, you know, differing perspectives on it. Some people were very pro-revolution. Some people had, you know, Marxist-Leninist views of revolution. Some people had, you know, arguably reformist views of revolution. It was very interesting. It was a topic that people talked about a lot. People don't talk about it as much anymore. It is just not as discussed anymore, and I don't really know what the reason for that is, but we might discover some of it when we watch this video. I think it's a good thing to discuss. After all, we live in America, and what is the one thing, or at least I live in America, you guys probably live all over the place. I know you guys live all over the place, but the one thing that America claims to be built on is the American Revolution, our rising up against the tyrannical overreach of the British Empire. And yet no one talks about revolution. It's become a taboo topic. It's very interesting, isn't it? Anyway, without any further ado, let's dive into the topic of revolution and react to Sisyphus55's The Revolution Will Not Be Uploaded. Let's do it.
As Carl Jung wrote, the unconscious is pure nature, and like nature.
We're going to have to boost that, aren't we? Yes, we are. We are going to have to boost that real quick. All right, let's see how this turns out. Hold on a second.
Pours out its gifts in profusion, but left to itself and without the human response from consciousness, it can...
How is that? Is that too loud? Let's check. That seems fine.
Again, like nature, destroy its own gifts, and sooner or later sweep them into annihilation.
And I would submit to you that we are a lot closer to the when than most Americans, and indeed most people in the world, are willing or able to admit or to face. The level of divisiveness in our culture is becoming toxic. We don't talk to each other. We live in our respective silos. We listen to these podcasts. Those people listen to those podcasts. We don't vote for the same people. We don't think the same world out there exists that way. Our morals, our culture are ripping us apart. That's one side. Very different from the way older societies understood themselves to be living with nature, not dominating nature.
Marianne Williamson, huh? Wait, hey, who's that? Hey, look, who's that? That's motherfucking me, baby. That's us. Beast. Hey, Chariot's in here too. That's amazing. I don't know Andrewism very well, but I do know Chariot. And I adore Chariot. Based. Wow, this video is going to be incredible, isn't it? Dylan. Wow. Oh, we are really getting every side of this issue. Woo-hoo-hoo! I'll turn it down a little bit for this part because the music is a bit louder than what I had controlled for. But wow, this is quite a broad representation of people in this video. I'm actually super, super, super interested in where this is gonna go.
Because of cultural imperialism, we are literally teaching the rest of the world how to see what to wear. Kardashians are lying to you. Culture used to be the backbone of the resistance. All it seeks to do is sedate the masses. Culture now seeks to appeal to our primal urges, our base need. We're now in the age of mediocrity. You can bring about the positive change you want to see in this world. Because the revolution will not be televised. Revolution will not be televised. Only you can bring about the revolution by taking it to the streets. Keep resisting. Billy Joel is going to be sad if we don't talk about fashion. You know what I mean?
Here Hassan demonstrates, there's a sort of cultural war going on, and nowhere is this battle more apparent than in the space of the online left, where you see kind of a colorful cast of personalities and characters offering a wide range of analysis, critique, and entertainment. The apparent growth and popularity of many of these figures suggests that the online left, in terms of numbers, has been quite successful. However, some, including myself, have put into question the extent to which this space offers real organizational potential and real political engagement. Does online politics transfer into the real world? Is there a meaningful difference between the two? And does the infighting within online politics hinder the movement in some way? There's also the issue of the contradiction, in the sense that many people in the online left have to use the technologies of capitalism in order to critique the system. Above all, I want to add...
I'm sorry. I don't mean to backtrack, but did this guy... 24 male healthy. I lost an online argument today and got super angry. About 10 seconds later, I just randomly ejaculated. Holy shit! That is a legendary screen cap! yeah, why do I feel like a lot of my previous debate opponents have had that experience? Incredible. By the way, just as a forewarning, I deeply appreciate all support and donos in this section. However, I'll be reading them all at the end of this section. So if you donate now, don't worry, I will read your dono, and I really, really appreciate you because your donations make this show possible. So thank you. But I'll be reading all of them at the end. Let's continue. That's amazing. I'm sorry, that's just amazing. I needed to say that, and I needed to call this thing out. Let's continue.
Technologies of capitalism in order to critique the system. Above all, I want to ask, is what we are doing here on this space useful? To know if the online left is useful is to first define what the online left is, and also to understand what sort of needs we are striving for, perhaps collectively. In this sense, we don't really need to philosophize too much here. For purposes of simplicity, I would argue that politics exists in the arena of needs, and it's simply an attempt to understand which needs are to be met and how. All we need is as much intersubjective agreement as possible, and then to do something with that.
At the end of the day, and I really hope you internalize this, you got blown the fuck out. And it's not because your points are bad, it's because your points are bad and you're stupid.
A few months ago, I made a video exploring online politics from my own perspective. I asked myself broadly if what I am doing and if what others are doing in the online left is useful in making the world a better place. In the end, I reached the cynical conclusion that it wasn't enough. The online left was not being as useful as it could be. I felt like this space was placating my own idea of true political change. And, to my dismay, some large streamers and many from their communities felt that my video was myopic, self-destructive, nihilistic, and pretentious. I felt misunderstood, incompetent, attacked, and just plain stupid. And also maybe I went about it the wrong way. In a brief moment of optimism, I saw Vosh, a strong critic of my video, explain his own grievances and wishes for the online left and its audience.
I think the key is understanding that through all the disagreement, fighting, and personal bickeries, there are things we can focus on to productively move forward. You know, the key here is that it's a political space, not a social space. Disliking people in a social sense, thinking they are rude or boorish or even have some bad opinions, doesn't prevent you from working with them on issues of critical import. I only hope for a future in the online left where there's a little bit more constructivity behind all of it, because I feel like we're a bit lacking in that regard. You need to have the right people in office, even for radical change to take effect, unless you're speaking to some kind of genuine revolutionary sentiment, which, you know, good luck, I guess. It doesn't really seem to be the environment we live in right now. Doesn't seem to be a realistic venue for change at this time. I really think we should focus on the avenues we have before us.
We're talking about electoralism, which is of course vital, but I think that at the fundamental, like, personal level, so often it's about convincing a person that what they can do can make a difference, like on any level. It is remarkable, especially at a local level, how much single people can do.
After watching this, I felt that maybe I had simply failed to communicate my point, as his message was pretty similar to the one I reached in the video. And I think a large failure of this communication came down to my presumption of others' views and an absence of communication. So I reached out to Vosh, explaining that I think his views on the online left were actually quite similar to mine, and that I would like to talk to him in order to better understand his own perspective. Now, his response was interesting. He expressed regret in his tone for how he handled things, described the weight of his audience's expectations, and expressed a surprise at my lack of hostility. This email already demonstrated that this whole non-confrontational approach was somewhat alien in these spaces.
I've since translated this needs-based approach to talk to many other people engaged in this online space. The following video is a deep dive into understanding the online left from the perspective of those who have engaged with it. I've interviewed politicians, streamers, content creators, and critics of the online left. Do others see the online left as useful? Does the space even exist? In order to find this stuff out, I need to get out of my own head, and I need to talk to other people. And this is what this video is.
And then so I have to say, before we go any further, what an awesome thing to undertake. Yeah, just what an incredible thing to set out to do. Regardless of where this video goes from here, that is a hell of a project to undertake, and I think that no matter what the conclusions of this video are, I think that this is going to be valuable for all of us here watching to reflect on. We're going to, in this video, it seems, receive a broad spectrum of perspectives on this strange anomaly that we call the online left. You guys hear mine a lot, and I feel like I have, you know, a pretty unique perspective as far as they go. But here, we're going to get everybody's. We're going to get a really broad spectrum view on what this space is in its current state over the last year or so. And I think that's going to be fascinating. I'm very excited for that. And I want to say, no matter where this video goes and where the conclusions are, I am really interested. And I think this is a great premise. Yeah. I was one of the critics of the initial video. Obviously, I admitted that at the very beginning, and I will say my title was a little bit more mean than the actual content of my video. I was a little bit more like, you know, I guess a little bit more, but that's because you only get 120 characters for your title. You know, you only get to put so much in there, and I wanted it to be eye-catching and also fairly accurate. But that's all I want to say. Let's continue.
Trying to change the way, and
He's doing the Gamergate thing. He's doing the like SJWs infiltrated our media, and they're trying to.
Firstly, I needed to make sure I was collecting a comprehensive, holistic sample.
I can tell right now also, just as a disclaimer for all who are watching, I'm going to try and normalize the audio with my controls to the best of my ability as we're watching this, but I can already tell there's some fluctuation in the audio levels, so I apologize if it's an uneven audio viewing experience. I'm going to try and keep things fairly even to where my voice is, so that when I tune in, you don't have to make lots of changes. But I can already tell there's some audio ups and downs. But anyway, let's continue.
Of people that have engaged in the online left. Now, setting aside any sort of personal disagreements or grievances I had with these people's opinions or content, I kind of put that aside and I reached out to as many creators, politicians, critics of the online left as possible in order to kind of have a overarching view of what this space means. Here are all of the creators that I reached out to, and here are all
So here's the full list. Wait.
of the creators that I was able to talk to. Now,
wait, hold on.
That I reached out to, and here are all of the creators.
So this is the list of everybody who ended up talking. So, Andrewism, ContraPoints, Kadia Mbowe, Noah Sampson, Alice Capel, Dylan Burns, Kidology, FD Signifier, Hans George Moeller, Chariot, Vosh, myself, Demon Mama, Hakeem, Progressive Victory, and Alexander Avila. Also on this list was Big Joel, Second Thought. Wait, no, Second Thought didn't make it. Oh, that's interesting. So Second Thought didn't make it, huh? Oh my goodness. Later. I'm in the middle. It'll probably be a while, so maybe more. Thank you for making me that. Oh man, so many people didn't make it in. But I swear, I thought Second Thought was featured in this video. Well, regardless, let's continue. I don't want to get hung up on this for too long. I'm very happy that I responded to that email. And anyway, let's continue.
That I was able to talk to. Now, I was really only looking for people's emails, so if your email wasn't in your channel description, I'm sorry I couldn't reach out to you. And anyone aware of Drama would also be aware of the fact that a lot of these people have not gotten along before, and
hey, oh, true.
Aware of the fact that a lot of these.
This is my Kidology video. Woof. Look, I did not like Kidology's video. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of conflict between all the people here. This is going to be very interesting. He knows the lore. I was very harsh to Kidology, but I feel that it was fair. I feel it was deserved harshness. But anyway, that's not what we're here to talk about. Let's do this.
People have not gotten along before.
By the way, if you haven't seen my Kidology video, worth checking it out. Definitely a little bit of it was a react that became very dramatic. Let's just put it that way. It got intense.
And I just want to use the space here to say that just because they are included in this video together, this doesn't mean that they're all coming together necessarily, and I'm not trying to unify the left. I'm genuinely just trying to get outside of my bubble and talk to as many people as possible, and the inclusion of these voices doesn't necessarily mean I agree with everything they say or everything they've done in the past. I'm really just trying to get an idea of what they think of the online left and what sort of things they need in terms of their own platform and intentions.
Oh, well, here's the thing. You've got to keep in mind, people always love to insult the way that I
This is
look.
a classic example of what happens when your father doesn't pay attention to you.
And how did I go about interviewing this group? The last thing I wanted was to initiate the same sort of mudslinging and drama that the online left has been criticized for. At the end of the day, I simply wanted to understand the needs of others. This is where I happened upon nonviolent communication, an approach to discourse that values the understanding and expression of needs over the attempt to simply end disagreements. NVC assumes that all human beings share the same needs, such as the need to be understood, the need to be creative, the need to feel loved, and so on. From this, all actions are simply attempts to meet needs. Violence comes about when we feel unable or are unaware of certain needs not being met. I would argue that a considerable amount of online discourse falls short of being nonviolent and usually involves a great deal of persecution, inflammatory characterizations, and evaluation instead of a discussion of needs. What are the steps to nonviolent communication? Without using evaluative words, what are we observing about the situation at hand? There should be no generalizations here, as generalizing, more often than not, combines observation with evaluation. The second step is to now tie the observation with feelings. How did what you observe make you feel? These feelings should not be communicated as thoughts. I think this is really dangerous. I think this is amazing. Rather, the person should ideally communicate how they specifically feel about what is being observed. Feelings emerge from when our needs are being met or unmet. Identifying these feelings then allow us to connect with one another beyond evaluative judgments. Next, we need to tie these feelings to needs. The feeling of anger, for example, may be related to needing to be understood, needing to feel autonomous, or the need to be competent. Like emotions, needs are thought to be universal in the sense that most of us share similar needs. Finally, through looking at each other's observations, feelings, and needs, each party should be able to now make requests. Requests are clear, positive, and concrete calls to have needs met. This is different from demands, where hearing the response of no will trigger an attempt to force the matter. If a no is received, the individual should not give up, but rather inquire as to why the other party does not want to say yes. In my emails I sent to these creators, I asked the following, with some slight adjustments depending on their position. Here are the results.
Yes, that is my take, you retarded subhuman f***ing knuckle-dragging dipshit. Have you ever breathed through your nose in your entire f***ing life?
I don't think video essayists and debate bros are that different.
We all agree on the fundamentals, if nothing else.
Now at this point, you're probably wondering, what kind of wiener cares about this shit? You're not welcome here.
I have two skills, and it's non-monogamy and speaking publicly, okay? Do some f***ing research.
Fart huffing, complete ding-dong.
Put squid tentacles in the chat for how many calories you were denied as a fetus.
Like a guy who just doesn't have a fucking brain in his head.
Okay, listen. These are some all-time hits of the insults. All right. I wonder if I should be proud or ashamed that none of my old zingers have so far made it in. It's true, I have been on a much more peaceable arc in recent memory, but that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Yet. Yeah, we'll see. We're only 13 minutes in, so.
Firstly, I asked, what are the general observations they have on the online left, including whether or not such a space even exists. This involved defining the left in general.
So, like, there is no, no unified political, even ideology other than further left than, at the time, Barack Obama. I always make the comment, starting at Bernie Sanders and then moving left.
By the way, when I mean leftist, I mean proper hard left. I mean that you are a dedicated anti-capitalist, and that you have a understanding of what various socialist systems entail, and whatever you end up picking, if you're a syndicalist or an MLM or whatever else, doesn't matter. As long as you have a fundamental understanding, you've studied it, and you can present your arguments in a nuanced and accurate way, then you are legitimately a leftist, in my opinion. If you're a
This is something that Doe has been talking about to me recently, which I think, I'm not gonna spend a whole lot of time on this, but I find it funny that, so Doe has been talking about recently, just sort of in the abstract, this phenomenon in online left politics, whereby people come into the online left and their experience is basically they come in via a video or whatever, or a Reddit or whatever, and they join a Discord, or they start commenting, and they're immediately basically asked to choose their starter Pokemon. Yeah, well, what are you? Are you an ML? Are you an anarchist? What are you? What's your starter Pokemon? And they're sort of asked to pick that, and then they're asked to then sort of, as a result of picking that, they then have to emulate what they believe that thing to be. And it's kind of funny to hear that almost word for word what Doe has been talking about recently emulated here in this answer. Like, what type, are you a leftist? Do you disagree with capitalism? Okay, and then what type of leftist are you? Are you a syndicalist? Are you an MLM? Are you an ML? It's kind of interesting. Obviously there's more context here, but we were literally, Doe and I were just talking about that earlier. Anyway.
lukewarm social democrat, you're not a leftist. You're just somebody who wants capitalism with human face. You're no comrade of ours.
Some creators expressed the idea that leftist unity was actually a tired concept.
Something that I talk about a lot is that like leftist unity is a thought terminating cliche in a lot of ways. It is a thing that's designed to silence any sort of disagreement or productive conversation. And that's not to say that I don't think that lefties of different stripes need to work together, but like working together can't be browbeaten in. You have to like iron things out and come to disagreements.
Progressivism, or the left, or whatever you want to call this space, is like a very big tent, and I think that there's going to be personality clashes within that, and that's just normal and fine. So like the fact that I don't at all get along with some streamer, like, okay, that's a thing, right? But that doesn't necessarily need to be like this thing that divides the entire community. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, people are people, and they have interpersonal conflicts, right? That's not necessarily indicative of like the movement is collapsing and like there's no hope for the left or someone. It's like, no, like we just kind of need to accept that it's an inevitability that there's going to be conflict within any movement of a given size, and that sometimes that conflict is interpersonal, and like you can decide how seriously to take one conflict or another, but I think a lot of them probably aren't actually as worth taking seriously as they seem. So, I feel like some people feel like they have to choose teams, and it's like, well, no, you don't.
Now, more specifically, what is the online left? To answer that, we need to know if there's a meaningful difference between online spaces and reality. Some saw it as separate.
But I don't do anything like politically like meaningful, like that's actually sort of concerted political actions in the interest of sort of the collective or of people. The most I do is sort of like online, and I don't really consider online politics to be sort of the genuine understanding and definition that I have for politics.
And others saw it more as the same.
I mean, if you're engaging with somebody online and trying to convince them of this, that, the other, making an argument, I don't think there's that much of a difference fundamentally between going to a local meeting or a town hall or whatever and making that argument. I mean, fact is, most people get their news from some form of media, right? Not in-person engagement.
The more you talk to content creators and people who are the sort of people who have constantly been asked to take their online presence and make it into real activism and offline impact. People will say, what are you really doing? The real politics is out there. And I think that there's almost a little bit of a danger in the separation of the online and the real. What we're doing when we make online political content is we're networking for political consciousness. And so a lot of what becomes really important to our work is kind of getting people to understand things.
Whether there is a meaningful difference between online politics and the real world, it is self-evident that the online left has impacted real political action, as demonstrated, for example, by Progressive Victory, which incorporated streamers like Destiny, Vosh, and Keffels, and motivated their audience to canvass and phone bank. I actually sat down with Cam from Progressive Victory to discuss their experience.
Consuming political content online, you don't really walk away with an idea of how to make a change, but you walk away knowing all the problems that are around you. Our founder and executive director, Sam, has been working in politics for decades now, and he kind of looked around and realized that this is a really untouched space. AOC did her big Among Us stream, but there really just hasn't been a lot of recognition of the streaming space from establishment politics. And this is such a powerful space. Some of the pioneering work that's been done here was done by Destiny's community, actually, going out and canvassing and knocking doors in Georgia. The response that we saw to that canvassing, just hundreds of audience members flooding out and going to knock doors, and a lot of people's first time ever getting involved in politics, was a real demonstration of how much potential is just not being recognized and left on the table.
Now, those who were more antagonistic towards electoral politics still saw the space as effective in...
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff here that I have my own disagreements with, and for the most part, I'm going to try, unless it's like a really super severe disagreement, I'm going to try and let us hear other people's perspectives and not immediately respond. But, there's no way that I'm going to agree with every person or every organization's conceptualization of the space or their influence on the space, So there's definitely going to be some stuff I disagree with. And anyway, let's continue.
In terms of agitation and education.
The online left at its very best, and when it's working, in its very best form, is little more than just the new kind of agitation posters that you see, the kind of revolutionary scrolling scribbles that you see on walls.
This is really funny. I know that Doe has not watched this video, but that was another thing that Doe pointed out earlier specifically, was that there's a lot of leftists who basically only see their only role as quote-unquote agitation. Wow, that's okay. Doe operating on a psionic level in advance.
Kind of graffiti, that's what it is. And if it's very, very well presented, then it can help put the seed for a change of mindset, for a drive to go and educate oneself, to read, and then to eventually join organizations where the real work happens.
I think Twitch in that sense, or the flow of Twitch, for one, it is participatory, obviously, but also it fosters a community feeling and a feeling of having someone with you at all times, especially because it's the person that speaks to you. The viewer and the audience, and also the streamer, has the ability to forget about their own world and about the capitalist existence and focus more on what they're genuinely kind of interested in. So that could be a conversation about a political thing, or about a theory or an idea, etc. And I think that's just something, because the streamer is there with you and he's commenting alongside, etc., that there's an interaction happening that I think is really valuable to perceive, which is why I see the flow in live streaming to be actually much more important and qualitatively valuable for more of a practical kind of self-development versus, the flow, which is passive and you're just sitting and not thinking.
But perhaps we're getting a little too far ahead of ourselves. What is the online left? And more specifically, what is this idea of BreadTube? Many viewed it as far from the monolith that others do, and saw it more as a label that was put on them by their audience.
Just through the framing of the word bread tube, it comes with more of a socialist leaning, because it's talking to, I think it's in reference to the conquest of bread, if I'm not mistaken. Just through the terminology, and the people who consider themselves, that I know call themselves bread tubers, I would say that is probably the online socialist left. People who espouse some form of socialism, Marxism. It could be anything from somebody who's like a hardcore, like Nestor Makhno style anarchist, to somebody who's maybe more of a Leninist, I would say. While when somebody says the online left, I would say that that generally means you're left-leaning as it comes to the commonly understood political spectrum in the United States, at least in my experience, because I don't interact with a ton of YouTubers outside of the United States, outside of Eastern Europe. I would say that when we talk about the online left, we're talking about people who are generally left-wing on the internet. And I don't think there's any specific standard we should point to, like they believe this specific thing about capitalism, but we have general things that describe them, or things that are generally left-wing.
A huge part of the problem is it's the definitional problem, right? Like you have BreadTube, you have the online left, you have like progressive commentary or just progressive channels, or I mean, it's used kind of pejoratively by the right or even by centrist, BreadTube, which groups in everything left of like Destiny, I guess. Obviously the original definition of BreadTube, including all the video essays, there's a lot of them are still making content and doing well, but various subcultures have like spawned off of that.
First of all, like with YouTube, there is definitely this sense of like community or like a niche, you know, like the online left or like BreadTube or all those things where it's like, when you really look at it, we don't talk to each other as much as people would think, I believe. Like we do most of our content quite separately, so it's kind of our own little business.
The online left has really been more of has really always been more of like a description of a general trend more than an actual organized space that can be directed in particular ways. The term BreadTube was something that was applied by audiences to creators. It wasn't a creator initiated term. Well, for one, a lot of the bigger BreadTubers, they never really liked the term BreadTube. They didn't appreciate it. They just wanted to do their own thing, and it got turned into this whole, you know, point of critique. It's like, oh, these BreadTube creators aren't doing this or that, and it's never what they had intended.
I think the creators are all very nuanced and different, not just in the things that they focus on, intersecting identities and things like that, but also just the way we go about speaking about leftist quote-unquote issues. Other people have categorized me as leftist. I've never actually like blatantly been like, I'm a leftist, progressive, Marxist, feminist, blah, blah, blah. You know, like the labels don't really matter to me because I know I'm constantly learning, which leads me to the audience part of everything. I think the online left in terms of the audience definitely has a set of standards and beliefs that they have of what a leftist should be.
I gave, I think, my most full thesis in my Left Tube Has a Drummer Problem. In that video, I speak to the folly of thinking of BreadTube as anything more than a crafted or a manufactured kind of like what I call it, target audience or marketing sector. I can't remember the term I used, but basically, I point out that, you know, the original, you know, BreadTube juggernauts, they did not organize around any political action or intention.
If there's anything that holds these different like online spaces together, I don't think it's more a matter of ideas or ideology. It's more just like the audience and algorithm putting groups of people together to talk with one another, whether that's like a Reddit community or if that's an audience of people who watch certain YouTubers. It's mostly just the algorithm putting groups of people into bubbles.
Well, I guess the first observation I can think to make about what's called the online left is that, at least on YouTube and on Twitch, what we're primarily talking about here is essentially a fandom, right? It's not an organized movement. It's not really even that politically mobile at all. It's kind of like a fan community, essentially, that revolves around certain content creators. And I think sometimes the fandom gets a little delusional about what it is. I don't think it has to only be a fandom, of course. Like, I think there is a potential there for people to kind of, you know, organize within those spaces or meet other people.
It was like labeled onto them, and they found themselves like, we're all standing in a room now and everybody talks about us like we're a collective, even though we might not actually even know each other. I think that can be an upsetting experience that's sometimes unavoidable because of the way that the internet and people have genre brain, and they're like looking to create a genre and to create connections.
As some suggest, perhaps it is more of a social space than a place for coalition building.
I think that a lot of people on the left kind of treat this space online as a social space primarily. So if you don't like a person interpersonally, the political advocacy kind of dies there. I think that a lot of it in our space has to do with that social space conflation. The idea that I might be personally unsavourable and therefore not a worthwhile political ally. Something that I don't believe. There are lots of people on the left who I consider to be personally distasteful, but I'm still willing to work with them on some shared marginal goal or interest, you know, like there's something of value to push for there. And that's not always fun or cool or whatever, but it is how we win.
I also observed a common criticism that drama and infighting characterized a lot of the interactions and content in the online left.
I think that infighting just really fits into our time. I think with the left online, they feel like they're doing something when they're not actually doing anything, because there's so many emotions and so much energy being exerted into all these little fights about everything from like the Israeli-Palestinian conflict to like using the correct pronouns or what have you.
It feels like the lunch table politics assumption is also self-fulfilling, where if you see everyone operating on the assumption that it's really just whether or not you personally...
That's funny you should say that. Fontenite, you typed that in chat right before that. Fontenite says, it's worth pointing out that Kidology thinks infighting is when you say trans women are women, and then she... Yeah, I don't know. Again, I'm going to try not to like editorialize on each individual person's things, but what I said earlier in this piece, that I think that there's a good reason to infight on certain topics, I feel like Kidology kind of did me a favor there in saying that, like, I don't know, I feel like Israel, Palestine, and whether or not you believe that like trans people are deserving of basic respect, I feel like those are issues that are really fucking important, and that where you fall on that issue would significantly change your direction with politics, right? Like these are some of those things are irreconcilable, right? Like I don't know how, like, you can't both sides Israel Palestine like effectively. No matter how you slice it, like that is a conversation that has to be disagreed upon. Like you have to, if you're talking to a broad audience and there are people in that side that say, I think this thing, I think that, you know, X action taken by Israel is okay, and that has resulted in deaths of people, that is not just something you can hand wave as infighting. Those are fundamental, deep disagreements that are matters of life and death. So anyway, not to spend too much time on that, but I don't know. That's kind of why I said what I said in the section that I was featured for earlier, which is that I think that on certain issues, you can't just hand wave as infighting. There is a fundamental difference of opinion that cannot just simply be big tented away. You cannot big tent with someone who has a diametrically opposed position on the subject of genocide, you know? Anyway.
Personally like or dislike someone, you know, you fight, you bicker, you disengage, whatever. That's the whole name of the game. It kind of guarantees that it's always going to play out that way. I feel like I should make an effort to move away from that, but I don't know what deliberate actions I could take to do so. Because you can't just start reaching out to people and be like, oh, you know, I know that there was a previous assumption of mutual antagonism, but I'm now happy to work with your audience. And I'm talking to somebody who doesn't even do any kind of outreach, so there's not even like a mechanism by which that could happen. It feels like a virtue signal, you know?
There's stuff that I would go that doesn't even that I don't even consider infighting anymore. Stuff that ends up being like explicit harassment. I myself and my partner, who I mentioned before, have experienced that to an extreme degree, where I've had people obsessively target my platform and basically spend all their time trying to make sure that I can't continue or can't grow, often for completely fabricated reasons. I guess that's what I'll say on infighting. I think it's very complicated, that it's to a certain degree natural, and that we should try and cultivate doing it in a way that is as productive as possible, when possible.
The bigger flaw with the space is not that so much that we're not progressing people, because that's sometimes a lot bigger than our capacity, but what we are doing is creating resistance. We're creating barriers. We're slowing people down. We're holding them back, I think, with our bullshit. And I want to be clear, like, so much of the bullshit I'm talking about is stuff I participated in at one point or another, to some extent. Probably not the extent that people think, or an extent that I believe would have been possible had I not been targeted in some ways, but definitely participated in. And then it's like, once I caught on to like how that not just affects me and like my own personal well-being and the channel health, but also like, this is wasting people's time. This is distracting people. This is pushing people away from these politics.
Another observed feature of the online left was the use of capitalism to promote anti-capitalism.
One of the critiques I've like continuously seen from the left and the right, and from the center, honestly, is the sort of contradictory nature of that like consumer content genre while branded as anti-capitalist. And again, that's another like varying like needle, because a lot of creators will use their platforms for like fundraising or like just awareness, and like they'll shout out like organizations and things like that. But that, like the biggest creators, it's very much more focused on the product, which again, like I love all these videos. I think they're great. They're super compelling. They make me think in all these different ways. But in terms of the material relationship, there's no like skirting around that. And I think most of like the people associated kind of are very sort of aware of that.
Their content is largely putting out prescriptions on the world that they themselves do not abide by at all. And sort of the things that they critique about society are ultimately how they are making money, how they are leading their lives. They sort of critique capitalism. Some are very like starkly anti-capitalist, are anti-America or anti-American foreign policy, but like just anti-American in general. But they live in the United States, they sort of thrive in the United States. Their life and how they lead their life and how they do life is very different to what they are telling others to do with their lives.
As far as from like a making a living perspective, YouTube's kind of got the major upper hand, and I don't know how we fix it. Like some people, this was something, there was a cycle of discourse that has returned. Back when Twitch politics was a thing, there was this concept of like, should streamers form a union? And I kept going like, people would talk about it for hours without realizing that you can't unionize in the same way. You're a contractor. There's no union, there's no laws that allow you to be able to create a union in the traditional sense. The livelihood thing does put us at a spot where it's like there's always going to be that risk. There is always the risk because of the very default of the platform that like people's livelihoods are staked on their channel success, that there's always a perverse incentive there, and it is hard to overcome. I think we just have to get as creative as possible and recognize it as like a danger of the playing field. Because of the way it's structured, it's generally one person or a brand that is at the center of a channel, and if things go bad for that, it could really ruin somebody's life. It could make it so that they have their survival staked on that. And you know, that does put a certain limit on what can be done with the platform, but I don't think that it's like a total wash.
Yeah, and capitalism is very effective at selling you your revolution at a markup, right? So like, I do think that that's also something to be aware of, especially when we're talking about the space as a fandom. Like, is this just like a consumer subculture of, you know, like digital content creation? Like, well, it partially is that, right? So that's part of what I mean when I say like that can't be the only thing you do, because, yeah, no, I think that I'm not sure that quite rises to the level of politics if that's all it is.
Finally, how did these creators see themselves? Were they influencers? Even defining influencer proved to be quite difficult.
And so I think it's way too broad of a term, because a left-wing content creator on YouTube who's doing long-form video essays is so different than a left-wing content creator doing content on TikTok. The length, the style, how much information you can get in, the information space, the culture on these platforms is completely different. And so they're all influencers, but that covers the entirety of left-wing content creation on the internet, period. And so that could mean somebody doing like a Karl Marx inspired puppet show all the way to Hassan Piker like playing video games and talking about, I don't know, left-wing union organizing. It's just such a gigantic group.
There was also some confusion as to whether those within the space were entertainers or educators.
Really, when you look at it, it's about like getting people's attention, using whatever is trendy, whatever is, and then bringing value, like adding value to that, adding some education, like some contextualization, historicizing things. So it's really all about that for me, like the online left as it exists on YouTube. But I guess like maybe out of laziness, maybe because you want to get money as well, because like this is for a lot of us, this is our job. There's also this element of very reactionary element.
But it's very rare that like on this medium that you're gonna be anything other than an entertainer first. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. It's a role. And so I try to keep that in mind, and I try to remember that like I will talk about serious issues, but at the end of the day, my role is still mostly as an entertainer.
I don't know, in the late 60s, like how many people who got involved in like anti-Vietnam activism, like, for how many of them did this start with like Jimi Hendrix or like Woodstock or whatever, right? Like, I do think that there's a kind of, connection between culture and political activism, but I also like want to emphasize that like, I don't consider what I'm doing to be like activism in any direct sense. And I think that sometimes people think that by participating in a fandom, they are doing politics, and I'm not always sure that's the case.
Regardless of whether you want to say that what a streamer is doing is political advocacy or if it's entertainment, I think that kind of diminishes the power that is in entertainment. People form bonds to these creators. Non-streamer related example is we saw Taylor Swift making a call to action to her fans to go get registered to vote. And the response to that was immense. Taylor Swift's not really political. She sings songs, she writes songs, So I think that, regardless of whether you want to label the content as political advocacy or just purely entertainment, there's still a lot of power that exists for an influencer to direct their audience.
What do we make of these new and seemingly contradictory and confusing forms of identity? Here I'd like to introduce the concept of prophelicity. As argued by Muller and D'Ambrosio, we are living in a new age of identity formation beyond the identity-making technologies of sincerity and authenticity. Our lives largely function on the basis of second-order observation. In a sense, our identities are formed in a strange interaction between ourselves and others.
According to Muller and D'Ambrosio, there are three ways in which we form our identity. Firstly, there is sincerity, in which our identity is formed through a firm commitment to social roles. Then there is authenticity, where we create our social persona through committing to our unique and original self. These two methods of identity formation are still quite prevalent across different cultures. However, the complexity of the modern world has left us constantly reinventing ourselves and playing new, sometimes contradictory roles. Due to the amount of information and lack of time we have, most people now navigate the world through relying on rankings and ratings. These validation mechanisms rely on second-order observation. We do not simply look at things directly. Instead, we observe things and ourselves in terms of how they are seen by others. In a society where we need to interact with people whom we have no time, no desire, and no need to know authentically or sincerely, we often know each other through prophelicity. Prophelicity is where our identity is shaped by the extent to which we can achieve value under our second-order observation. Whereas sincerity seeks external validation and authenticity seeks internal validation, prophelicity simply seeks attention. In second-order observation, value, such as financial value, beauty value, moral value, or personal value, is determined by second-order ranking and rating mechanisms that determine what average opinion expects the average opinion to be. This promotes exhibition value as the primary value. One's identity then derives value so long as one successfully presents their profile for second-order observation mechanisms to verify it. Likes, views, Twitter threads all function.
Whew, boy, that actually sounds... I gotta go back and check out what book this is, because that sounds like a hell of a read. I'll be completely honest. I am very interested in learning more about this particular formulation, because boy, does some of what's being said here resonate very strongly.
To determine the coolness and excellence of one's profile. So, what is a profile? It is a curated self-image that is not just seen, but seen as being seen. And how can one successfully curate a profile? What separates the Voshes and Hassans from the smaller streamers? There are the three core aspects central to a successful profile. For one, there is quantitative attention. How visible and distinct is one's profile? Secondly, there is qualitative acclaim. In simple terms, the profile has a certain coolness to it. Perhaps you are an expert in debates or possess some attractive physical qualities. And finally, the profile has to have normative approval. To do this, profiles must have coherent ethical expectations. In the domain of politics, this means that the profile expresses the correct opinions and takes generally expected stances. The recipe for success, then, is a profile that achieves attention, acclaim, and approval.
I also sat down with the man behind Prophelicity, or one of them, Muller, who has his own YouTube channel. And I wanted to discuss his own views of the theory of prophelicity in terms of the identity of online left-leaning creators.
But I think there is this very strong still connection between politics and what I call...
I know this guy. I've had some disagreements with this guy's reads of certain things in the past, though I would be hard-pressed to summon them up now. But I'm interested in what he has to say about that. That's fascinating.
Identity work. It is just neither working on the basis of sincere identity.
I think, no, I don't want to say specifically, but I feel like it was on a trans topic. I watched one of his videos on a trans topic and came to disagreements.
And therefore politics are no longer sincere. It's also not really based on authentic identity, and therefore politics are no longer authentic. It's based on prophilic identity, and therefore we now have profile politics. And that is something that is the case both for the left and the right. It doesn't matter which kind of politics. Politics is, and especially, of course, again, on social media, if you do politics, it's also driven by the desire to profile yourself.
Now, one thing that came up a lot was how audience expectations and how you see yourself being seen by others could affect your moral behavior, what issues you decide to focus on.
Plenty of cases where people clearly want me to just tear into a video and I just ignore it. I try not to let the audience's expectations taint my perception too much. I mean, obviously, it's not completely avoidable. We're all social creatures. No man is an island, blah, blah. Obviously, even if my decision-making is, like, purely self-controlled, like, even if I'm fully on the ball when it comes to what I believe and how I handle what I believe and all that crap, there's still the problem that, like, there's a selection bias in the content that's actually shown to me, right? Where the audience will still, like, maybe disproportionately show me certain types of content.
As Beyonce's husband once wrote famously, "Is pious pious because God loves pious? Socrates asks, whose bias y'all seek?" In other words, is something good because God finds it good, or does God find something good because it is good? Similarly, is a certain political view seen as good because a profile endorses it, or do certain profiles endorse political views because they are seen as good? Simply put, under the idea of prophelicity, it appears to be both. In prophelicity, as in sincerity or authenticity, identity and morality can merge. The more prolific credit or identity value I get from the general peer for a moral cause, the more important it will be to me. Now, whether the creator authentically and intrinsically cares about the issue at hand is a secondary concern when compared to how the creator sees themselves being seen by others.
the way some people view me is not the way I tend to understand and view myself. It's a very depersonalizing thing to have these platforms, especially in this space where we are touching on like a nerve center of a lot of people. Like we're touching on stuff that people are passionate and sensitive about. So to give them grace, I have a responsibility to do something to take the pressure off that nerve. So if me saying free Palestine, ceasefire, etc., takes the pressure off the nerve of some people a little bit, then, maybe I should do that.
Now, this is neither good nor bad. If anything, Muller observes that any attempt to market yourself as authentically one thing or another is kind of paradoxical. Simply put, those within the online left are simultaneously entertainers and educators, profit-driven entrepreneurs and advocates of socialism. To judge them under the outdated principles of authenticity is unfair.
The solution to this is not to become more authentic or to insist on your authenticity, because again, that's impossible if you're operating in an online space. It's just more kind of honest or theoretically reflected. If they would understand that they are operating under the conditions of prophylicity, and that the politics they do and they perform is connected with this identity technology of prophylicity. I think that is super important for kind of a new understanding of what politics is and how it works.
I mean, I call Donald Trump thick all the time because he is. He's a pog.
Hold on, I don't speak millennial. You gotta translate.
Fat ass white is a porn term. Fat ass white girl is the term that I was using.
What is it?
Pog.
Pog? Okay.
Yeah.
Huh?
I don't think he's thick. He's thick as hell.
Isn't thick positive?
It can be positive.
Well, now that we live in a world where the blurred lines between an entertainer and a politician are pretty, accepted, what then can we talk about in regards to how people feel in these kind of new spaces of identity and politics and entertainment? So I next asked these creators how they feel about the space, moving towards more evaluative language. Seeing things in terms of prophylicity could be used to defend against one of the common feelings many of the creators felt about the space. They take themselves a little bit too seriously.
As lefties, we tend to have very high opinions of ourselves intellectually, especially when compared to our opposition. It's not like fascists know what the they're on about, right? So comparatively, we know a lot more. And as a consequence of that, we tend to think that we're above certain modes of engagement. And there's always this well, the proper revolutionary would do this, or the proper advocate would do that. And I think often it's kind of misguided. Political relevancy is largely up to our willingness to get down in the dirt and engage with the mediums that people actually pay attention to, whether that be YouTube or TikTok or whatever else. We're not all Trotskyites like handing pamphlets out at a street corner. We need to be where people are.
So, before we go any further on this, I'm certainly interested to hear more about this prophylicity concept. But even as I think about it, it's like, there's a certain amount of that that's true even outside of the social media world, right? Like, just as a small anecdote, I think of that one saying that people say where they're like, it's an adage, I don't remember where it's sourced from, but I'm sure you've probably heard it yourself, where it's like, all people have three faces: the face that they show the world, the face that they show only their closest loved ones, and the face that they show no one else except for themselves. I wonder, like, while the profile is certainly, it's like a magnification of an already existing thing, I don't know that you could say that authenticity, maybe you could make the argument that authenticity doesn't matter anywhere and maybe never did by that mentality. And but I don't know how. Anyway, all I'm trying to say is that I'm interested to see where these concepts go, because the initial portion of the statement, pointing out this observation that like the idea that like there is such a reliance, especially on the internet, on the second order, what they call the second order observations there, the like ratings or the perceived ratings of things. Whether or not many people many people perceive something to be good is fairly important. I wonder if that's not, simply a reaction to the amount of information we're given, and I don't know. I was interested in the concept, but I don't feel like there's been enough here. I see some people in chat reacting to it differently. It's thought-provoking. I'm interested to learn more. But anyway, that was a bit rambly, but I figured I would share some thoughts. Let's continue.
Creators that are in this space think too highly of themselves, or better yet, think their power far greater than it actually is. I think that shows in the petty squabbles we get in. I think that shows in the way ego, plays out in this space. And again, I think that shows in the way that our communities respond to us.
Now, is it wrong to take yourself too seriously? This suggests that what we do has impact after all. In his essay, Constituents of a Theory of the Media, Enzensberger argued that the new technologies of mass media, if freed from the hands of government and big business, could actually be emancipatory. Every reader, as it were, should write his own book. As he argued, these new forms of communication will make us happier, more creative, and more politically engaged. And this was something we can see in the optimism of many who I interviewed. Some have argued that it has actually rejuvenated the left.
I'm sure all of us get emails from time to time saying, hey, I really like your videos. Because of you, I joined XYZ, that sort of thing. Like, I've gone and spoken at a couple of like DSA or CPUSA meetings, and I'll ask people like, hey, do you know my work? Are you familiar with the stuff that I've done? And then at one of them, at like a DSA one at a local Texas branch, I went to a school and they were having a meeting, and the facilitator asked people to raise their hands if people there had gotten involved with the group because of my videos. And 25% of the room raised their hands.
The flow of information and how easy it is for everyone online to take ideas that forever was paywalled, or either ideas that were kept within the academia space, right? And you had to have academic journals to go through, or was just kept out of the conversation because it wasn't profitable for mainstream news or wasn't considered, palatable for mainstream audiences. These ideas can be given a breath of fresh air and then freely transmitted online in a way that is rejuvenated. It has rejuvenated leftism and left-wing ideas around union organizing, left-wing ideas around co-op building, other ways of building the economic system outside of being purely profit-driven under a capitalist market.
Of course, there are areas for improvement, but I think in some ways it was actually such a success that we're now asking completely different questions than anyone would have been asking back then, right? We're now asking is this going to actually affect real politics? And is this going to get anyone elected to office, right? Those are big questions. Whereas at the time it was about let's change this culture on YouTube. I think the culture is largely on YouTube has changed, right? In the sense that there's now this gigantic industry of video essays analyzing culture, mostly from a left of center perspective, I would say. So in that sense, there's been a complete reversal of the culture.
New media and social media, which is obviously part of it, requires kind of a re-examination of that concept. And I argue for it being very beneficial for social movements, because it does get people on the ground. It does encourage people to participate. Again, I mentioned Hassan, I mentioned Vosh, etc., that are doing entertainment, but at the same time they do have a concrete message, right? They do have an image, an idea that they convey to the audience. In some way, they have a myth that you can concretely say. So, what is Hassan's goal? And he often says his goal is to mobilize people, to maybe convince right wingers who come in to bash on him, but then stay for longer and then realize, oh, he's actually not that bad, and oh, actually, I believe I agree with this point. I never thought of this, etc. He has many cases where he mentions, people in his chat that are saying like, oh yeah, I used to be like a Nazi, and now I completely changed my ideas and my goals, etc. So in that sense, like, I think that his streams are really strong, right? I'm not saying it's the entire time, but it has these instances where it's extremely strong.
And here, perhaps, Enzensberger was correct. But then came cynical old Baudrillard, who criticized his idea of these technologies of, ever having the potential to be emancipatory. As Miller and Ambrosio write, his main point was that even a liberated mass media would not...
By the way, if you are enjoying this react and analysis so far, you've been enjoying watching this with me, first of all, make sure that you press like on the stream right below, or the video if you're watching this as a video. And secondly, make sure that you go press like on the original video, which I will link right now in both of my chats, and of course will be linked in the description down below. Make sure that you go give a like to Sisyphus55. Yeah, we want to share the love.
Bring about a free and equal society where everybody would interact productively with one another. To the contrary, in mass media, everyone was taking part in a mass exercise of speech without response. Instead of this beautiful online space of cooperation, debate, and creativity, we could find ourselves instead with everyone being awarded with their own monologue and with very little dialogue or constructive communication. According to Baudrillard, we became more alone together.
So if people perceive some initial threat, obviously it'll increase the likelihood that they're initially defensive or won't want to get engaged. Or people will think, oh, well, he's being nice now, but if ever anything negative happens with him, he'll turn the dogs on me, and then it'll be 6 months of protracted drama. I do think that it is very frustrating to be misunderstood, and every once in a while I get these very jarring experiences where I'll see somebody out in the wild, on Twitter or whatever, who dislikes me, and they will dislike me with a passion that I reserve for the love I feel for a partner. It's something I'd like to put to rest, ideally. Obviously, it's not really possible, because if you dislike a person, then everything they have to say gets framed in a negative light. If I say, oh, I'd like to put all this to bed and get along with people, or I may feel wronged by this disagreement, but that doesn't matter. We're going to work together on this. For a lot of people, it's he is snakishly trying to avoid culpability for his crimes.
The audience is also drawn to what is reactionary. This is what drives clicks, boosting one's profile. Unfortunately, this also compromises the very authentic creativity and productive communication that Enzensberger was hoping for.
Maybe out of laziness, maybe because, you want to get money as well, because this is for a lot of us, this is our job. There's also this element of very reactionary element that sometimes we have to do that sometimes, because you want to get some attention, but at the same time it's kind of betraying our core values, which is all about education, critical thinking. So when you put forward someone Andrew Tate, there has been so many videos about the manosphere, Andrew Tate and people like that, it's okay, great, you're using that very extreme figure to bring interesting points, but you actually have to bring those interesting points and also show how someone that is super extreme, as someone like Andrew Tate, is also the result of other things that are less extreme.
And one persistent feeling that comes from this appears to be a sense of alienation in creating content.
I think there's for sure a level of wanting to do good generally, or wanting to succeed that drives that. But in terms of the material analysis of it, yeah, it's very immediately. Whatever value or feeling that's there is just incorporated into the system. And so as it's changed and evolved, I think that the critique of all the larger channels is that the needle moves slowly more to the center, or slowly more to just broad progressivism. And I think it doesn't have to happen, but I've definitely felt that pressure when I'm deciding on how to talk about something, or what I want to cover.
I'd say the cases in which that happened, or I felt I I could have done a better job. It's mostly when I see a trend online and I'm like, I need to talk about it. So I need to find a concept to attach to it. I need to find a cool philosopher I can talk about. So that's usually what I do. And usually it never ends well. Like I always end up like not really liking the content because like, oh yeah, I need to produce it right now and I need to take advantage of that trend.
This, among other things.
That right there, what's being discussed right here is, interestingly, as I said, this is a fresh watch. I have not seen this before, but something I was talking about just a little bit earlier in the stream. If you're watching this as a video, go check out the VOD this is originally from over on the live panel. You can find it pretty easily over there. But was this idea that there was a period of my channel when I was uploading every day, and I experienced a lot of growth from that. YouTube rewarded me very well during that period of time with rapid growth. We were growing really fast, but it required, you know, it required a lot of that. It required grabbing things on a day-to-day basis and getting them out as soon as possible. And in the long run, while I wanted to give it a try to see if I could keep up with it, it was not sustainable for me. I don't think it's sustainable for most people. And I do think that you know, while I made a lot of stuff that I was proud of during that time, there was a constant strain, and I always felt like I was talking about it with less preparation, less thought, less inspiration than I wanted to. And I think that all of this ties into this idea that, like, you know, the content machine, and it's especially prevalent for people who are on YouTube. That YouTube is brutal in how much it wants you to maximize your volume constantly. They want the platform to be always full of things for people to watch so that no one ever leaves, so that they can turn it on when the moment that they wake up and not turn it off until they fall asleep. There's always something. They want, YouTube's ideal is that there is always something. And so they want all their creators churning everything out that they possibly can at the maximum level. But the reality is that severely, and I mean severely, not even minorly, it severely diminishes quality. And not just diminishes quality, it diminishes the well-being of the entire platform. It's a fire hose approach that is not sustainable, that degrades the long-term wellness of entire channels and arguably, and in my opinion, the entire platform as a whole. And there doesn't seem to be, you know, any serious way to deal with it at all, except for creators basically making out of their own volition saying, nah, I got to take a hit. I got to, or the opposite, saying, fine then, I'm going to just churn out. I'm going to jump on every trend. I'm going to talk about every subject that's popular, regardless of whether I actually feel strongly about it, because this is what is good to grow the platform. And I am personally in the camp that says, nah. If it means that at some point my channel is no longer viable, then I'll make something else. But I can't do that thing. I can't do that. And the pressure is there. Anybody who steps onto this platform and tries to make anything on this platform or any other platform like it will feel the pressure, the constant call to make more, and it's never what you're making. It's always more. That's the thing. It is always make something else. I feel like, I mean, there's the proof of this is in the streamers that will stream 8 to 12 hours every single day, 6 or 7 days a week. You cannot prep for that. You will be reacting in real time to other things as they happen. You cannot be doing original stuff that entire time. And some of these, as we've seen with increasing controversies over like content theft, the sort of what they call the lazy react streamer or the empty chair streamer, where it's like, well, I'm going to go eat lunch and go to the gym. But because you're a huge streamer with a massive following, you don't want to lose anything. So you just put somebody else's video on in the background and get up out of your chair and walk away. Now, obviously, every streamer's got to take some breaks, you know, walk to the bathroom and whatever, and there's varying degrees of this. But the fact that there are streams in which a streamer could just get up for an hour and not even be present, you know, it speaks to the state of affairs, the state of the unrealistic expectations and the demands for a never-ending fire hose of content that simply cannot be created with any reasonable quality. And I don't think it will keep up forever. I think it's a bubble that will pop, and will pop brutally. And it's, even in its current form, like, the screws have been tightened, you know? Not to go off on too big of a thing, but on this point, it's something that really gets to me. It's just like, I've talked multiple times, I've been very open about like how many hours of content I have created, and not just what I've created. It's not that nobody is watching. I've read out to you all the amount of hours people have spent watching on my channel, and then we have compared that to the amount of money I've actually been able to pull in from my channel. Obviously, money isn't the only thing that matters. Obviously, there's some pretty wonderful, I've been sent some wonderful art from fans. Those things are very precious to me. But obviously, this platform is selling people jobs, you know? And the amount of hours people have watched for how much money I've actually made on this channel, it is astoundingly, the ratio is astounding. It would shock you to know how little the money actually is for how much time of others you are providing entertainment for. I didn't even celebrate this. We didn't have an opportunity. I recently hit 5 million views on my content. 5 million times people have tuned in to watch my stuff. 5 fucking million. You hear that? I'm going to say it again. 5 million. Okay? We've blasted right past that. It's a huge number. And, you know, the amount of money I've made on this channel in 4 years with 5 million people tuning in with an incredibly high watch time, an above average watch time for channels by a long shot. You know, having been able to say, oh, I've made like less than half in 4 years. I've made less than half of what I made in a sales job in 1 year is crazy. Now, obviously, I have my website, which makes things feasible financially. My website, and those of you who contribute to my website directly, that's a game changer. It changes everything. But I've talked many times. I mean, I have 310 viewers right now, which is amazing. That is what is largely considered to be a unfathomably successful stream. Most people do not realize that I am in somewhere in the ballpark of the top 0.8% of all streams that have ever existed as far as viewership. That's right, 0.8%. 0.8, not 8%, 0.8. As far as raw statistics are considered. You know, well above the top, you know, well in the ballpark of the top one, somewhere in the ballpark of the top 1% of YouTube channels by subscribers. And the what you get back from the platform, YouTube is making a lot of fucking money, okay? YouTube is very rich. They're raking in a lot. They're making money off my videos right now. A lot of money. And what they pay back out is pretty low. So the incentives here are very messed up. And all I'm saying, this is a sort of long way of me stating and setting the stakes for why the pressure is so incredible and why the culture around churning out content and jumping on trends is so severe, you know? And so many creators either say, that's it, I'm done, they fold, you know, they put their cards on the table and they back out. I'm done. Or they break bad, so to say, and they start jumping on every single trend and churning out, you know, everything that they possibly can at every moment. Yeah. Whew. Let's continue. Let's get back to the video.
Has translated into a general pessimism or cynicism expressed by many. Namely, the betrayal of values and the need to get out content quickly has left some creators disappointed in the space.
There's a lot of people who really genuinely don't believe that there will be anything other than capitalism in our future. And so that kind of seeps into how they discuss other issues. They really don't seem to see, you know, a lot can happen in a very short space of time. You know, things that seem eternal, such as, you know, the divine right of kings, turned out not to be so in the end. And so I don't want us to be like fatalistic about it. It's like, oh, you know, capitalism is this global thing and there's all this power and there's nothing we can really do. And
very often what I feel like a lot of people in these spaces, and not even people who define themselves as, you know, they're doing this agitprop constantly, but people even in IRL, you know, they have nobody to shout these opinions to except the void. And the void does the only thing the void ever does is shout it back at them and make them feel like they're a part of an actual cohesive movement. Well, at the end of the day, they're totally alone. You know, political opinion without material consequences, not even political, it's just all virtue signal, and it's venting. So I really hope I don't have like literally anything to prove, so I have to just run on hope that what I'm doing is not just venting.
Into the space initially of just like left content, I had very much more of I would have called it an optimistic at the time, but now I kind of see it as naivete, where like there's an inspirational ideal of like change and enacting change by growing a platform to like educate or organize and things like that. And it is kind of a sad story that over time my like view of my view of the possibility of that has become much more cynical. And I mean, I myself have gotten like dragged into like beefs between creators. Every 6 weeks to a month, I get like a little depressed and then start scripting out. I like write 10 pages about all the videos I've ever made that like had kind of poor arguments, or like when people criticize me and I like agreed with it. Like I do a whole kind of self-loathing, self-punishment thing, which again, it's fine and good to engage with criticism, of course, but not when you're doing it because you just kind of hate yourself and are sad. And like,
you guys remember how I said I was never gonna do another one of those well, some of you probably don't remember this because it was a long time ago. A long time ago, when I was a baby streamer, I did a critique stream. A bunch of people, I kept getting this. People kept saying, oh, Demon Mama doesn't listen to any critique ever, blah, 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 which really fucking annoyed me. And so I did a stream where I just let people come in and critique me. Biggest regret of my fucking life. It was a total, it was a depressing experience. And I learned afterwards that it didn't really do anything. No, even though I literally let some of my worst critics say whatever the fuck they wanted about me to my face on stream, in front of everybody, they didn't care. They would still say that Demon Mama never listens to criticism or is just ignores all criticism. Even when I was sat there and talked back and forth about it and explained my approach and position, it was a total waste of time. So, yeah. Yep.
That's kind of another part of it that it fuels the cynicism is like, not only is the leftist advocacy we do a lot of times fully capitulated, but also it can be counterproductive. It can be, what's another word for counterproductive? That's like harming. It goes beyond just not helping to like making the left look bad.
Oh, am I doing something right now that isn't really what I'm supposed to be doing? I was out running errands this morning. I went to get groceries. A man approached me in the parking lot. He was raising money for a fundraiser. And I had that little question where it's like, oh, what am I supposed to be doing here? Because I don't have unlimited money. In fact, I don't have very much money. And nevertheless, he's not asking for a lot, and it's for a good cause. And so I did give it to him, but I don't know if I always would have. And there's a question of my own, morality and my own role in that. Am I making the right choice, or am I just being way too self-conscious and neurotic in the way that I think a lot of streamers and content creators can be?
This has been expressed in the feelings of politicians who have actually worked with the online left.
Well, social media creates obviously very positive modes of connectivity, conversation, and so forth. The positive is definitely there. However, I see in the American left today a tendency to think and act as though just talking about it is somehow achieving the change. At a certain point, you've collected the data. The era of the data collection is over. At a certain point, an endless analysis no longer serves. At a certain point, you have to get into the solution. That takes a level of courage and spine that I don't see exhibited quite as much as I'd like. I'm seeing a lot of brand protection. It's funny, for a supposedly anti-capitalist crowd, I see some of the worst shadows protecting with brands, not wanting to upset your audience.
Okay, but to be fair, Marianne Williamson, to be fair,
your peeps might not like it if you say you like this candidate or not. I mean, it's really pretty fascinating. So disappointing.
To be fair, Marianne Williamson 2024 for president with the literal branded background with her name as marianne2024.com in Discord. To be fair,
seen that there's a smug, self-righteous unwillingness to get involved because it might cut into my audience on the left as much as anywhere in the private sector.
Some attribute this pessimism to a lack of direction in the space.
Yes, by definition, if you are a streamer, if you are a stream careerist, you are a brand. My name is right there. My name is all over your screens. We are brandified, whether we like it or not. But I don't know that in and of itself is all that valuable of an observation. Anyway, I said I wasn't going to jump on every individual person's thing, but I just thought that was very funny. Let's continue.
General. So when you compare, for example, let's say the European or American left with other places in the world, yeah, there's quite a lot of internet stuff, but the organizations are very sad. Otherwise, they're not very good. Or not. That's not me being entirely fair. They're not as developed as they could be, given the size of consumption.
Nasty says branding can kill the joy of creativity so fast. Yes, that's true. All I'm saying is that we have no choice in that front. It is required by the platforms as they exist that people brandify themselves. When you build a YouTube profile, they ask you questions about your brand. Not about you. They ask you questions about your brand. What's your website? What are your social media accounts? What do you describe yourself as? Please post a trailer that gives us an idea of what you're... So yeah, we are brandified constantly. Social media loves brands because brands are quantifiable. They are easy to pitch. You can pitch a brand at people. You can, it's a tidbit thing that you can say, this is what this person's all about. Now, obviously, not even the most brandified brand is that honed down. Even McDonald's and Coke are not truly characterized only by what they claim to be. Like I don't know, Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew isn't just the gamer's soda. You know what I mean? They're also the company that did like 900 flavors, 800 of which were total flops, and another fucking 70 of which were not that good or were just the same flavor over again. You know what I mean? So all I'm saying is that we are all branded. We are all coded and locked into brands to a certain degree. But I 100% agree with you that like becoming too locked into a brand image, letting the brandification of the internet control you, like giving up and falling into the brand will totally, it will be like leeches. It's like inviting a bunch of leeches to suck you dry. Yeah, it will completely consume you. And the best example of this is that article that Mr. Beast was interviewed for very recently, in which Mr. Beast said, "I don't really have a personality anymore. In fact, I found that the best way to continue growing Mr. Beast as a channel was to remove my personality from it entirely and listen only to what what the algorithm and what the demands of the audience was to meet those to find the common denominators that brought more and more people on." And that was a fairly eye-opening that the #1 YouTube channel, the ultimate experience in what happens if you not only give yourself completely to the brand, but become the icon of what it means to build brands, of what it does to the people who do that thing, the humans that are inside of that machine. The reality is, it leaves you less than a skeleton. It leaves you less of a hollow. Mr. Beast really said, "I've won, but at what cost?" Straight up. Straight up. Rainbow Krampus says, "Demon Mama is very brand coded." Well, Demon Mama is both a brand and a personality. Like a lot of who I as an individual, me, the person right here, like I am a particular, like I put a lot of myself into the Demon Mama, but Demon Mama is not all me. You know what I mean? Definitionally. When I get up and walk out of the room, you guys don't see any of that. And that's a good thing. Anyway, let's continue.
Consumption, the base of consumption for leftist
Rainbow Krampus says, "Why does she always look at my dumb jokes?"
media, particularly in far left, online, in the English language.
I would like the left to be in a position where they're able to kind of culturally take advantage of positive movement, not isolate themselves from mechanisms of power, but rather be in place to take credit for good things that happen. But I don't know. I feel like the online left has moved further from that. I wonder if this is all getting folded into like the TikTok space, or maybe if there's just less of a market for being lefty and more of a market for either being sort of politically disaffected populist or just being like a social democrat who likes Biden. I don't know where people go from here.
Who could provide such direction? It would have to be those with the most attention on them. One aspect of prophelicity is in the assumption that only a few can be high profile, and the other, lower profiles, must find a way to cope with their situation.
Also, the reason I'm covering it is because I saw a video from a larger creator talking about it, and that's how I even know about it. Like it's like a platform, what's the word? Like a function of the platform that like the discourse and the types of topics covered are very much like trickle down effect. Not for everyone. I think for me and a lot of other like commentary people, general commentary people, that's the effect of like everyone's contributing to a specific discourse in their own way. But a lot of the creators that do left content do totally original stuff, which I always respect and I always like find interesting. But lately, I guess I've had that more cynical view that like, we're all just kind of churning out slop.
In order to cope, these lower profiles must stay relevant by constantly talking about the higher profiles and what they like to talk about, whether it is in a positive or negative light. One could argue that productive intersubjective collaboration is threatened by this sort of hierarchy.
Pond Curtis says skill issue. Nah, I gotta be completely real. I think what Noah Sampson has said in this has been very, in my opinion, fairly vulnerable. And I think that if any of you out of my audience stepped into the creator space, I imagine you would be feeling the same thing. The pressure to create slop is unbelievable. You could argue that the pressure in these spaces is so high that it's slowly struggling to turn you yourself into a form of slop. Yeah, it's just it's tough. It is tough, and there is the idea that you have to refer to what the interests of the highest profile, we've seen that kind of shit over and over again, right? That like when there is a personality that is so dominant in a space that you have no choice, whether you want to or not, to hear about their bullshit, it sucks. It sucks because you might not be able to do what you want to do at all in any way unless you pay some level of homage to this thing. And the answer is just, oh, what, you don't do it then? Well, that kind of sucks, right? You just don't ever create video stuff, you don't ever stream, or at least you do so with the intent of knowing that you're never going to be able to, you know, you're never going to, like, that nobody's going to be able to see it. I think that it's hard, and I don't think it's as easy to, I don't think it's so easy to write off. I do believe that like ultimately it is down to creators to make the decision to participate or not. But ubiquity of certain subjects as dictated by very, very popular and powerful figures it's a real deal. It's a real thing. Yeah, it's a real thing. I mean, hell, you don't even have to be a creator for this to be true. Look at the way that people post on social media. Look at the way Nasty here just said, gotta post every day, gotta post, gotta. But Nasty, straight up, people who have no financial incentive will post themselves into the ground and ruin their own lives by a compulsive need to post, which is taught to them by an algorithm that rewards them when they post. And then they think, well, I'll stop being rewarded, no one will care about me, and I'll die alone. Kind of a demented situation we live in right now. And social media platforms are fairly twisted in how much they wrench the arms of their users to produce slop. Anyway, let's continue.
It can feel like there is only enough attention to go around, as if it was, in a sense, scarce.
Scarcity is simply the feeling and at times the reality that there is not enough for everybody. What is not enough could be food, money, and even clout. Jean-Paul Sartre observed this scarcity mentality as a defining feature in the failure for leftist movements to effectively organize. Most organizations, as well as the actors within them, were all effectively pushing for the same thing. Nonetheless, the fact that they had to battle for attention and resources made their relationships with each other antagonistic. Scarcity made them focus more on securing their own needs over the sort of broader collective needs that require collaboration. From this, Sartre developed the idea of seriality. When collectives of individuals stand in a relation to one...
Wait, we've been reading about seriality in my reading of Deleuze with Doe. Deleuze does not have a positive opinion of seriality, but that's okay.
One another in such a way that they remain isolated from each other. We may be brought together pursuing the same goals. We may all be shopping at the grocery store, all looking for the same discounts. But instead of working with each other, conditions of scarcity push us instead to simply work beside each other. And at its worst, scarcity persuades us to work against each other. The only thing individuals within seriality have in common is what they are presently doing. Nonetheless, they move in an atomized and at times antagonistic manner.
Other creators shared a sense of this scarcity and seriality.
YouTubers are contractors. We are sort of sometimes working towards the same end, but without any bridges between us.
Immediately, it's in my mind, and I know it's in other people's mind as well, because then I see all like the criticism, etc., the fights happening on Twitter. When they're dealing about the same topic, there's always this sort of, aha, she stole it from you, like, or they stole it from you, or whatever. It's like, oh, you covered it better than this person, or whatever. So it's like the sort of the panic around intellectual property is quite strong, because that's also a thing. It's like, because we have our own little businesses basically as video creators. It is kind of tempting whenever there's a trend to be like, oh, I'm going to be the person covering it, I want to be the first one, etc.
This scarcity, the need to cover a topic that everyone else is as quickly as possible, can also diminish the quality of the content.
Speed and quick and jumping on a topic as quick as possible is prioritized algorithmically across all of social media. This is not just a left-wing problem, but it also can get scarier when it's political and we're dealing with facts, we're dealing about wars, we're dealing with human tragedy. And I'm worried that due to the economic, because it is profit-based, a lot of this content creation too, even when it's socialist, it's still profit-based. You're still trying to, make money for yourself. I think that a lot of the speed to get stuff out, there's not a lot of effort put into, or not enough effort in the amount of time given. And so sometimes it's not even me saying like these content creators are just so unbelievably lazy. It's just they feel like they need to immediately comment on a story right when it happens because they have thousands of viewers in front of them, or that's when their video is going to do the best. And so instead of sitting down and doing the proper research, it's information. Keep you guys entertained. Keep that number on the screen up. And I think those incentives are maybe good for video game playing and like being funny. Like you can kind of crank up the humor a little bit. You can like try a little bit harder in the video game, get friends on. But when we're talking about trying to ascertain information about an ongoing war, these incentives, I think, are a real problem in the streaming space, particularly since streaming is as it happens. But not even just in the streaming space. I've seen a lot of other leftist content creators who are outside of streaming make mistakes on social media all the time as well. And I'm not saying I'm completely innocent of this. This is something that I first had to check in myself before I saw it in others and then I saw it in myself.
On the topic of misinformation, the escalation of the Israeli-Palestine conflict after October 7th, for example, has of course been covered extensively by those on the online left. In my own attempt to understand the Israeli-Palestine conflict more, I actually started using Ground News, which is a website and app created to give readers a transparent way to read the news. With access to over 50,000 news sources across the political spectrum.
Hey, wait a minute, this is an ad. Wow, that's an incredibly smooth transition into an ad. Shockingly so. Concerningly so. All right, let's finish the ad. We'll be polite this time.
Leans per article, giving you the complete overview of every story. Although I can't offer you better news, I will say that Ground News is definitely a better way to read the news. There's also a blind spot feature which I really like, that highlights stories that are disproportionately covered by one side of the political spectrum. For example, I used Ground News to research a recent story on the killing of a 13-year-old Palestinian in Jerusalem, something which was sparsely covered by political influencers. On Ground News, I can see that the story has 74 total sources, and that 31% of the sources lean left and 31% lean right, meaning a pretty bipartisan distribution in terms of who is covering it. I quite like the Bias Insights tab for this story that shows which pieces of the story are being emphasized and which are being left out, depending on political leaning. Ground News also measures factuality at the publication level, based on ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations, as well as the ownership of the sources. Are they independent, government?
I always find these... I can't speak to Ground News if it's any good, but I always find these apps a little bit sus in the way that they categorize right, left, and center. Because boy, is that like, that is a taken for granted thing, right? Like I don't know, what's the standard? Are you using like a political, like the 6-axis politics quiz or whatever it's called. Like, I don't know. I do think it's important that people recognize their biases, but also recognize that the company that's selling you the ability to see through the biases might very blatantly have its own. I don't know. It's just saying.
Owned, a media conglomerate. Importantly, we can compare headlines from the left and right. Look at the language used between the two headlines here, for example. While the left shares that a 12-year-old boy was killed, the right-leaning headline fails to address that information. Well, there's no such thing as complete objectivity.
I will say, that's interesting. That is a very interesting feature. I'll give him that. I think it is interesting to be able to see headlines side by side and look at how those headlines trend based on broad political leanings. I do think that's interesting. I'll give them credit for that.
I do think that Ground News is an effective platform for getting a comprehensive sense of a story as it develops, and I think it offers a corrective to the sort of misinformation that has been discussed. You can subscribe to Ground News through my link in the description, ground.news/Sisyphus, to get unlimited access to all the features needed in order to better your news consumption habit. And this is through the Vantage subscription for 40% off, which is about $5 a month. This is the plan that I use, and when you subscribe, you not only support me, you're also supporting an independent platform that's trying to make the news a bit more transparent.
I should get sponsorship. I don't know. I don't know about that, but maybe.
Aside from scarcity, there was also some other feelings that were mentioned. For example, some argued that the online left was lacking in diversity.
You know, that there needs to be an engagement with a genuine curiosity about, like, other parts of the world. And it really...
Sponsor Skip. I know, Uncle Gumbald, I'm so sorry. I cannot do Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship, even for April Fools. I can't do it. It's bad.
Goes like in a lot of different directions. Like, for one, I think I see a lot of people assuming that America is like the pinnacle of the worst issues. Like, no other country is going through the kind of issues America's going through. Right? I mean, for one, in Trinidad, we have an expression: America sneeze and Trinidad catch a cold. So a lot of America's issues just end up being replicated here as well. And that goes really for a lot of the Caribbean, and really anywhere that has heavy exposure to American influence, which is most of the world. And I understand the focus of conversation on America, because America literally is the global superpower. But I think there's a lot to be gained from Americans engaging outside and vice versa.
And those that were more outside of the space felt dehumanized and misunderstood.
It isn't that I want them to change their politics, or I want them to just like take the knee. It's just that I want to be seen, as opposed to having things placed onto me, having titles, labels, and explanations placed onto me that in no way fit with how I actually see myself. I think that is one real problem that I see, not just with the left, but with all politics. But I think in terms of the left, I'm a lot more critical of the left because...
Okay, I'm so sorry. I have to do this. I have done really well at not doing this, but it's a fucking gigantic irony that you would come on here and complain about people giving you political labels when you regularly argue that trans people should not care about their fucking essential gender identity being imposed on them by other people. Just a fucking really goddamn rich to me. That's rich. That's motherfucking rich. Maybe consider a little bit more understanding towards trans people having society, family members, etc., deeply pressure them to behave and identify a certain way, forcibly forcing the wrong pronouns onto them, Maybe have a little bit of empathy for that if you don't like the idea of people prescribing a political label that you don't agree with. Just maybe. Okay, all right, I'm done. I broke once, okay? One time. I'm sorry. That was just too fucking rich to me.
I think there's a lot more room and sort of the ideals for society to be better, to sort of progress, to sort of
and yes,
better.
I acknowledge that is not relevant to the video overall, but still
comes to understand sort of a plethora of the human experience, and so there's a lot more potential for the kind of understanding that I sort of would demand.
Now, despite these negative feelings, many that have engaged in the online left feel generally satisfied with their work. From this, I got the sense that the online left has definitely shown some level of organizational and educational potential. And yet, for many, they still feel like there's work needed.
Tonight, we renew our resolve that America will never be a socialist country.
Is this guy seriously saying that I can't get laid? Incredible, I'll give you 5,000 if you can get poontang before January 1st. Do you have any idea who the you're talking to? When I got off Tinder because of the quarantine, Tacoma wept.
Incredible.
Bazinga!
Next, I asked them what they needed to feel satisfied and hopefully have some of these more negative feelings quelled. One of the most common needs was simply to see some action in the form of prefigurative politics and pragmatism.
I feel as though, for all the talk about, from significant segments of the space about, wanting to see revolution, wanting to see socialism, communism, whatever, this is sort of millenarian evangelical Christian approach to it, where it's just, someday the second coming of Marx will usher in the revolution or the new age, whatever. We just need to wait. And I'm not saying that people actually see that. That's a straw man approach to it. But, and I'm speaking from an anarchist perspective, of course, but I don't think there's not enough engagement with the actual prefigurative politics, the actual building of a new world in the shell of the old that is really necessary for any sort of revolution to succeed.
There's a kind of perfectionism that becomes the enemy of doing anything at all, where it's like, okay, no politician's ever good enough, right? I think of it as sort of utopian, where you kind of are hoping for this imagined future that you imagine will come after the revolution. And it's like, well, politics is about power at the end of the day. What are the realistic pathways to power, and what people are those available to, and you have to have leaders, and you have to get behind them, and you have to acknowledge that a lot of them are not going to be exactly the type of socialist you want them to be, or whatever, right? So I think that there's a kind of pragmatic dimension to politics that's not always captured in that kind of yearning for a better future.
I think what I'm trying to strive.
I hate the word pragmatism. You guys know that. I complain about the word pragmatism all the time because what is pragmatic is not always what seems immediately the easiest path. I'm trying to come up with a perfect example, an example of this, but sometimes the most pragmatic tactic is the tactic that you do not even know about yet. The most pragmatic tactic may not always be slow and steady. The most pragmatic tactic, what is pragmatic to an end, varies drastically depending on the problem at hand. So I hate when I hear the word pragmatic used in politics because, and this is, I'm not super dogging on ContraPoints here. I hear this all frequently. This is a problem I've had with lots of political commentaries. People use pragmatic as a sort of fill-in word for it's the good. It's the good thing, the pragmatic thing. But it's pragmatism is not always a given. What is pragmatic is highly dependent on the context. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
for with the canvassing stuff is the idea that you have to stress modes of engagement that are non-adversarial by nature. The progressive victory stuff, for example, doesn't like really serve to benefit me or anyone. I mean, it does maybe like for attention, like you can say, oh, you know, I helped so-and-so with the canvassing, but generally speaking, it's not as beneficial to the bottom line metrics as like putting out a video would be, which directly, you know, it sort of enriches me through monetization. By hamping on the non-adversarial stuff, you have the ability to, I guess, promote positive engagement in ways you wouldn't get out otherwise. But even then, this is a tough sell for a lot of online lefties, you know? Go and canvass for Democrats? I mean, to a lot of these people, it's like you're asking them to, you know, watch their wife get in front of them. They don't want to be pro-Biden warriors, fun as it might be. I have so much trouble getting people to move in the direction of pragmatism in this space. You know, they think it's cuckoldry.
Okay, well, good thing I made my piece. Good thing I said my thing about pragmatism, right? Anyway.
But first, there was the need to express the...
Pragmatism is a word that people use like common sense. And what it means is what I think is good versus what you think is good. But it lends false credence. It's like, you know, it's just common sense that what I'm saying is what I think is correct. And it's just common sense what you think you're saying is not the common sense. I don't like the term. It's an empty word for me. And I hear it constantly in political spaces. And it drives me up a wall. Even people that I really like say it all the time. It is so subjective. What is the most pragmatic approach? Like, I don't know. Pragmatism is it's a fraught term. Nobody agrees on what is the most pragmatic. Okay, anti-electoralist lefties believe they're being pragmatic. Okay, those lefties who go out there and say I'm not going to vote, they think that is the best path to get what they want. They think they're being pragmatic. So everybody thinks they're being pragmatic. Just like, you know, everybody thinks they're good. You know what I mean? Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Potential for real change that the online left supposedly harbors.
Yeah, because I see what most of what we do as art or education. And both of those have revolutionary potential. I like to think of myself as both.
Ashmar says, Demon Mama, it seems like you're saying that people use pragmatism to mean we should only attempt what I think is achievable. Yes, everybody has their own standard for what they think is the most achievable path. But it's used in a sort of condescending manner to say, oh, you don't, you know, it's used to like grant credence to the idea that like, there's no argument in it. When you say that's not pragmatic, you're just saying, I don't think that's the best path, but you're dressing it up with this term that seems to imply, oh, well, you know, like you're just not thinking about the functionality of it, you know, because everybody who puts an idea forward does it, you know, because people love putting ideas forward that they don't think are going to work. You know, my favorite thing is logging on the internet and advocating for an idea that I think won't work, that's the least effective path forward. No, obviously everyone thinks that their idea is the most pragmatic one. Everybody thinks that otherwise they would be pursuing a different idea. I don't know, it's silly. It's silly.
Depending on the moment, one or the other, but most of the time both at the same time. I can put the initiative, the good cause in the description, and I can talk about it in my video, but at the end of the day, only so many people will click it, but that is more than who would have if I didn't have a platform, right? And then I can introduce people to ideas. Those ideas will affect the way they engage with and view the world. I can inspire people with a turn of phrase or a manipulative camera trick / you know, swell of music.
You know, to me, some people will really only be invested when they see a proof of concept. And so we need to be laying out that foundation and showing some semblance of a plan from now. Like there's a lot of talk about dialogue and convincing people and almost like converting people as if it's some sort of religion. And to me, to that I say, really, some people are only going to be converted when you go out there and show them, oh, you know, a library economy is possible, or oh, you know, mutual aid can meet people's needs, or oh, you know, this is the potential of a tenants union or a students union or a workers union to really accomplish certain goals.
And for some people that push the Marxist idea, at least they try to introduce people to the Marxist idea and sometimes even change their minds on particular aspects of it. The main point at the end of the day, for us as people who, you know, we talk about this with Hakim and JT many times, the poster makers of today, is if we end up actually influencing people to get organized. That's what I see as, you know, the end of my marketing funnel of what I'm kind of doing. So if they do get organized, my alienation lowers. Unfortunately, I don't have data to back this up and so on.
The only way to show this potential for many was to bring hope to the audience and other creators. A prominent need was in ending a sense of doomerism or hopelessness.
Yes, there are these bad faith actors. There are also a lot of good faith actors who are sometimes hurtful or destructive, maybe, or just have an absence of constructive input. But it's because they're scared and confused and they don't have the language to express something. And I've always felt that my content was in its beginning and in its spirit just a message to people like that, to try to get them to understand the feelings that they were having.
If we're talking tendencies here, a lot of them are young, a lot of them are very politically disaffected, they feel helpless and powerless. A lot of them are probably much worse off than I am, economically and socially, and they direct their powerlessness towards a small online social space where they can feel like an insider by sharing the opinions of others on social issues, like their opinions towards me. Again, like, I don't want to like patronize or whatever, but I do think that really sucks, and I guess I just hope that through me or through some other mechanism, they're able to engage with this stuff in a more healthy way. Like, if they could phone bank or canvas or something with a quarter of the passion they have towards disliking me, not only would they get more done, like in a real politics sense, but I feel like it'd be a lot better for them emotionally. That's all I want.
This hints at Sartre's notion of group praxis.
Instead of working in a state of seriality, individuals temporarily suspend their scarcity mentality and work together on some sort of agreed-upon goal. This doesn't mean they need to be unified or become friends or even agree on most things. It simply involves setting aside differences in recognition that there are some goals that are more easily achieved in collaboration. The online left might disagree on a wide range of issues, but certain overarching goals, such as unionization, justice reform, and greater healthcare access, could be targets for temporary and practical collaboration.
Being okay with having other people talk about the same things as you, maybe bringing a new perspective, and not be too like, oh, this is my topic, I'm supposed to talk about it, and I'm gonna do it best than this or that person, you know. So maybe there's a little bit of that that plays into why there isn't enough dialogue. There's also maybe again like more practical constraints of organizing interviews, meeting each other, because a lot of us do also have activities outside of YouTube, so I know sometimes it can be a bit challenging. I guess there's a little bit of laziness as well, like we have to admit it.
I think that we are always going to have our different opinions. Streamers are always going to have their different opinions. They're always going to some degree, clash with each other over those opinions. But what really matters is if that is getting in the way of productive work happening. And what we found is that it's not. We found that we're able to have a broad, coalition, sort of a big tent, movement, and our partners can come in and work with us. If you don't want to be involved with one of the other streamers that we're partnering with, that's okay, that's fine, but they are aligned with us on the progressive ideals that we want to see come about. They send their audience to us and we get the work done. I think you're kind of referencing our big event with having Vosh and Destiny come together, and we saw a lot of, a large influx of volunteers coming in from that. So, this sort of drama or infighting that I think gets a lot of times painted as the boogeyman, it can be turned into positive action.
However, to do this involves achieving several other difficult needs. For one, it requires greater humility and inclusivity.
I think we do ourselves a benefit to like be real about our limitations, and also to recognize like this is something I've encountered, like not to be a defender of the content creators, I mean, like we're mostly artists and stuff like that, like artisty types, but like sometimes I feel like there's a little bit of there's like too high expectations put by some people on like what a YouTuber is supposed to be able to do about things. And I'm not saying that's like, get off my ass about everything, don't criticize me. But also, it's kind of crazy sometimes the way that I see people talk on social media. This is especially common on Twitter, where things get really out of hand, in my opinion. But where people look at a creator and it's like they want that person to be a revolutionary leader in and of themselves. And I'm like, that's just not possible. Like you're projecting something onto somebody who can't be that.
And finally, don't take this shit too seriously. You're on you're like online. If you're on Discord or Twitter or YouTube, whatever, this is not real life. Okay, don't take yourself too seriously. Don't take the work you do too seriously. As I mentioned, the very best you can hope to be is a guy who puts up a poster on a wall. Essentially, that's the very best that you're going to get across.
Many argued that this also requires a greater sense of responsibility with one's platform.
And I've talked to my friend Doe about having this exact
Doe mentioned
struggle, where we can feel like no matter how hard we try, we're just not making ourselves understood, and it's dialectical. I'm going to start using that word more and more. It's dialectical. You see, you can blame other people, you absolutely can, and then you have to improve. It's perfectly fine to be like, that person, if they were thinking harder, they would understand me. And nevertheless, it is on me, because nobody else can put my words into my mouth, and nobody else can think my thoughts for me. It's on me to do those things. So I nevertheless have to do that for myself.
The first and foremost thing is a willingness to educate oneself and to be educated on topics that they speak about. If somebody speaks out of their ass about something, then this is a person that shouldn't be listened to. Furthermore, if they make an honest mistake and you bring it to their attention and they're combative about it, or they refuse to properly learn, or they're incredibly lazy about the resources that they reach out to. If they go up and they look up a Wikipedia article and skim like a third of it and then pretend that they're educated about it after the fact, this is not a sincere person.
There's so much misinformation. I really care about this issue. There's so much misinformation online. It'd be helpful if I could have my own documented instances that I could show people in the space to be like, look, not only have I seen this, here's video of me seeing this. Targeting of aid workers is a real crime, and it really is happening, which we documented in Kherson, documented civilian targeting in Mykolaiv. So I think having that kind of primary sources is important, not only for hopefully creating a better dialogue in the space. We often have conversations in the space without the people affected directly by the topics we're talking about included. And in homelessness, we all kind of in the United States have someone or have some connection to that in some way or know something about it. Whereas when we're talking about a war halfway across the world, there's so little firsthand experience. And in many instances, the people talking about the countries, and at the start, me included, who have never been to these countries before, have never tried to learn the language or meet these people or have many friends from this country. And so that leads to, especially if you're motivated to get content out as quickly as possible, making a lot of sometimes quick mistakes.
It also requires an impulse towards community building, and from this, greater connection and communication.
For me, it's important to look at sort of more perspectives and to see the value in different perspectives and what or why certain people have perspectives, and to not necessarily demonize them or moralize them for having those perspectives, but to try to understand, because I think that is ultimately the only way that we can move forward in time and also in politics. You're not just going to sort of be able to ignore the other side or those you disagree with in this brave new world that you envisage?
Through this medium, it's about communication. Like, it's about really engaging with the outside world, and yeah, I've been feeling that a lot more lately of like anti-capitalist echo chambers, or just leftist echo chambers. There's never really any platform incentive to engage outside of, you know, Shapiro reactions or whatever, and there's a set aside formula for that, but I don't know, it just feels like lately there's been shortcomings in that communication, and I don't know, I for sure contributed to it. I've done some videos that I like, obviously I think everyone has those videos they'd want to do differently if they did them over.
It would be so cool if like users could themselves recommend content, you know, be like, oh, you should watch this, and then maybe if multiple people can recommend the same video, it's like it creates a sort of conversation. It's like, oh, this concept you've talked about, then this person connected it to this or that, instead of just basing that on keywords.
I'm always reminding my fans to, like, hey, connect with each other in a real way. When you go and hang out on the Discord, go there with the intention of like of recognizing that you're meeting another person, and you might connect with that person and be able to build an actual friendship. Obviously, you have to be careful about like the streamer, YouTuber parasocial effect, and that's why I try to point people. Don't just try and, like, you could be a fan of my work. I obviously love that and appreciate that, and obviously this is a very interactive platform, but I always want to be reminding people that you're here to be able to connect with other people who are interested in the same subjects. We've all come here for the same general cloud of reasons, and I'm trans. I talk about trans stuff a lot, and this is super important in the trans community, where trans people are kind of spread all over the place, you know, so, and some of us live in really dangerous places. So building connections like that means that you might be able to get out of a place because you have a support network now that you didn't have before.
Of course, these are just needs. How can we practically strive for this sense of hope? Finally, I asked about specific requests each interviewee had in terms of the online left.
In recognizing a communist, physical appearance counts for nothing.
Maybe calling people pedos, cucks, and perpetrators in response to pushback isn't a great thing.
For my discussions, I found 4 general requests that I think map on closely with these needs. Firstly, many creators suggested a more deliberate and disciplined engagement with the drama and infighting.
You know, if you've got your sheep in your little, I don't know what they keep sheep in, like a little barn, I guess, and then half of them are wolves. In the morning,
a paddock, right? I believe is the word. A paddock. A small field or enclosure where horses are kept. Ah. Maybe that's only for horses. I thought it was for sheep also. Pasture, I guess? What is that? I want to know what the word is now. A pen? I feel a paddock works. Anyway, let's continue.
You come back and you just have wolves. You know, as for every great left-wing organization that is strictly a group of people who are trying to radically improve the world and make it better, you also have groups that are full of predators and victimizers and thieves and scammers and all kinds of other groups of people. And so, you know, as much as on the one hand it might seem to undermine the long-term goal, maybe in a way resolving this is constructive to the long.
Hypno Amber asks, do you have to have a membership to get into the Discord? I want to work on talking to people more often. No, you can join the Demon Mama Discord right now, discord.gg/Demon Mama. We have a super easy click-by-click onboarding process, and we welcome you. I have not been plugging the Discord as much as I should lately, but this is as great of an opportunity as anywhere. We have a super active community. It is basically always active to some degree. The tone of conversations is fantastic. And of course, it is a place where people are encouraged to truly connect with each other and hopefully connect beyond just the space itself, to make real connections that can strengthen our broad network together. So discord.gg/Demon Mama. We would love to see you in there.
Term goal, as long as it doesn't distract away from it.
any sort of drama bullshit, it's just to drop it. Don't fucking, like if you have nothing good to say, don't say it at all. Don't start stuff with other people. Focus on the education aspect. Now, of course, there are certain creators that don't care for this. They don't want to just educate. They want to, debate, let's say, or other types of nonsense like this. They just want to create as much clout around them as possible so that they can, get Twitch donations or some shit.
When something like crops up in that line, or I have a disagreement with what I consider to be reactionary ideology, I never frame it as or think of it as like the left has gone too far. I frame it as like, well, this is reactionary ideology. And I think that difference is critical, because if you frame it in that way, you don't run the risk of having a group of audience members who think that I'm like one of the good lefties by being willing to, quote, call out that bullshit on their side. There's always a big risk, and you're in trouble when this happens, which is when, like, if you correctly criticize a person on the left and then you see a bunch of conservatives being like, heh, based, you got him. And it's like, whoa, you're worse, get away from me. So a good way to avoid that is to like not frame it as internal fighting or like infighting or whatever, but rather as like an identification of these tendencies. But you also have to compensate by appropriately framing these issues.
We stick to the receipts. We don't jump into speculation. If we're speculating on something, we need to be very clear about that so people don't run with it. And we should avoid doing it altogether. We should stick with the evidence that's available. We should try to be as charitable as possible to all people involved, and we should avoid rushing to conclusions on basically anything. And that's what I try to encourage, to make the infighting that is going to happen no matter what happen in a more productive and effective manner. But like, I think that we should try to avoid being lethal to one another in our infighting, and we should instead try to encourage people actually engaging with one another and growing. And obviously there are going to be times where you have to draw lines and say this is unacceptable, but when it comes to like political disagreements, I think that we should try to recognize that like part of the value of the left is that we can disagree with one another, is that there is a lot more of a liberatory focus, which means people are going to come to different conclusions, and we should be able to work together to the best of our ability to disagree rationally.
One potential way to figure out this line between filtering out bad actors and still communicating and collaborating with other people in the space can be found in the tit-for-tat strategy in game theory. Game theory relates to the science and math behind strategies and interactions. In one experiment called the Generalized Prisoner's Dilemma, two agents must decide whether to cooperate or defect in order to score the most points. If Agent 1 cooperates and Agent 2 follows, both get 3 points. If Agent 1 defects while Agent 2 cooperates, and vice versa, the agent that defected gets 5 points and the agent that cooperated gets nothing. If both defect, both agents get 1 point. Out of all of the strategies implemented in this game, one named Tit for Tat was seen as the most successful, given that the amount of rounds are unknown or infinite. In Tit for Tat, the agent first cooperates and then copies the following response from the other. If Tit for Tat cooperates and then the other strategy does so as well, Tit for Tat will continue to cooperate. But if suddenly the other strategy defects, Tit for Tat will defect as well until the other strategy decides to cooperate again. The idea is that the strategy is cooperative, nice, and forgiving, but ultimately still provocable and therefore not a pushover, as in willing to cooperate but not afraid to defect based on the response. Although I would argue that this tit-for-tat strategy would be useful for online creators in determining whether the person they're deciding to collaborate with is in bad faith or not, it still doesn't quite confront the dilemma of audience expectations and the love of drama that fuels views.
But some audiences only turn up for the drama. Some audiences only turn up for the takedown video. And if I think if everyone made a more concerted effort to be more honest about what that is, then we would have just that much less toxicity and that much more energy for when it's time to make a move, when you can funnel your audience to good things.
However, this isn't always easy.
Unfortunately, that stuff is not, the algorithm's not tuned into it. If the algorithm's tuned into it, it's really because the audience isn't tuned into it, right? And so we have to train our audience or retrain our audience to be more into that.
That it can be sometimes pretty difficult, I feel, to balance the desire to coalition build with the desire to engage in internal critique. There's a lot of really dumb shit that gets said in the online left, and I feel like it's worthwhile to push back against it sometimes. So doing that while maintaining like a generally positive attitude, that's pretty tough. People,
oh, holy shit, that big monster appearing in his game, like, immediately just, it scared me just enough. Like, I'm not playing Prey right now, but my memories of Prey and that giant monster coming in, that part was so scary in Prey where you're getting stalked by the big monster. Woo! Oh, yeah. Nasty points out, the latest drama video you put out had a lot of views, even though it was the most blatant bait ever created. We literally put a worm on a hook. I should say, Nasty literally put a worm on the hook in the gigantic in the thumbnail. The thumbnail is a worm on a hook, and my video is the most generically titled drama bait title ever. And the video opens with me saying that drama frogs are like pigs to slop, and I want to feed them the most pathetic garbage ever. And wouldn't you goddamn believe it? Not only did it get a lot of views, but also there were a ton of people in the comments angry that I didn't address the drama correctly, or they were confused as to what drama I was talking about. That right there is the kind of thing that it proves my point so hard. It's just like I can sit back and smugly grin like George Lucas climbing out of his car with his little aviators doing this little smile. Like, that's me when I see that. When I see the fucking comments of people being like, what the fuck? I don't understand. What drama are you talking about? And shit. Like, oh, Demon Mama didn't address the drama well enough in a video in which I'm quite literally like going like this and going, screw you. It's incredible. It's amazing. It's a mega flex, by the way, and it definitely doesn't feed my God complex in a way that could be very bad if I didn't have it in check.
People take stuff real personal, you know? You don't, clearly. You're willing to talk to me, and I was quite mean to you.
On a similar note, many creators voice the need for responsible content, and understand that at the end of the day, they do have influence. Merely declaring yourself as an entertainer, while certainly valid, does not omit you from taking your platform seriously.
You know, I think the potential, you mentioned Hassan, for somebody like Hassan to do something like that, to get people on the right page, there's a great potential, and it's also a Uncle Ben Peter Parker situation where with great power comes a certain, maybe not an outsized degree of responsibility, but a certain degree of rhetorical responsibility.
Be more careful when interacting with breaking news. We all, social media is a bubble, and we all, whether we admit to it or not, end up getting our news from social media in some way or another. Even if it just means we see a headline on social media and then we go research it ourselves. And social media is going to serve us what it thinks we want to see. And so if there's a news story that falls within our particular narrative that's being reported on by news stations that we particularly like, it is important to wait to see what other news stations report on and just give it the time necessary for a story to develop. Definitely when we're talking about things like terrorism, definitely when we're talking about things like war, definitely when we're talking about things like any type of shooting or bombing.
You know, everybody that is going to watch a video of Andrew Tate is not going to turn immediately into a sexist person or a misogynist. You know, it's like it's more complex than that. So I feel like it's also our job to, you know, just not fall for basically what the trap, not fall in the traps, because like the traps are there. They make that content specifically because they want us to react to it and so give a platform, etc. And I feel like, yeah, there's a balance to be found there between using them for attention, to bring a different message, which is what I try to do and what I encourage other people to do as well. And then just like, like using this just for clout, and then to do something that is purely reactionary but doesn't really bring any additional value, if you see what I mean.
I really want people to push themselves beyond the aesthetics and language of anti-capitalism and dig more into the substance of it. I see a lot of people they see a piece of media or they see a figure say something that sounds even mildly anti-capitalist, and it just becomes this, it's overstated in my opinion. On the creator side, really try to amplify solutions, amplify and connect to, some of the modern struggles, and really try to learn from the mistakes of history. It's said that history doesn't repeat, but it often rhymes. And you really see a lot of historical trends just repeating themselves because people didn't learn from.
Okay, this is the biggest brainworm ever. But every time I hear that quote, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes, my brain plays in my head involuntarily the video of George Lucas being like, it's like poetry. It rhymes.
From them. So, for example, the democratic socialist / social democracy crowd, that sort of trend of, we'll do this electoral means and eventually we'll achieve other ends later on, was the same sort of approach that was taken, in the early 20th century. And a lot of those European social democracies really just slipped right into capitalism in the end.
I think if people just read anything, just read more, you don't have to be an expert to be able to be in these conversations, but I don't think you're going to meaningfully become educated on a topic or enter any meaningful discussion if you're just like reading a headline. Yeah, so it's not just like, academics know everything, but like that's one avenue in which you can explore these different lifelong conversations. Or if you want to find that somewhere else, like an activist space or an activist archive, that's also a place where there's been ongoing conversations and discussions that are valuable to learn about. So I mean, you can choose your sources, but don't just like choose random shit. Like choose established humans coming together, communicating, making ideas together in a way where they're like holding each other accountable.
Most creators also suggested direct action as a request for others.
The first thing that came to my mind was offline action, but that's just something that I've been about, which doesn't necessarily mean you literally have to leave your house, although if you're able to, you should. That can be calling folks, that can be organizing meetings or whatever. Like, there are so many different ways to show up for the politics that you care about, and I just think those are maybe the needs of the audience. Like, I would caution and try to encourage my audience to show up for more things instead of just talking about them online, because I think online spaces should be a place where you learn, where you start to grow, where you start to develop your ideas 100%. But I'm very aware of the fact that it can only take you so far.
Contribute to direct aid, which is something I have seen people do it, and I've participated in this myself quite a lot, and I've seen it, and I've done it with other creators. So it's not like no one's doing it, but they are. Like, there is an ability for streamers, given that we streamers and YouTubers too, because YouTubers also will tend to cultivate mods, and you tend to have a Discord. These things are sort of natural to how we build our platforms anyway. We can use that to be able to go, okay, wait, there's people in our community who have needs, and maybe we can meet those needs. Instead of just doing like a single charity run for a specific charity, a Tiltify thing or whatever, maybe we can engage in direct aid and immediately impact people who are in need right now for whatever reason. Or on the next level, if you're not like looking to do really small scale stuff, maybe there are organizations that aren't getting the attention that they need, that through these types of very organic community building that we do, we can find and channel that energy into, and it can make a really big difference.
If nothing else, direct action can allow creators to practice that group praxis and understand their similarities and commonalities.
I used to do charity streams more often. I want to get back into that. Like I raised like 300K for Palestinian children. And I saw there were people online where it's like, oh, well, you know, maybe you hate the guy, but you got to give him credit for that. Pretty difficult to hate a person off of a headline like that. And then that's kind of like an opening line. You know what I mean? Where you can be like, okay, well, despite our many personal disagreements, or despite like this or that, the other, clearly there's something we care about together. You know, we don't like Gaza being bombed into dust. So let's put a pin in this. Maybe we hate each other, sure, but can we work together on, I don't know, raising funds for crap like this, or at least indicating we're willing to do stuff like that? And if you can, then that's kind of the problem fixed, right? Because you don't need to be friends with people. You just need to be able to work together for shared political expediency.
Finally, and as exemplified in this very video, communication and connection was crucial in satisfying the needs of various left-leaning voices. Whether this meant platforming marginalized voices, reaching across the aisle, or actually just listening to each other, most of those interviewed requested some level of greater communication.
So I think it's important for me to be seen and to sort of inadvertently make sure that other people feel seen as well. I get that sense from a lot of comments that I get on my videos.
At a baseline, just honest and continuous engagement with not just like regressive politics, but like, or regressive creator circles even, but like honestly with the center, with like this kind of like Kidology, Abba and Preach, like Destiny, these major creators, there is this echo chamber feeling where anytime interactions happen, even though obviously like some of these people are just pieces of shit, and some of these people like it makes sense as to like, given the history and given the lore, why you wouldn't want to engage, honestly.
When you're talking about countries, do your best to make sure that voices from those countries are involved in talking about those countries. And I don't mean it just because like, yay, representation is cool. I mean it because there's a decent chance that your interaction with this country is 24 hours old, and their interaction with this country is for 25 years. And there's just certain things you pick up from living there, especially if you're studying there as a scholar. It's even better if you can get experts on the issue.
I've really come to value even like the stupid disagreements that I have with people on the internet, because there's so much to learn. You know, I mean, I've yelled at Vosh about things before, but I value that he's not a big bridge burner guy himself, and I like that about him, and I like the willingness to have the conversation. There's something about that is very valuable to me. So I do appreciate you reaching out about this. Well, not to be all like Bob Dylan about it, but there's something happening here. There's something going on in this space. There's a changing consciousness, and it's always in flux.
What that was all about, the revolution will not be televised. That was about the fact that the first change that takes place is in your mind. You have to change your mind before you change the way you live and the way you move. So when we said that the revolution will not be televised, we were saying that like that the thing that's going to change people is something that no one will ever be able to capture on film. It'll just be something that you see, and all of a sudden you realize, I'm on the wrong page, or I'm on the right page, but I'm on the wrong note. And I've got to get in sync with everyone else to understand what's happening in this country.
Here is a fairly convoluted flowchart that I made to help organize the thoughts that were expressed in this video. Firstly, I asked what others observe about the online left. To do this is to first define leftism in general, which could be easily a whole other video. I felt in general that this sentiment of anti-capitalism and the America-centric view of the left being anything left of Obama both adequately described the left. There was also a clear division between those who felt that the left should not engage in electoral politics and those who felt that leftism should maintain some relationship with electoralism. This was a pretty constant divide. However, as pointed out by some, unity around these issues might not matter as much as focusing on what sort of things people generally agree on. Then we moved on to what the online left is considered to be, which appears to be a cultural institution of the left more broadly. Firstly, there is an apparent interaction between real-world politics and the online left, as exemplified by its influence on both elections and in agitating and educating those who may not have access to such knowledge. In terms of what the online left actually is, the space appears to be an externally imposed identity placed on certain influencers and creators who fit into the generally defined criteria of being leftist. This is a reality of digital spaces, in that identity is often formed in a dynamic between the audience and creator. In turn, creators may cover certain topics and operate in a way that is informed more so by their audience expectations and optics than by their own authentic motives. This is a direct example of profile politics, where one's political identity is informed by second-order behavior. Being clumped into the leftist space may nudge you into embracing more leftist values. There is also an observable contradiction in the space. As a result of its anti-capitalist message, the online left must contend with the fact that the space relies on capitalism in order to spread its message of anti-capitalism. Specifically, the livelihood of the creators is inherently tied to the attention economy. This, in turn, influences content. A final observation is that the online left functions as a social space more so than a political space or place for coalition building. Like any space, political or social, this can lead to infighting and drama. Next, I asked how people felt about the online left. Most creators voiced some level of satisfaction in the space, with some arguing that the democratization of knowledge, community building, and real-world influence emergent in the online left has led to a rejuvenation of leftism in general. However, there was also some negative feelings surrounding the space that were mostly concerned with how these creators saw themselves as well as the content they made. On the identity side, many creators felt that those within the space take themselves far too seriously. Amassing such a large audience that endorses most of your views could inflate your ego, while making you overly concerned with optics. As a result, creators could experience a sense of isolation and paranoia due to an over-concern with constantly appearing optically good in the eyes of their audience. Regarding the content that is being made, creators noted a sense of scarcity in terms of attaining views and covering topics. This can result in creators rushing their content, thereby decreasing its quality, as well as feelings of alienation with their own work, as what they decide to cover may be more often than not dictated by what drives traffic or what larger creators are covering. These concerns with identity and content can then result in a general lack of direction for the online left, with most creators striving for the same goal, a goal being a mix of genuinely spreading leftist ideology and amassing a larger audience. Many shared a sense of squandered potential. As a result, there was a general feeling of pessimism in the space. A potentially useful space was being threatened by audience capture and capital. If pessimism was the general feeling shared across the online left, then hope was the shared need. Some creators voiced a general wish to see the space become a place for the disillusioned and hopeless to recognize their own capacity for change and action. This hope was possible under the satisfaction of three smaller needs: action, connection, and ethics. Firstly, creators wished to see more direct action as a way to exemplify the real-world impact of the space. This is already apparent in the real-life examples in both electoral and non-electoral politics. Secondly, there was a push for greater connection in terms of community building and communication. A combination of action and connection could result in group praxis, where those engaging with the online left can temporarily open barriers of communication in order to collectively strive towards a common goal. Of course, this would require some consistent ethical code. From the interviews, there are 3 ethical norms that have been endorsed. Firstly, there is the need for greater humility. Creators should not take themselves too seriously and should be willing to admit when they are wrong or have wronged someone in some way. Secondly, creators should recognize that their influence means that they should responsibly curate content to avoid misinformation and the spread of harassment. Finally, inclusivity would require a greater appreciation for the voices of others and the simple understanding that sometimes people know better than you about a specific topic at hand. This means including those from groups that have been historically silenced, as well as reaching out to those immediately impacted by whatever you're talking about. From these needs of action, connection, and ethics, the interviewee suggested specific requests to fulfill the general goal of increasing hope. In terms of action, there was a simple call for prefigurative politics and greater pragmatism. Instead of waiting around for some sort of revolution to occur, we should do what we can with what we have, and direct audiences to direct aid and offline action. Regarding connection, this means being a creator who amplifies solutions rather than takedowns. This also means a more disciplined engagement with drama by recognizing that disagreements are natural and could even be productive.
I think I was the only person interviewed who talked about direct aid.
Simultaneously, responsibly engaging with drama means training the audience to be less reactive and attracted to such content. In terms of ethics, humility will hopefully come as a result of productive infighting where being publicly wrong about things is treated with higher regard. Responsibility will be cultivated through better research and engaging less with so-called bad faith actors. And inclusivity should emerge through covering non-American topics as well as through platforming marginalized and impacted voices that are relevant to a specific topic, as well as reaching across the aisle. Overall, it is through direct action, greater connection, and an ethics based on inclusivity, humility, and responsibility in which the online left could bring hope to its audience and
We are in the last approximately 10 to 15 minutes of the video. We are in the very last stretch of the video for everyone there. And then I will plan on discussing this a little bit afterwards.
their creators while combating
Yeah, I've done pretty goddamn well in not over pausing. I wanted to give this video room to breathe with some commentary, and then I'm going to give my reflections on it afterwards. So,
pessimism that is emergent in a space threatened by the reterritorialization of capital. Or that's what I gathered from talking to these people anyways. I'm going to do a little theorizing here. The revolution will not be televised is, above all, about...
Okay, I do think it's very funny to put on an Amazon.com Che Guevara t-shirt at the end.
a sort of collective desire for change that is difficult to capture on air, let alone in a live stream or a YouTube video. The revolution, a psychic change, this sudden shift in attitude. In the words of Huey Newton, it's this idea that the revolution runs on hope and desire. Desire is a fickle thing. You could call it motivation, the will to power, or even hope. It gets us out of bed in the morning to create beautiful things, to learn about ourselves and the world, and to watch hour-long videos on obscure digital spaces. Now, when united, even temporarily, desire can allow us to imagine and build new worlds of emancipation, of dignity, and compassion. Newton's words ring true. A revolution runs on desire. How could it not? But our desires can also lead us down dark paths, towards destruction and self-destruction. It can bring us to tyranny, depravity, and even obliteration. At its worst, we may even come to desire our own repression. We may end up betraying ourselves along the way, only to look back far too late and wonder what exactly went wrong. This is why I've always appreciated philosophy, as it urges us to examine why we do what we do and who we are at every turn. Now, what does this have to do with the online left? Over the course of this video, I've tried my best to investigate the needs of the online left in a fairly clear and concise manner. The general need expressed by the left that I could ascertain was this heightening of consciousness in order to educate and provoke change. It was that hope and desire that the revolution runs on. But the online left, according to a lot of these interviews, is in a bit of a precarious position. This very desire for change is often captured and taken in the opposite direction. Capitalism effectively absorbs any active sources of destabilization into passive sources of wealth. It simultaneously opens up spaces for exploitation, including those which are anti-capitalist, and also captures them so they never destabilize the system too much. Any desire for anti-capitalist subversion is then constrained to a mere interest that fuels profit. This is just really hard to avoid. How could we ever possibly create less?
This is from Anti-Oedipus. One can posit revolution as the objective interest of the masses or the working class and be perfectly... One can posit revolution as the objective interest of the masses or the working class and be perfectly correct. But the real question is under what circumstances that interest corresponds to or becomes their desire, and conversely, how that desire can so easily get captured and taken in quite opposite directions. That's what the quote at the bottom says.
commodifiable critiques of commodity. Even Heron gave Nike the rights to use his song in a 1994 sneakers ad, and that whole song was literally about, this revolution that's going to go beyond commodity, it's going to go beyond mass media. So the success of subversive spaces like the online left in terms of advancing its anti-capitalist agenda is now largely dependent on its success under capitalism. Those within it, in turn, can become increasingly concerned with optics, reputation, and branding, and a lot of the times this is at the expense of creativity, transformation, and collaboration. At its worst, a lot of them can become paranoid. Capitalism is relentless in its paranoid repression of desire. To its members, it warns ominously that we'll always find a place for you within the expanded limits of the system, even if an axiom has to be created just for you. Paranoia follows this logic. In order to perpetuate our existence, we need to ward off mutation and change. Ironically, the more we attempt to define or unify,
Polymath says, Anti-Oedipus and 1,000 Plateaus are considered pretty much one work, Capitalism and Schizophrenia. This is Deleuze and Guattari's work, which have been referenced multiple times here. Polymath says, I've been reading it lately, so it's kind of interesting that you and Doe are as well, and Sisyphus has brought it up several times as well. Doe has been reading Deleuze and Guattari for years. It is so well read on Deleuze and Guattari, and I believe it would get mad at me for saying that it's well read on those things, but it is. And I am somewhat familiar with certain concepts, and I am now beginning my journey into reading Deleuze and Guattari. I think there's so much that's incredibly compelling in Deleuze and Guattari's work that I have found useful, that I have found inspiring. I feel like I said that already, but the point is, I don't have any conclusions yet, but I have been, I've found it to be an edifying read so far. Doe knows a lot more about them, and yeah.
These subversive spaces, the more easily such spaces end up being kind of subsumed by the status quo or the system. They often become rigid, hierarchical, and inhibited by bureaucracy and internal schisms. I would actually argue that the lack of definition and clear leadership in the online left, as well as the diversity of opinion within it, may actually bolster its ability to avoid subjugation and evade total kind of capitalist capture. Perhaps at its best, pockets of the online left could even assemble to realize their potential for as long as possible without necessarily aspiring for permanence, thereby temporarily working together and building connections to instill this broader desire for change.
What we have today is an activism that is ideologically sterile. It seems that all we have been doing for a long while now is just directing our efforts to resisting the system, which is important work, protesting injustice and all that. But we're also learning that the more we do that, the more we resist the system, the more we seem to assume the shape of the system. There's a dynamic there. The more I use a tool, the more I become a tool to the tool, so to speak, the more I'm used by the tool. We cannot simply continue to depend on that paradigm of resistance singularly. We need a paradigm of renewal. We need a way to attract people into conversations, to make this paradigm shift sexy, so to speak, to bring people into circles and let them heal, let them ask questions, let them explore the world from their own points of view. And I believe once we begin to divert our efforts into these creative forms of enterprise, into these ways of engaging the discourse on social justice, I think new things will emerge that will completely take us by surprise.
Traits that are inherent to the space, such as the ease of communication, the creativity and diversity within it, and the relative flexibility offered by prophelicity, all point to the sort of fluidity needed in such a group. I would actually argue that the ability for the space to evade total definition and unity speaks to its strengths against the paranoid elements of capitalism. If anything, the online left is incredibly marketable. It can survive and even thrive under capitalism. The issue then, as expressed by those I interviewed, is the extent to which those within the left can reap the benefits of its marketability while avoiding the paranoia that leads to capitalist repression. How does the online left achieve such a balancing act between unmarketable radicality and being total sellouts? I think that the needs expressed by those I've interviewed offer a pretty good starting point. The online left will likely benefit through temporary zones of direct action and collaboration, fluid networks of communication, and an ethics that values humility, inclusivity, and responsibility. Importantly, however, the implementation of any of these needs requires, firstly, some level of courage at the individual level, to act above and beyond the paranoia that leads to an overconcern with optics. This requires a firm belief that things can and will get better, a sort of hope that may appear absurd or naive to others. Of course, it is beyond the scope of this video to explore whether we can choose what we desire, let alone attempt to define what those desires should manifest as. But I would urge us all to continue to interrogate, reflect, and philosophize over our own choices, needs, and motivations in the hopes of understanding ourselves a little bit better. In doing so, we can hopefully understand when and where our own desires and needs are leading us down paths of flourishing and creativity versus paths of paranoia and repression. Now, without claiming that this video is either a victory lap for or an absolute annihilation of the online left, I'm going to simply end it by saying that this space has done some good and it's done some harm, and that it can also do better. And I hope this video helped in clarifying what that better could look like in some small way. Thanks for watching.
I know I can't drive a truck, and I can't run a bank, and I can't count, and I can't lead a movement, but I can fuck up your mind.
I didn't expect any of that. I think that was pretty nice, personally. Perhaps we were too harsh. This is my fault, not yours. I think, like I said, it's a presumption that all engagements are going to be antagonistic guarantees as such. Now, I still maintain, and I do firmly believe this, in essentially every case where a bridge has burned with me and another person on the left, it was their fault, not mine. But I will say this much. If Sisyphus had never wanted to talk to me, or if there had been some kind of, like, mutual antagonism that had persisted after this as a product of me watching his video, that would have been my fault, right? Because his video, even though I take issue with parts of it, his video would have been earnest and well-intended, and I would have, like, watched it real fucking aggro, like, you know, like, oh, another one of these videos, you know? And then, like, if he didn't want to talk to me, in my mind, it'd be like, oh, well, there's another connection that I don't have. But that would have been on me. That would have been a me thing, even if I disagree.
I love this animation. I adore this animation.
With the video, that's not an excuse to, like, justify limitless antagonism or like any personal engagement or whatever. So that's on me. I wanna go back to being a bit of a positive example. This fits back into the idea, the big pants arc.
Sorry, but what? Bazinga. By the way, nice move. I caught you. You remember the part in the video where it talked about how you gotta appeal to the biggest creators in the space, you know, because that's part of the strategy and that's how you take the step forward. You have to pay attention to those polls, and the prophelicity of the creators will be important. Well, I think like one of the largest, if not the largest creator, at least one of the most active communities interviewed there was, of course, Vosh's community. So, you know, the end animation having a whole bunch of in-jokes directed at Vosh's community. Excellent way to pay attention to that prophelicity. You know what I've learned from this video, though? The big overall takeaway that I've learned from this video is that streamers and YouTubers are locked in the torment nexus. That we are being tortured alive for all of your entertainment, and you're all monsters for it. Anyway, no. By the way, so for those who enjoyed this video, I mean, we're going to talk about it a bunch, but I would recommend you all go press like. Bam, bam, bam. There's the link to the video. Please go press like and leave some comments of love from the imps. Show our love to a video that I got to take part in, and I was very happy to be a part of this video. First off, let me state I was very happy. Talking with Sisyphus was wonderful. I already felt like Sisyphus's initial video was thought-provoking, and I feel like this one is further thought-provoking. And I was very honored to be a part of the video, and I quite enjoyed viewing it and also the whole process. So everybody go show some love over there. Obviously, in comparison to Sisyphus's channel, we are tiny, tiny babies. Sisyphus has a whopping 1.07 million subscribers. And this video has 127,000 views, which is really impressive. I'm gonna give my like, just like you all should go give your like. Then we're gonna talk about this a little bit. But the talking part is going to have to come after a very small break in which I go to the bathroom. And I'm gonna quickly just mark this down. 5:16:37. Hold on. Okay, there, noted. All right, bathroom song time. Don't go anywhere, because otherwise you'll miss out on the amazing discussion we're about to have, because I have a lot of thoughts. Boy, do I have a lot of thoughts. Anyway, be right back.
Hey, Chat Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom to listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Demon Mama bathroom song. It's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and stay on the most while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but distracted. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something bobbing while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can someone go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door. Lock the door. She doesn't lock the door. She locks the door. Need a little... Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Within your phone, the stream's still running. Song's over. Stop. Somebody
like and subscribe.
There we go. Ah. Yes, 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 indeed. Like and subscribe. If you are here, you should type in chat. You should say something in chat. Anything. Just say hi. Or post an emoji, or whatever. It's a perfect time to do so. We're about to discuss everything that we just watched, so. Right? It's so good, Nasty. It really is magical. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Melanie. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. I'm liking my hair too right now. I'm liking my outfit today. Feeling good about my outfit today. Oh, all right, let's talk about this video. So, the revolution will not be uploaded. So, boy, there was so much that was touched on in this video. I do think that it's quite telling that basically every single creator, with maybe one or two exceptions, but basically every single creator interviewed talked about the strain and the pressure of the content mill. And these are all, I mean, there is a broad category of people here in this video. That should tell you something about the emotional duress that this type of work puts on the people who decide to do it, and also who manage to make it to any degree. It is and especially when you're making political content, which is not, it is not loved by algorithms. It is not loved by any social media platform. unless it is the most broadest appeal or a very specific type of conflict-inspiring content. Everything else it's rough out there. And also, I think that the fact that people from all over this perspective have essentially a functionally negative view of the concept of the online left, I think that's also very telling. I think we're entering a new era. I think, for sure, we are entering into a new era. And I am not sure what that new era will, I mean, you can't read the future, but things are changing on a very fundamental level in how these spaces operate. What was is no longer, and we are in the interstice. I mean, you could argue we're always in an interstice. There are no real points, in history. There's no A and B in history. But we are in a particular period where a lot of people are experimenting and recalibrating, recalculating, and trying to figure out where they're going to go. And I think a lot of audiences feel similarly. In some ways, this video is an expose. It's an expose on all of us, including Sisyphus, in that all of us put together and interviewed in a fairly constructive manner, we struggle to say anything shocking or jarring or revelatory. That a lot of the problems that we're dealing with are nothing new. But that the solutions to those problems are truly not as easy as it seems. And also that the expectation formulas are all fucked up. They're all messed up. In some ways, I feel proud of the things that I said and the way that I talked about it. But in other ways, I wish that I would have been able to articulate myself better. I am proud of myself for being, I think, the only person who not only directly brought up, but explicitly described a broad strategy for how you can use a community to engage in direct aid. I do think that that's something that I feel proud of and that I stood out for in this entire video. I don't think most people ever think about that in these spaces. And it is one of our biggest boons. The fact that when you build a community and you succeed and you have an infrastructure by which you have mods and trusted community members and you get to know people and whatever, that you have a system by which you can find and direct attention and resources to. And we've done that here. And I've done it in my own life. I regularly pay attention to actually I shouldn't even say fairly, to a large network of people that I know. And when their needs come to my attention, I am very frequently able to, if not directly contribute myself, get them to the hands of people who are able to contribute. And it's not always something that I do publicly as a part of my show at all, outside of, I guess, talking about it in the abstract here. There have been so many occasions where I have been able to, as a result of the network effect of having people in my community that I know that know people, and that sort of, because of the signal, because of that ability, I've been able to find people in need and help them find people who can help them. And not only that, but this happens autonomously as a result of the culture that I've established in my community. And I am proud of that. And I'm proud to have been able to bring that up as a part of this conversation. but it is unfortunate. It is unfortunate how I guess how it's painful to witness how lost we all are. That it is not easy. It is not a clear-cut answer as to how do you make the world a better place. We've done this to ourselves to a certain degree in being. I don't know how to even talk about that. Have we? There is a, the point that Sisyphus brought up at the end, where he talked about the fact that the identity, that there is a back and forth with an audience as to what you are, whether you're a leftist politics creator or whatever. We've all, to some degree, self-labeled. By being in this video, we have volunteered or we have at least accepted to some degree that we label ourselves as lefties and online lefties. The fact that we appeared in this video at all says that. But also, what that means is often imposed onto us. Like, when I started, creating content, I didn't set out to be like an activist. I wanted to have compelling conversations, and I wanted to get people's minds flowing, and I wanted to learn a lot from engaging with other people. I wanted to grow. But a lot of people, they see somebody start to gain ground, and there's all of these expectations that are built on top of it, and some of them you don't even know. A lot of times quite literally, the vast majority of the time, as somebody in my position, you don't even know what the expectations that people have about you are going to be. Then they might never even properly communicate them. You might just get anger at the fact that you are not living up to them. And yeah, I think I enjoyed this video a lot, and I found it valuable. I don't think it alone is gonna change the world or anything like that. I don't think it's the most groundbreaking video that's ever been made. I don't think what I said was the most groundbreaking things that have ever been said. In fact, I think a lot of what I said is fairly obvious observations from experience in these spaces. But I do like that this video was able to get so many different people into one screen. And that certain agreements, even across huge ideological differences, were able to be brought forward. And illuminated. And I do think that's very interesting. And I'm trying to think back over all of the different here. We should look at the little. Oh, I want to see, is the graph available? I want to see is there a visible. Can we see the raw image file for that web graph? No, I guess not. I'm just going to look through this little web graph and touch on some of these things. Uncle Gumbald says, Demon Mama, I agree with what FD Signifier was saying near the middle of the video, that y'all are artists and educators and that shouldn't be dismissed out of hand. Yeah, that's something I've been saying for a really long time too, in different wording, but I really agree with what FD was saying on that particular section. I think he was spot on, that like most of us are here not because we're politically passionate artists. We came here because we have some affinity for cameras and lighting or audio or animation or whatever, and we want to make a positive change in the world. And we also have, strong feelings about certain subjects and about what is right and wrong, but we are ultimately artists and educators, or edutainers, as I like to call myself. I'm an edutainer. I like to teach people stuff while we have fun. I think how how do I talk about that? I wish that we all could make a bigger impact. And by a bigger impact, I mean, sometimes I wish we would all do things slightly differently. And I mean this about myself. And not even slightly differently. I mean, maybe we should make different things. You know, when I look at the streaming world, there are times where I sit here and go, there's a lot of creativity and energy. Is streaming doing it? Is it cutting it? Is it actually doing anything at all? And the one thing I will say is that it does kind of drive home the point of the idea that streamers and YouTubers are not having a good time with these platforms. We're not having a good time with it. It's rough, you know? And if that's the case, you know, I worry sometimes, you know, that we're being tormented or tortured for the wrong reasons. And that maybe we could make something different and it wouldn't be as bad. But I don't know. I don't know if that's the answer. And I'm not giving up yet. So I guess the only answer is to keep trying, and until it's not the time to try anymore. I do think that it was cool to distill that we all kind of agree broadly that there is a need for increased, you know, responsibility, inclusivity, and Sisyphus used the word humility. I don't know if I would use the word humility necessarily. I think maybe I don't know. Did I use that at the time? I don't know that I did. Maybe I did. I don't know. I don't know that it's humility 100%, but rather a specific type of self-awareness. We're all fairly self-aware people as streamers. You have to be. You cannot be a streamer and not be self-aware constantly. You're putting yourself on camera all the time. It's how it is a byproduct. If you aren't when you start streaming, you will become that way. It is what happens when you live in front of a camera. I mean, hell, I recall even Vosh in his debate 101 guide that he did 1,000,000 years ago. This is so long ago, but he talked about how one of the ways that he refines his debates is by imagining himself in the third person. That if he imagines himself as a member of the audience and how he would react to the things that he just said. That is a type of self-awareness. That's not the type of self-awareness that I'm talking about here. What I'm talking about is a sense of scope, a recognition of our limitations, a recognition of our strengths, which is very hard to do. But I do think that it's good that everybody can kind of agree that it's important for us to analyze these things. I think humility is a term that works fine. I don't know. I guess I have some hang-ups from a religious background about the term humility. You know, humility has a subjugative context to it that I don't like. But at the same time, it does somewhat fit. It's a recognition that, hey, like the be-all, end-all isn't my community. And also that also means that all the pressure isn't necessarily on me. I do think that this video drives home the idea that the online left is far too broad to be collected under a single umbrella. We have a word for it, but that word is fairly nonsensical, which is a position I've held for quite some time. That we use the word online left only to like broadly motion to a nebula, an immense nebula of people, ideas, groups that sometimes have very little in common, and that we should be careful how we invoke it. And I think this video further solidifies my confidence in that analysis. And there was an aspect of this video that I think illustrated the limitation of the video, which was the discussion of real world politics, of how to get involved offline. And even in this video, even with people who were explicitly representing a, you know, the idea we can get offline, there were 2 answers. Well, 3. Mine, which is, I think that one of the ways that in this space, what we are as entertainers and community managers, basically, what we can do is we can do this direct aid thing. Then there was another answer, which was get involved broadly. Just, you know, find a political group and get involved. And then third, there was the political group saying, you know, the PV saying, come get involved with us. And I found that online content creators tend to be pretty bad at answering people's, not answering necessarily, but meeting people's concerns and giving satisfying answers as to how to get involved in the real world. My approach to that is, I guess, maybe a little bit humble. I don't know. It's pretty small. I tell people that what I want them to do, what I want to inspire, is further political introspection. I want to convince people to look around them, the world around them, and keep their eyes peeled in certain ways for people and for people specifically, especially, that are in need, and whether they can meet those needs. And I want to encourage people to socially connect through the avenues that I've created and beyond. But that's my focus. You know, I've found that a lot of times there's just sort of a broad deferral to go get involved, but I don't find that satisfying. And this is not just me speaking as a creator. I'm one of the smallest creators in this video. You know, I'm a small fry, all things considered. But I never found, before I became a creator, when I was listening to people in these spaces, I tried doing some of the things that creators recommended. You know, go do this, go do that. And I didn't find it to satisfy what I was looking for, what I was reaching for when I wanted to become politically involved or empowered. And I think that's a problem that a lot of lefty content creators struggle with. And I guess part of the reason why I talk about it the way I do is because I acknowledge my limitations. I'm a streamer. If I stream, I don't have time, or a lot of time, to be spending going and trying out different political orgs so that I can give reviews of political orgs. Maybe there's a content creator out there who can do that, but the most of us can't. And I feel like me just saying go grab onto some political org is a pretty piss poor pitch and a dishonest pitch. You know, I'm kind of just when people come to me and say, how do I get involved? If I was to say, oh, you know, go do this, I don't like that. And also, I don't like the idea of deferring into organizations that might be manipulative or that might not have people's best interests at heart. There are a lot. Listen, political organizations have a tendency to attract a certain type of mentality, a certain type of person, a certain type of funding. Political orgs have a high tendency towards corruption. They have a high tendency towards selling people pies in the sky and taking advantage of their labor in order while selling you a revolution or selling you political change and not delivering on that at all, while the people at the top of those organizations sit pretty. And so I don't like the idea of blindly recommending people get involved in political orgs, which is why the path that I choose for my community And maybe this is why I'm a smaller content creator. Maybe this isn't why I'm as big, but is that I tell people what I think that they can do with the tools that I provided and reasonable, feasible things that I know have helped me. You know, I do think that there's incredible power in building up real existing social networks between marginalized people. There's a lot of us in my community, a lot of marginalized people in my community who could use a friend, who could use a network of friends, who could use a broader community that could help them. That would alleviate people's fears, let them live their full lives, let them stretch and grow and strengthen themselves. That's something I can affect. That's something you can affect. I'm not, I really try to avoid just deferring these questions, but I don't want to pass judgment on everybody else, but I think it's a problem that there is it's the selling of a movement where there isn't a movement, And I don't like that. But I like this video. I have a lot of thoughts about it, and there are certain things about it that, most of this was not, super surprising to me. It doesn't surprise me that we all basically agreed on, how difficult it is to contend with the brandification of the web. That doesn't surprise me at all. It doesn't surprise me at all that we all acknowledged the fact that, we are siloed off in some way or another from one another. That seriality driven by scarcity. That's just a fact. Every creator, anybody who actually goes and creates content will know that that's a fact, and that's just a reality, that our audiences perceive us as more connected than we really are in most cases. Even in the cases where people are very connected, I know personally a number of people that were featured in this video. I've spent time with them in real life. I consider myself friends with some of them. But even still, there's this idea that we're all coordinating or sitting down and going to meetings, and that's just not how it is most of the time. So that doesn't surprise me. But I do think that this video is valuable. I think there's a lot to be pulled from and a lot to be... I think that the analysis of this video will produce interesting results. And obviously, I was in this video, so my analysis of the overall video is going to be a little bit limited. But I'm interested to see, for example, I really want to hear what Doe has to say about this. And I'm looking forward to hearing what Doe has to say about this when it gets around to watching this video. And I want to hear what other people have to say about it. People who have more distance than I do, given that I was in the video, yeah. One thing I do think is cool, all disagreements with the creators involved, aside, I do think it's cool that there are so many passionate people trying, and that is, it gives you a little bit of hope, just a little bit. Even if some of the people in this video I vehemently disagree with, and I know some of the people in this video I vehemently disagree with me, some of them hate me, in fact, and in some cases it might be mutual, but even still, I think it's interesting and it's fascinating that there are all these art kids trying their best on the internet to make something, and to varying levels of success. I think that's pretty cool. And I hope that we figure out how to make it more interesting and more effective. Oh, one other thing. At the end, there was a discussion of this cycle of territorialization, re-territorialization, and deterritorialization. I think that that is a constant cycle, that it is a constant process that will have to be changed over time. YouTube is going to figure out how we do certain things, and they're going to figure out how to algorithmatize those things, and then we have to change them. One of the things that we benefit from, and I've said this always, this is true about basically the entire left, but especially those of us who are ourselves speaking from various minority positions, various non-normative positions. We are hard to read, okay? People don't understand us. We're novel to them. And as a result, we have a small but notable benefit to resisting capture. And that they have to, and the structures as they are have to try extra hard to capture and control us. Like queer people, our culture is changing so fast, always. Queer people are always mixing it up. We're always adapting and changing, and there's new things and new conceptualizations like flying through so fast that people from the outside, they can't understand it unless they really try. And then they can, and then they suddenly find themselves among us. And I think that's awesome, and that we need to lean into that. That we need to embrace our ability to evolve and continually stay on the move. We need to change the way we do things and continually challenge our ability to disobey, and not just that, but, pull things along with us, One thing I think that I was thinking about in this video is that there was a lot of focus in this video on that prolificity. Why am I struggling on the term? How is it pronounced? What the fuck? I'm struggling with it. Profilicity. There we go. Profilicity. Why did I say profilicity? Profilicity. The profilicity thing is, in my opinion, subversible, right? I don't ever want to be the most famous streamer in the world. That sounds like a nightmare to me. I never want to be in the nightmare position of Mr. Beast, where he has hollowed himself out because the demands of being the most popular or famous person in the world requires that you flatten yourself out. That's the only way you can get there. I never want to be there, okay? And a lot of us should accept that that's not what our end goal is. And instead, we should be like little pirate ships, making our little legends and changing the fate of the world from a underdog position, which we can do. There is a problem among YouTubers broadly, and it is not just lefties, okay, but it is YouTubers generally, that they view growth as the only thing. Well, more people subscribing and listening to my content is always better, but it's not. You can influence the flows of things more pragmatically by doing things that don't seem like they're the immediate best path, by being less reactive, by being more innovative, by saying, hold on a second, maybe it's time for me, whether or not I succeed every time, maybe it's time for us to make a swing at being a force that bends the algorithm, because something that we do is irresistibly interesting, because something that we say percolates outwards. That was, I made the joke about pragmatism because people say things are, X is pragmatic. Well, if you want to say the most pragmatic thing is to chase trends, in the algorithm, because that will get you the most growth, and growth will mean you have the largest audience, and the audience will mean that more people are hearing your words, and well, you're better than the alternative, right? Unless that algorithm guides you into becoming the alternative. Unless, as a process of trying to grow your platform, you continually slice off parts of yourself that made you unique. When in reality, these algorithms are hungry. And it is true that sometimes being unique and standing out will leave you left in the dust, and that's unfortunately sad. The starving artist is as true as always. However, those starving artists are often the ones that are making the art that changes the world, that ends up defining the future of culture. And I think that we need to be more bold sometimes. And that includes myself. I am reminding myself of my principles here as well. You all know that, perhaps frustratingly to some of you, I don't always do the most ideal or optimal things in the algorithm. And some of it is just raw stubbornness, I am who I am. And I don't like changing just because people tell me to. I don't like following those rules. I have a rebel streak. But also, some of it is just because that's not what works for me. I won't be able to do anything that people like if I do it the way that, if I bend myself to work the way other people want me to. And I think this applies all the way into the leftism conversation. Because things are tense right now. And there's a temptation that the only answer is to paint ourselves the color that is most appealing so that we can hope to defer a negative outcome. Because there's a lot of negative outcomes that are possible. But I think sometimes that means we're actually removing our power. We are removing our arm, in advance, so that we don't get trapped in a trap when avoiding the trap in the first place might be a better option if possible. I know that's a bad analogy, but I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. Anyway, again, Sisyphus, thank you for making this video. Thank you for including me in this video. I really enjoyed talking with you. I really enjoyed this entire extended discourse. And so that's my shout out to Sisyphus. All of you, please not only subscribe to my channel if you're watching this, but also consider subscribing over to Sisyphus. I think Sisyphus has a lot to say, and I think Sisyphus is a supremely good faith actor. And I think that even if you don't agree with everything Sisyphus has to say, that listening is valuable. Anyway, thank you so much for listening and for tuning in. Make sure you're subscribed to the Demon Mama. Thank you very much. What do we all think? How are we thinking about that, huh? What do we think? Good ass segment. Thank you, Danny. I appreciate that. Awesome segment. Damn. Wow. That makes me feel great. It makes me feel really good. I was feeling a little shaky at the end, I guess. Thank you so much. Oh, hell yeah, Anonymous Platypus. I hope you enjoyed it. 14 out of 10, amazing. Wow, that's high praise. I gotta make sure I put this, hold on, I'm gonna do this right now before I forget. Put this video in the description. And also when we post the video, Danny, if you can make sure that this video and this video link gets into the final version, that'd be amazing. In the description of the final version. I guess it's gonna be, people are gonna hear me read the title and everything, but I always like to make sure the links are there. Get that good ass cross-linking going on. This video makes me, this video made me feel gardeny, Even though everyone in the video, you know, we all have very differing perspectives. I think this video had garden vibes, and that makes me happy. Because that's what I'm trying to aim for right now. I want to know that that this year is the beginning of something new. And it might be next year before we see everything bloom. But this is the year that we're getting down and we're tilling the soil and we're planting the seeds. We are beginning to re-envision the landscape, to imagine what is possible with the empty soil that sits around us. I've said this many times that I feel like right now we're kind of in like a, when I imagine it in my mind, in my mind's eye, I picture like a bunch of ruins with like ivy growing over it. And around and among these ruins, there are patches of fertile soil where things have been burnt and ash has fallen and is mixed with water and has been tilled by worms. And now there is just sort of all of this dead space that isn't dead. It's yearning to live, but it doesn't have anything in it because we just left the destruction of the thing that made the ruins in the first place. That's where I feel. That's what I see in my mind when I think about where I am in the streaming world. And I don't know. I imagine that we can plant some really amazing things, that this could be a place that is full of birds and full of life, that the ruins will be forgotten to everyone except for the most ancient among us. And we'll see them as a bygone era that we're happy to be rid of because of the flourishing that's around us now. And maybe that's way hopeful. Maybe that's like laughably hopeful. But I guess that's the vision I'm working with right now. Bizadoo says, did the podcast get kiboshed? Which podcast? Which podcast? The one with Zan did. It canceled. It didn't work out. Unfortunately. Put a lot of effort into it, but it didn't work out. We even had art and everything. It didn't work out. We tried, but different priorities. Teams changed up. And it fell through after a lot of work was put into it, but, you know, it's okay. Yes, I will, Gayfesh, don't worry. I meant to respond before stream, and then, of course, being the way that I am, I got distracted and all of that. But I will, yes. It happens. You know, I am very familiar with projects that do not succeed, even projects that you put a lot of love and work into. But, you know, sometimes that happens. But hey, but Demon Mama, I noticed the Fruitcast posted an episode. That is true. Fruitcast, made by former channel producer Cherry Bread TV and Mango, Neon Caffeine. They posted their first episode. If you haven't seen it, it's actually, I have the link right here because I meant to tell people about it. Here, let me show you. This one's a spicy one. The worst Minecraft YouTuber allegations, Fruitcast episode 1. That sounds absolutely deranged, personally, but if you want to go check that out, bam, bam, bam. There's the link. There's the link for it. That's Fruitcast. And the Fruitcast is a wild and crazy, high-energy comedy YouTuber culture podcast made by a very good friend of mine who used to work on this very team. And I imagine it's going to be very entertaining. Danny, I hope you rest very well. And, yeah. Anyway, go check out the Fruitcast. A bunch of you went and subscribed, so you probably already caught the what was I gonna say? The first episode. But if you haven't, go check it out. All right. Sorry, I don't want to. I'm getting a little distracted. The episode starts with, "Yeah, Cherry does kill people." I'm gonna tell you right now, the podcast is gonna be really funny. Okay. Cherry and Neon Caffeine, aka Mango. Cherry and Mango have incredible comedic chemistry. And I think they're gonna make you laugh a lot. Okay, I swear to God. I've seen Cherry murder a man in broad daylight. I believe it. I believe it. So, we are at a juncture. We have been going for 6 hours. I should talk about Dragon's Dogma 2. Because Dragon's Dogma 2, I don't think we have enough time to do the drama around Project 2025. But I do feel like we could talk about Dragon's Dogma 2. Sure, we'll watch the meme. Let's watch the meme. Let's do a quick meme break. Oh boy, Sonic meme. Let's do it. All right, Sonic meme. Let's do it. Wait, Sonic meme.
Password is eat my asshole.
Oh, that's not an actual password.
And my social security is 69. Nice.
Bazinga.
Around my boyfriend wherever I desire. And what do you know? The perfect shape.
That's right, everybody. It's your favorite boy.
Get the fuck out or I'm gonna shoot Amy in the fucking face! I swear to God! I'll do it, you bitch!
I love seeing people suffer when they wrong me, even if it's minor. Now I'm going to punch you.
I need to update my audio equipment. I've updated my audio equipment.
Okay, I find it really weird how many clips from the Sonic games there are of people holding, loading, and aiming realistic guns.
Oh my God, he's dead! Domestic terrorism!
Hard on it.
The password is
hard on. Okay, good ending. Good memes. Good memes. Good memes. I don't fully get the Sonic stuff still. I don't know if I ever will. But you know what? Good memes. And I love how much passion there is in them. Now, here's a meme. Okay? Here's a meme because I want to see this. This is a Kaniku Man that we got. I see that we tried to get 2 Kaniku Mans. However, we're doing the 1 Kaniku Man. And this is interesting because this guy appears to be a guy with shit on his head. And I think he's gonna come all over the other guy. There we go. Here it comes. Well, that was certainly one of the videos of all time. There you have it. Okay, real quick, we have to do a small pause because I was just delivered a homemade sloppy joe with homemade roasted potatoes, with like roasted herb potatoes, and I'm gonna eat them. Oh my god, these potatoes are so fucking good. Dough is so good to me. The potatoes are fucking good. Potato is the one food I would never give up. There are a lot of foods I would never give up. If I had to give up one food, it would be a food that I never eat and don't like. So like, asparagus or something. Okay, I guess I do eat asparagus, and I do kind of like asparagus. Maybe it'd be like cauliflower. I don't love cauliflower. There's probably other things. Wait a second. If it could be any food, I just give up bugs. I don't eat bugs anyway. What's your favorite way to eat potato? Fries, chips, mashed? I don't have a single favorite way because there's way too many good ways to eat potatoes. I do love fries, but I also really like chips. Mashed potatoes are magical. Baked potatoes are good. Potatoes are a very versatile food. I would rather die than lose potato. Damn. Oh, scallop potatoes? Yeah. Best answer, bugs. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of eating bugs, gotta say. I've never tried them. I know lots of people try like the crickets or whatever, but man, crickets freak me out. I'm not like super scared of bugs, but they do kind of upset me. I had a bad dream about a bug last night, and I woke up convinced there was a bug on me. Drove me crazy. Okay, time to eat this thing now. Hopefully I don't make a mess. It is a sloppy Joe after all. Holy shit, that's good. Really? That's weird, girl with a guitar. People, that's disgusting, another bored person. That's too much. Did the bug in your dream look like this? Oh, am I going to regret this? No. The bug in my dream was a shield bug. If anybody's familiar with those guys are my nemesis. Oh my God. Those shield bug, even talking about shield bugs upsets me. God, they're just, they're, I know that they're not mean or evil, but we don't have a good relationship, okay? They're the stinky ones. Yes, they are. They are the stinky bugs. Some people call them stink bugs. Other people call them shield bugs. Hypno Amber says, switching to insects for protein instead of beef would be a huge benefit to the environment. The more you know. Yes, that's the meme. That's the you'll live in the pod, you'll eat the bugs meme. Celestial Heart says, why not just skip to the year 40,000 and make ration bars from corpse starch? Ground up heretics or whatever. Well, that was amazing. That meal was fantastic. I have delicious spiced Coke. You know, I'm sure someday they'll figure out how to make insect protein or whatever. But I feel like there is likely going to be technological advances that allow for fairly simple synthetic proteins. I could be wrong, but I imagine that's the case. And also, you don't need to eat bugs in order to have protein. There are plants that you can eat that have lots of protein in them. So, you know. It's true, Cherry. Have you tried it? I don't know if you're a big sody drinker. I'm a big sody pop head. You know, I'm a sody head. But the spiced Coke Zero, it's, if you can believe it, it's goddamn good. It's beautiful. It's delicious. You don't drink soda? Oh, okay. Well, you know. The more you know. I can't get behind that. I can't get behind that, Joseph. I think bugs do deserve to exist. Spiced Coke might genuinely be one of my top 5 sodas. It's up there for me. I'm really impressed with it. I'm gonna be bummed when they don't stock it anymore. If you like Coke Zero, you'll probably like Spiced Coke. Spiced Coke, to me, it is basically like double cola. So imagine a Coke that has the cola flavors, like doubled. It's very hard to describe, but it's like super cola-y Coke. I like it. It tastes like lots of old-fashioned colas, but it's not. I am a sody pop head. Have you ever tried jackfruit? I have not had jackfruit. I've heard good things about it, but I've never had it myself. All right. We're going to talk about Dragon's Dogma 2 here in a second. Let me just gonna, I don't know. I don't mean to be a little winded today, but that was an intense video. I had a lot to say about it, and I'm still recovering from a cold. Fruitcast in the YouTube chat. We just shouted you out. How did you know? Fruitcast in the YouTube chat says, like the stream, or else you are homophobic and racist. I'm sorry, it's true. It's true. If you don't like the stream right now, you are homophobic and racist. The trick, see, that was the real thing that wasn't discussed today. The ultimate technique is all you need to do is trick people into viewing your video and then saying you are you are an ist and a phobe if you don't do what I demand. In fact, if you don't donate as much money as possible to my stream right now, you are an ist and a phobe. And as we know, that always works. People, if they're threatened with being called an ist or a phobe, they automatically must obey. Fruitcast says, oh shit, you shouted us out? Thank you, Demon Mama, you're the best demon type streamer. I'm the only demon type streamer for now. But thank you. Oh, actually, wait, I want to read the donos before we go any further. Yeah, I want to read the donos. I didn't get to read all the donos, so I want to read those before we do the next segment. And then I want to talk about, Dragon's Dogma. So, Beezadoo with the tier 3 sub. Gotta like and subscribe, Riverboat Imps representing. Hypers, by the way, Mama, I have a content suggestion to put in the Discord. How familiar are you with College Humor? Fairly familiar. I used to watch College Humor, and sometimes I watch their Dropout TV stuff these days. A couple of my friends are Dropout heads. Piftle Cakes with the tier 3 sub. Thank you very, very much. Absent lately because I've been planning my wedding. Less than 30 days until I'm married, y'all. Thank you, Demon Mama, for entertaining while I make centerpieces. Piftle Cakes, from the bottom of my heart, congratulations. Thank you for supporting the show, and congratulations. That is wonderful to hear. I hope it goes beautifully. Benner for the Potato with the 3 tier 1 gifted subs. White name genocide, easy. True. Wipe those white names out. Far Left Shark with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. The Guy Who Could with the tier 2 sub. Thank you so much, the guy who could. Hey, Mama, I just wanted to say that while I love all the art you produce, I have to say that I love your playthrough of From Software titles. So know that I'll watch. Don't worry, I have got a lot of FromSoft to play through. In fact, by the time we're done with this playthrough, there'll probably be more FromSoft games out already, which is exciting and enticing. Thank you so much, the guy who could. Horizon with the tier 1 sub, thank you very, very much. Lefty McLefterson with the tier 2 sub, thank you very, very much. And that is, we're all caught up. We're all caught up. Now, real quick, let me read the YouTube ones. From YouTube, we got Joe Dax. Thank you so much for joining as a YouTube imp. Ron's KFC with the $10 super chat, showing some love to a channel that helps me relax. Happy to help you relax. I do my best. Thank you so much, Ron's KFC. Another bored person with the $5. Now I am become Brand, destroyer of fun. True. And Rudon1334. Thank you so much for joining as a member. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. That's really kind of you all. Thank you to all of you who support this show. It really does mean the world to me. It really, really does. This show is 100% viewer supported. So all of you who contribute, you are the ones who make this possible. YouTube doesn't pay that much. So you guys make it possible for me to keep doing this and to pay all my bills and to pay my team. The economy is tight right now. I don't take a whole lot home from this show. Most of it goes back into the show and to paying the team, but it keeps the show going because I'm doing okay. I'm sustaining myself. So thank you very much, all of you. Thank you so much. Danny Fallon says, God, Dropout is so good. Game Changer is one of my favorite pastimes. Game Changer is awesome. Game Changer is next level. There's some next level shit. Especially the Survivor mega episodes. The Survivor mega episodes are unbelievable. They're incredible. Truly incredible. True, Fruitcast. Fruitcast says, rule number 1, do not fucking die. True. True. Kureem says, I accidentally passed out. Did I miss the Project 2025 segment? Unfortunately, I'm going to bump the Project 2025 segment to another stream because we are running out of time and I can feel my body's energy draining rapidly and I need to survive. So, but we'll talk about it. Don't worry, I promise. We'll get it. Mithril with the gifted tier 1 sub on the YouTube side of things. Thank you so much, Mithril. That means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Yeah, no dying. I gotta follow my own rule. I'm struggling here, okay? I'm struggling. But let's talk. Okay, everybody? My lovely imps. Dragon's Dogma 2! Or as some are calling it, Dragon's Dog Poop! Just kidding. I actually really like Dragon's Dogma 2. Like a lot. Like I want to go play it right now, but I am currently 6.5 hours into a live stream, and I promised you all that I would talk about it, and I want to talk about it, but I also really want to go play it right now, okay? Dragon's Dogma 2 is the sequel to Dragon's Dogma 1, and it sure is Dragon's Dogma 2. I want to tell you about my history with Dragon's Dogma, okay? My history with Dragon's Dogma is that I only played the first game last week. And I had a really good time with the first game. And you might be going, well, what the hell? It's been out for like a million years, and you didn't even play it until last week. Why? And the answer is because of something really funny. When Dragon's Dogma came out originally, 3 of my roommates were all playing it at the same time, okay? And Dragon's Dogma has a very unique quirk about it, which is that all of the characters talk in fake Old English. So they say things like, "There is aught here! If you go into town, you will find aught things to do." They say things like, "We ought to search for aught that is here." They say things like, "Arisen, my lord! Wolves hunt in packs! Be cautious that you don't get overwhelmed! Try dousing it with oil! Oil always catches flame quickly!" That's basically how all of the characters in the game talk at all times. And they really love the word ought. And they use ought all the time. It's actually wild how frequently they use the word ought. It's shocking. But anyway, 3 of my roommates at the time were playing Dragon's Dogma, and I heard the game so much that I developed a aversion to it, because I just heard the sound effects, the music, "there is aught here," over and over and over again. And there's another line which is going to activate the Dragon's Dogma heads in the audience. Ready? Which is, "Masterworks all, can't go wrong. Masterworks all, you can't go wrong." That line I heard so many times, not just from the actual games being played around me in the house that I lived in many years ago, but also because my roommates started ironically repeating that line to each other all the time. They would open the fridge and say, "Would you like a soda?" You say, "Yeah, sure." And they'd be like, "Masterworks all, you can't go wrong. Which one would you like?" It was a lot, okay? It was a lot. And so I just never played the game because I was just like, oh, I've heard so much Dragon's Dogma that, and it's actually really funny. When I went to play Dragon's Dogma, I got to the guy, the Masterworks all, you can't go wrong guy, and I had forgotten that it was from Dragon's Dogma. That I had heard that line so many times that I didn't even remember it being from Dragon's Dogma. And the moment that character went, "Masterworks all, you can't go wrong," it was like getting hit by a bus, okay? I was just like, every time my friends had said that over the course of years, hit me all at once. Anyway, I did have a lot of fun going and playing Dragon's Dogma 1, and I know why everybody likes it. And then Dragon's Dogma 2 came out. Now, I was excited for Dragon's Dogma 2, which might seem odd, given that I didn't play Dragon's Dogma 1 until last week, but I've been watching the approach of Dragon's Dogma 2 from afar, and I was going, And I like a lot of Capcom games, specifically the Monster Hunter series. And this game had a lot of Monster Hunter-y elements, and I was like, ooh. And then it came out. It came out 2 days ago, and I have played it an unhealthy amount. Now, to be fair, I'm a gamer. First, excuse me, I'm a gamer. And secondly, I had a really bad cold, so how dare you? I was sick, and I was sipping my fluids and staying warm, and I needed something to keep me going. So I just played Dragon's Dogma for like 16 hours over the course of 2 days. How dare you? I was sick. But I had a really goddamn good time, okay? And in fact, I'm gonna tell you a little anecdote about my experience of booting up Dragon's Dogma 1, okay? Or Dragon's Dogma 2, sorry. I booted up Dragon's Dogma 2 after installing it. Actually, I installed the game, and then I shouted down to the rest of my house, Dragon's Dogma 2 is unlocked! You guys can start installing now! And everybody in the house started installing it because everybody, with the exception of my partner Doe, are currently playing Dragon's Dogma 2. So we all downloaded it. And then we started the game, and we were all making our characters, and 2 hours passed, past the refund period, and I was still in the character creator. My partners were already playing the game, and I could hear their pawns going, there is aught here! There is aught here! There is aught manner of high quality ingredients over here, my lord. I could hear that from their games. And I was still in the character creator because the character creator is really intense and there's quite a lot. And I was trying to create a specific character. I was trying to create my beautiful character from Dark Souls 2. And that proved to be impossible. I could not recreate my Dark Souls 2 character correctly in the Dragon's Dogma 2, but I made another character that I was quite happy with. And finally, I started the game. And within seconds of starting the game, I realized that I'd made a foul mistake. Which is that be very careful, okay? Just this is my word of caution so you don't make the mistake. Be very careful with the mouth protrusion because it might look okay in the character creator, and you might think, well, the mouth protrusion value is still very low, so I'm probably gonna be fine. But when that motherfucking character hits the first cutscenes, in-game cutscenes, my character straight up looked like the dude from Italian Spider-Man. You guys ever seen Italian Spider-Man? Oh my God. There's this, oh my God, I gotta bring this up. The guy, there's this part in Italian Spider-Man, okay? Where, hold on, let me just show you this guy right here. I got to the first cutscene and my character straight up looked like this guy right here. I was laughing and I was so mad, and it made my partners were laughing because I was like, why is my character all of a sudden the guy from Italian Spider-Man? And it was so annoying. It was driving me absolutely bananas, okay? Every cutscene, my character was going, and I was like, no! Stop! Why? So be careful. And my character's mouth protrusion was not high, okay? So this will make sense why I'm talking about this. You might be going, this is the worst review of a video game I've ever heard. Why the fuck are we talking about Italian Spider-Man in the review of Dragon's Dogma 2? But it'll make sense in a minute. I promise. It'll all make sense. It's all gonna come together. Like poetry, it's gonna rhyme. Okay? I promise. My character. Arisen! There are odd monsters here! Okay? So, I swallowed my pride and continued playing the game, all right? And I was running around and I was shooting magic and climbing up weird walls and picking up items and learning all kinds of stuff and listening to the funny accents. And I got to make my first pawn, which my pawn is named after my dog Yoda, and she's amazing and I love her and I will protect her to the ends of the earth. My pawn is a little hunched over beastren that looks like a dog and has a little tan mohawk, looks just like my dog Yoda. Everybody, this is the moment in chat where you spam the Yoda emoji. Go ahead, hit up the Yoda emojis. This is a perfect time, you know? We want to see the Yodas. Let's see some Yodas in chat, everybody. Look at those Yodas. Beautiful. My pawn looks just like my dog. Amazing. Beautiful. And so there we go. There we have it. Look at all those Yodas. So adorable. There's the Yoda barking. Now, in Dragon's Dogma 1, my Yoda pawn had a very high-pitched voice. And it was extremely funny because in Dragon's Dogma 1, you could have comically high-pitched and comically low-pitched voices. Unfortunately, you can't do that in Dragon's Dogma 2. The voice acting is really good, though. The accents are still very funny. They still say "ought" all the time. But the voice acting is really nice in Dragon's Dogma 2. But I was playing, fighting monsters, loving the world. The music is great. The world looks beautiful. I was having some performance issues, and I'm going to talk about those a little bit more in a minute. We'll get there. But I started to get a little tired in my first day of playthroughs, and so I took a break. And it was then that I realized that Capcom had seriously fucked up. Because I went on to Twitter to see what people were saying about Dragon's Dogma 2, and I was like, boy, I had a great time. People must be loving this game. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. They were not tweeting about how they were having a good time with the game at all. They were, in fact, very angry. And that was when I realized that there were microtransactions in the game that I never noticed. And I went to Steam and I saw, sure enough, on the store page, there were microtransactions there that I did not see because I had just clicked download the game, which I had bought. I pre-ordered it like a day before. I don't generally do pre-orders, but I had decided I wanted to play this one. So I bought the pre-order like a day before. You know, shame on me, I guess. And then there were now microtransactions. And people were very mad about that. So let's talk about the microtransactions. Because I noticed at that point that one of the microtransactions was a character recreation item. Now, I happen to know already that you could recreate your character in-game with an item that costs Rift Crystals. Rift Crystals are not premium, or they weren't premium currency. They're still not really premium currency. They're kind of premium currency. In the first game, Rift Crystals are just a special item that you pick up from killing certain types of monsters and doing certain quests that allow you to recruit pawns to your team. They are just stuff that you spend on pawns, okay? And in this game, that's also true. you can spend your Rift Crystals to recreate your character. And obviously, I needed to do that because of the aforementioned Italian Spider-Man face. You know, where my character would go every 5 seconds in the cutscenes. I couldn't handle it. So I knew I needed to do that. And it was at this point that I discovered that you could actually just buy with real money from Steam. You could just go and buy an item that lets you change your character. And I said, well, that seems weird. Is it going to be like $1 million in game? And of course, the next day I went back and played again, and I discovered, well, no, actually, it's not $1 million. In fact, it's paltry. It costs like 500 Rift Crystals, which is basically nothing. It's really easy to get 500 Rift Crystals just playing the game, and that's all that you need in order to remake your character's appearance. So I didn't get it. And I looked at the other items that were being sold. And let me tell you, these are some of the most pathetic and sad DLCs I've ever seen in my entire life, okay? They are selling, so the items that they're selling as DLCs are an item that lets you do a makeover on your character. You could purchase Rift Crystals outright, which is, again, Rift Crystals are plentiful in the world. And the amount of Rift Crystals that they sell you with the DLC microtransaction is not enough to be impactful in any way. Like, you would have to pay real money to get an embarrassingly low amount of Rift Crystals. I don't even know why they would bother. So then you can buy extra lives, which extra lives in Dragon's Dogma are fairly rare items. But when I say fairly rare, I mean like you're gonna get one every couple hours of play. More frequently, if you're playing, you know, very effectively, you're gonna find these items from exploring the world, from doing quests, from looking around. So they're rare, but they're not that rare. They're not rare so rare that you want to pay money for them. And then fast travel items. Now, this game, Dragon's Dogma 2, before launch, was very big about boasting about how they were clamping down on fast travel. And I don't think that's true at all. In fact, in my experience, the fast traveling is there is more fast travel in Dragon's Dogma 2 than there was in Dragon's Dogma 1, unless you're playing Dark Arisen or whatever the expansion is called, where they give you a free fast travel that you can use infinite number of times. There are ox carts you can ride on. There are port crystals you can use. It's less fast travel than a game like Oblivion or Skyrim for sure. Way less fast travel than that. But there's still quite a lot of fast travel, and for some reason, and you can find fast travel items in the game all the fuck over the place. You can buy them from a merchant for a little bit of gold. I mean, okay, it's actually a fairly large amount of gold, but not an unreasonable amount of gold. I'm talking like you can get a couple of fast travel items in-game in like an hour of play. You could get 1 or 2 fast travel items in an hour of play, and they're selling it for like $3, $2 or $3 on the microtransactions. So let's just get all the facts laid out straight here now that I've given you the narrative version. The microtransactions for this game are commonly available item, commonly available item, commonly available item in an incredibly embarrassingly small amount, a commonly available item, and then an uncommon item that you can trade for with extremely common items in the game. Why? Just why? First of all, they pissed everyone off really bad by sneaking in microtransactions after the launch. They never said anything about microtransactions before the launch. They also pissed everyone off by having 2 of the microtransaction items being counters to the stated design philosophy of the game. Right? So the game, before launch, they were boasting about how, in fact, no, I'll even go one step further. The director of the game explicitly stated that the reason he doesn't like fast travel is because he thinks that if your game is well made, traveling from place to place should be fun and you shouldn't want to fast travel. That was a statement made by the director of the game. And then they put in fast travel tokens that you can buy with money. And then the other thing, of course, is that this game is, Dragon's Dogma is sort of infamously hard. Not like, you know, incredibly hard, but fairly punishing. Dragon's Dogma is a game, both the first and the second one are games that kill you a lot in very funny and weird ways. And it's very Dungeons and Dragons, like classic Dungeons and Dragons in that way. Sometimes you'll be in an unfamiliar area, and if you move too quickly, a bunch of slimes will drop on your head, and if you don't have the healing items and whatever, you're gonna get toasted. And it's funny, and it's great. But then they put lives that you can buy with money. But at the same time, lives aren't even that rare in the first place. So the microtransactions quite literally make no sense. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. They pissed everyone off because it's a $70 game that now has stupid microtransactions in it. I didn't even know the microtransactions were there because I played the game the moment it launched and didn't notice that they were there, and I'm not the only player who was like that. So it's a really, really weird decision that pissed a lot of people off for basically no reason. In my opinion, these microtransactions are basically there to mislead players and to prey on spending / optimization addicts. It really doesn't make any sense to me other than that. These items are not hard to attain. The only people I can really feel being tempted to buy them are people who are who just compulsively spend on video games in the name of optimization, and even then, it's still not that much. Especially the Rift crystals. They give you like a paltry amount of Rift crystals. Not even enough to really make sense. It's very silly, okay? Really, really silly. And then there's another issue, okay? Which is what a lot of people are getting mad about, which was the performance. The game has some performance issues. It does. It struggles, okay? Specifically, it struggles with frame rate. The game, and crashing. A lot of people have had issues with crashing in the character creator, which is very annoying. And the frame rate issues are, I have experienced them on my fairly high-end system. Now, I don't have like a cutting-edge gaming computer, but I have a pretty good one. I do streaming and I game on my streams, so it's a pretty decent computer. And it has, I've struggled to keep the frame rate up. Even with reduced settings, the frame rate still struggles. It has optimization problems. It has, it is not just a raw performance. You know, it's not a matter of your system stats. Even on a killer system, people are having the frame rate issues. So, and now Capcom already released a statement saying they're going to try and patch that in. But it is really disappointing that basically every major studio release these days is not functional, like is not functioning to its advertised statistics on launch. Now, I'm not saying that every game needs to have flawless 4K, 120 FPS, perfect optimization on the day that it launches. But if you're advertising the game and you're showing off the game in those statistics, there's not a single goddamn game recently from major publishers that has launched and actually worked. It has just become completely standard for them to launch the game and then spend weeks afterwards doing patches to fix up shit that probably should have been done before they launched the game. Because it creates a frustrating and annoying launch, sometimes a debilitating launch where you can't even play the game because the performance is so bad. It's unfortunate, okay? Nerodia says, they sneaked in de novo. Both de novo and microtransactions weren't there in the review copies. Unfortunately, that is not true. And this one kind of has to stand on reviewers. I watched a video of a reviewer that I very much overall trust, and they admitted that they missed the microtransactions. That the microtransactions were present in the press materials that they were given, and that they neglected to mention them because they forgot about them, which is, that's a little, gamers, okay? Gamers. They're really gamers are weak to hype, okay? They're really weak to hype. Yeah, it sucks. But yes, unfortunately, as I have seen confirmation that yes, the microtransactions were talked about in the review copies. And wouldn't you know it, just none of those reviewers managed to mention the microtransactions. This is a problem that games reviewing has always had. That people they very rarely ever talk about this. But the real problem that review-based games journalism actually has is the fact that those who are given review copies are heavily incentivized to give more positive reviews, because if they don't, they just won't be given a review copy in the future. And, gaming content creation on the internet is very much, you gotta hit that shit while it's trendy. You gotta hit that shit while it's hot. You gotta get it out there. Bam, bam, bam. You gotta get that review out. You gotta get that commentary out. So there's an incentive for gaming creators to court getting review copies. They know it's not just anecdotal. We know that gaming companies won't give review copies to people that they think are going to give negative reviews. There are, critical game reviewers don't tend to get sent review copies for many games for obvious reasons. Those companies have a financial interest in their game getting as positive reviews as possible. So there is a pressure, even on good game reviewers, being put at all times to just err on the side of positivity, to err on the side of making sure that they can get their review copies in the future. Exactly. Danny says, you got to release the review on embargo. Make the content before we push the thing that upsets people. Exactly. Exactly. Precisely. And it is unfortunate, but it's one of those things where you have to, gamers, the intelligent gamer will learn to make themselves more immune to hype. No one is completely immune to hype. I admit this myself in getting hyped up for things like Death Stranding. But I am very resistant to hype. That much I know. And we should be more resistant. I should be more resistant. And in fact, I've gotten better and better over the years, but hype will lead you very far astray. It very much will. Now that I've talked about the controversy around Dragon's Dogma 2, which just real quick, just so that I can confirm to you guys the state of affairs, okay? Real quick. Take a look at this. Dragon's Dogma 2, a cult classic game launched with mixed reviews. Now, this is actually an improvement since the last time I checked. The last time I checked, it was at negative. 49% of the reviews are positive. So there is a majority of negative reviews for this game at this particular moment. Okay? Very, very strong negative reviews. So that's the controversy, just so you guys get a picture of how mad people are about this game. Now I want to talk to you about some other things about the game. But the actual game itself. Well, okay, all of that was about the game itself. But people have a right to be mad, okay? However, there's a lot to enjoy in this game. And I've been having a lot of fun with the game. Now, a game cannot be separated from its optimization. A game cannot be separated from the microtransactions that are tacked onto it. A game cannot be separated from the decisions of the people who made that game. They're all entangled. However, the actual experience of just playing the game, even with the performance issues, even with those, it's really great, okay? I'm having a really goddamn good time with the game. I know I started this segment off with that, but I really am enjoying this game. The world is fantastical and beautiful and full of monsters. The gameplay, there's like, I don't even remember, 10 different classes that you can play, and all of them feel very distinct and unique and exciting. I've been playing mage and then sorcerer, and the pawn system is amazing. The game looks fantastic, even when it has frame drops. The game visually is incredibly beautiful. The monster design is compelling. The world it is shockingly similar to Dragon's Dogma 1, but not in like a bad way. It really does carry forward the basic gameplay feel and the story feel of the world. It really did. It's amazing with so many years between the titles that it still carries so much of the spirit with it. That doesn't happen all that often. And there's a lot of stuff to enjoy. It is a game. Dragon's Dogma has an element of wackiness to everything in it. The physics are wild. The monsters are huge and unpredictable. Things like wild things happen, okay? The monsters can drag you all over the place. They can throw you. There's, the wolves will bite you. If a wolf knocks you over, a wolf can drag you. It can run, pulling you by the collar of your clothes while your teammates are sprinting after you to try to get you out of the wolf's clutches. The other day, just yesterday, I was fighting an ogre, okay? Which, the ogres look more like trolls to me, okay? It's kind of troll-like. I always call them trolls, but they're ogres, okay? I'm fighting an ogre, and the ogre starts tipping over, okay? And my pawn goes, "I'll take care of this monster for you! Arisen, master, I'll save you!" Jumps and does a jumping attack, grabs onto the monster's head, and tips it over the cliff and into the river, dying instantly and also killing the monster. And that is like, that sort of thing is the type of thing that will happen all the time in these games. The pawns are crazy bastards, and they do insane things all the time. I have had pawns pick up and pitch explosive barrels into the middle of a giant bloodbath with like 15 different characters fighting. There are NPCs roaming all over the world. They can dynamically get in fights with monsters. Sometimes you'll be walking towards a city. A monster will attack the city. The villagers are getting crushed by the monster. The town guards are trying to fight the monster, and your pawn will run in and do a suicide bombing with a comically large explosive barrel, like that one gif of Batman running with the comical bomb. Okay? It is amazing. There's a bunch of different pawn personalities, and there's all these invisible systems in the game that add to the like wackiness factor, and I love it. I've been having a great time with that aspect of it, and it's really good in this game. There's a ton of variety in items, and of course, the fashion is incredible. As an example of this, I just wanted to show you all my character. Now, some of you who were here earlier, you probably saw my character already, but the rest of you are going to be lucky enough to get to see my character now. And I want you to behold my amazing character, okay? Look at her. Oh my God, isn't she amazing? Look at her. Oh, she's so cool. Look at how much swag she has. Look at this. And this is like a low-level outfit. I've barely explored the game. This is a whole cloak of raven's feathers. I've got like a monster scale tiara. I've got this admittedly simple wooden staff, and it's just exuding style. And this is one of the outfits. I have like 3 other absolutely swag outfits that I haven't gotten to take screenshots of because I've just started playing the game and I only took a certain number of screenshots before I had to stream today. It's amazing. The fashion is out of control. And I really like it. And the world is huge. There's the quest design. I have run into a couple of quests that were a little bit weird, maybe even a little buggy, but also that's kind of par for the course for Dragon's Dogma. The first Dragon's Dogma, they don't give you a lot of quest information, and the reason for that is because you're supposed to talk to lots of NPCs, and you're supposed to also have your pawns help you out, and that's doubly true in this game. Pawns, there's a whole system by which you can bring other people's pawns into your world. And those pawns will come with quest knowledge from quests that they've done with their owner, okay? And the same thing goes for your pawn. If somebody borrows your pawn to take to their world, your pawn will bring with it any knowledge of any quests that it's been on with you. Pawn knowledge is this entire whole system that's incredible. The pawns can learn strategies for beating monsters. They can learn the location of secret treasures. They can learn advice for quests. They can learn, different locations on the map, and they can be shared between players asynchronously through this whole system. And it's really amazing. It's so robust. There's so many details to the pawn system that I could keep going on for hours. I don't want to spoil everything, but I promise you, it's really deep and it's incredibly fun. And they've also made a bunch of changes to the structure of the pawn system so that it incentivizes constantly trying new pawns and inviting other people's pawns in. You can set quests where you give a reward to your pawn, and if somebody else takes that pawn on the quest that you set for it, then they'll get that reward. Super cool. So basically, here's an example. I want my pawn to become an expert at killing ogres. In order to become an ogre killing expert, my pawn needs to kill 75 ogres. I can put a quest on my pawn that says, if you take my pawn to kill 3 ogres, then I'll give you 10,000 gold, which is a good amount of gold. Or I'll give you this really good healing item, or I'll give you a crafting item. And that pawn, people can grab that pawn from the pawn pool, pull it into their party, accomplish the quest, and get that item. And you can do that with other people's pawns. It means that there's this super asynchronous, cool multiplayer system that is just really amazing. It's so much fun. And I've been engaging with the pawn system endlessly. Plus, it means you get to meet all these different pawns, designs, and character personality mixtures, and classes, and all kinds of stuff. You just get to see so much of the variability the game has to offer. Really great. Now, there are two strange things that I have to talk about, which this is mostly going to be directed towards Dragon's Dogma 1 players. If you were a player of Dragon's Dogma 1, you will probably remember that throwable items were a major item type in Dragon's Dogma 1. You know, like a flask of oil that lets you splash oil on somebody, a cursed stone that you throw and it makes somebody silent so they can't cast spells, a piece of rotten meat that you can throw at somebody and they get poisoned, so stuff like that. And in Dragon's Dogma 1, the throwing system kind of massively sucked. In Dragon's Dogma 1, there was no item hotbar. So to throw an item, you'd have to press start to open the item menu, go to the item, press hold, like to hold in your hand, and then your character would reach into their bag, take it out, and then you could throw it. Very clunky, very annoying. Now, in Dragon's Dogma 2, oh, and also, when you threw the item, you don't get to aim. You just kind of like, there is a static throw distance, and you point your character in the direction, you press the throw button, and they throw it, and it does like a little arc. You can't control it, you can't aim at all. You can't aim up, aim down, none of that. You just have to kind of point your character and throw. Now, in Dragon's Dogma 2, they have added a proper throwing system. So, you can pick up a big rock, you can aim the big rock, and you get like a little aiming thing, and you can throw it. So you can hit birds out of the sky or drop it. One of my favorite things is dropping rocks down on the heads of enemies, which is really important because enemies are very difficult in this game. So you got to kind of think about your environment, and you can do a lot of damage by throwing a rock off of a high cliff and crushing a goblin's skull. Cool throwing system, right? But there's no throwable items. Which is like, I was just like, wait, what? And I was shocked that there was no throwables in Dragon's Dogma 2, despite the fact that there is now a throwing system. The only thing that you can throw in Dragon's Dogma 2 is rocks and other environmental objects. So you can pick up a box or a rock or a boulder or a barrel of explosives or a poison barrel, but there are no equipable throwing items, which makes it even weirder that enemies in the game have equipable throwing items. There are guards and goblins that will throw oil flasks or fire bombs or poison things at you. And so I don't know why they did that. I'm really confused. Now, this won't make any difference if you didn't play Dragon's Dogma 1. You won't be missing anything, really at all. But coming from having played Dragon's Dogma 1, I was shocked that they didn't put in all of the many throwing items that there were in Dragon's Dogma 1 that were kind of useless. They literally did an inversion. In Dragon's Dogma 1, there were hundreds or dozens or hundreds of different throwable items. Empty flasks, glass, ceramic jars. Ceramic jars are one of the meme ones. You could literally throw pies in Dragon's Dogma 1 at people. Jester's pies. And there was, but throwing them was incredibly pointless and meant that most of the time you're not going to use any of them. And then in Dragon's Dogma 2, they build a throwing system and there's none of the items there. I don't know. You can still throw your pawns. You can still throw monsters. You can still throw pawns onto monsters, and you still can throw monsters into other monsters, which is good. All those things still exist. But there's no throwable items, which is... Celestial Heart says, don't worry, throwing items are going to come in the DLC. It's really funny that you should make that joke. My partner made that joke too, and unfortunately, I'm actually a little worried you might be right. You might be right. Unfortunately. We'll see, though. We'll see. Yeah. That brings me to the second thing. that only Dragon's Dogma 1 players will care about, really, which is that they made a really weird change to one specific aspect of the game. In Dragon's Dogma 1, you can go to an inn, and all inns maintain a universal storage. So there's just like you have an item storage with infinite weight that you can throw items into and store at the inn. And any inn can access your item storage. It's a universal, it's like the storage box in a Dark Souls game. You can get it from anywhere, or from any inn. You can't get it while you're out on the field. You have to go to an inn to do it. But in the first Dragon's Dogma, every inn also had an equipment menu where you could just click equipment and it would let you see all of the equipment that you have in a particular category in your inventory or in your storage so that you could quickly compare gear and swap gear. Super simple, straightforward, right? They got rid of that. That option only. That's the only option that doesn't exist, and it's not here in Dragon's Dogma 2, which is really strange. So you actually have, if you want to check your current equipment versus equipment in your, versus equipment that's in your storage, you have to withdraw it from your storage and then check it in the menu. Very strange decision. I think they're gonna probably patch that. I feel like that might have been unintentional. It's like a feature that existed in the first game that for some reason doesn't exist in the second game. Very minor, but strange nonetheless. Other than that, there are more classes than the first game. The classes seem expanded pretty significantly. The game looks amazing. There's a ton of monsters in the game from what I can tell. Obviously, I've only played, you know, however many hours. How many hours have I played since it launched? It says I've played 22 hours. I don't think I've actually... Some of that was idling. So I've probably played somewhere around 16 hours total. Some of that was definitely idling. I know for sure because I went and did things while the game was still running. But I've played somewhere in the ballpark of 16 hours or so in this game. So I have a lot of game left to go. I know people who rushed this game, and even rushing through the game, it took them 40 hours. This game is massive, okay? So I don't know what to expect. And there might be things that there's going to be some things that I discover once I complete the game that will probably change my mind, or that I'll have more to say. So I'll probably do a full review once I beat the game in the future. But I wanted to take some time talking about my first impressions, the controversy, and whether or not I actually recommend playing Dragon's Dogma 2. And the simple answer is, I do. I think Dragon's Dogma 2 is a really fucking fun game, and I think that you will get your money's worth if you decide, to buy and play it. I do think it's an incredibly fun game. I don't think that you should ignore the problems, and if the existence of microtransactions alone bothers you, you can skip it. But I do think the game is really good, and I've been having a great time with it so far. Of course, I'll have a final say at the end, but I've already gotten, 16 to 20 hours of good play out of it. And the first 8 or so of those hours were without me even knowing the microtransactions were in the game. They're not accessible from in the game. There's no like DLC or microtransaction menu. They're just in the Steam shop or the Xbox store, depending on what platform you're playing on. Yeah. The reality is, is this the dog clip? Here, I'll play the dog clip so you can get an idea. Yeah, this is the dog clip. This is not my clip. This is from Dan's Gaming. So check this clip out, okay? This is an idea of what you can expect, the wackiness that you can expect playing Dragon's Dogma 2. Okay, here we go. Just enjoy.
Ow! Hey! That's a bad dog. Bad dog. Bad dog. It's a bad dog. Get up. No, you gotta help me.
So what's happening here is his pawn, which is a healer pawn, is casting the heal spell and not attacking. So he's pinned by 3 wolves currently. and is being healed at approximately the same amount of health that he is taking in damage.
God, get off of me! Get him off of me! You're not helping! I can't get up because they won't attack! Oh my God!
And there we go, the wolf grabs him again, and he's being run and dragged by
Another
the
one
wolf.
took me. Ow!
Yes, this type of nonsense is only a fraction of the type of nonsense that you'll get up to in these games. The enemies love to grapple you. They will throw you. There's an enemy type that will straight up football throw you whoosh, as far away as it can. And in fact, there are monsters that have the possibility to take off the ground, flying monsters that will take off while you're on them. So you can be grappled onto a monster like a griffin or a drake. Usually it's griffins because those ones like to run. And they can just take you to a completely other side of the continent while you're holding on to them. It's incredible. This game is ridiculous. And most games do not do that type of nonsense, okay? Most games do not have the commitment to do annoying things like that are nonetheless extremely funny and memorable. Most games don't do it. But Dragon's Dogma 2 does. So, all in all, there are issues and the game deserves criticism, but I'm having a really good time with it so far. It is scratching an itch for fantasy intense combat with lots of planning and inventory management required. I didn't even touch on the inventory management. Inventory management is a huge part of these games. And if you like that type of stuff, it's fun. It's carried forward the spirit of the first game in so many ways, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what the rest of the game has to bring. So, if you're looking for a game and you don't mind dealing with a little bit of performance and optimization issues, you're not going to get consistent 60 FPS in this game. So if you're somebody who cannot play a game that's not getting 60 FPS, you should probably wait on Dragon's Dogma 2 until they do some patches. In truth, there are points in the game when it might dip below 30, but for the most part, it's fairly easy to get consistent 30 FPS, but not 60, unfortunately. So there's the informative and the artistic analysis of Dragon's Dogma 2. This was a much longer review than I intended it to be, but I hope you enjoyed my funny stories and all the nonsense that I had to talk about. Thanks for listening, and make sure you subscribe to Demon Mama down below. There we go. Celestial Heart says Dark Arisen is great. Oh yeah, by the way, I think that Dragon's Dogma 1, I just played Dragon's Dogma 1 and I'm playing Dragon's Dogma 2. Dragon's Dogma 1 is still fucking incredible. Go play Dragon's Dogma 1. It's like $3 on Steam, or it was $3 on Steam to get the first one. And it is just great, okay? Okay, oh wait, it's not $3 anymore. It's back to $30. Damn it, it was $3 for a couple of days. Anyway. I hope you all had a great time with this stream. Did I get any donos during that time? No, I didn't get any donos. That's okay. Wait, I did? No, wait, I got a raid. Thank you. I didn't want to interrupt my review, but thank you very much for the raid from President Sunday and the President Sunday community. I really appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Make sure you subscribed. The squids. The squimps. Squid imps. I am so tired. I have to stop now. I really do need to. Wow. Still got almost 200 viewers. 7 hours and 18 minutes into the stream while I was sick on a Saturday night. That makes me feel great. Y'all, thank you so much for being here. I got more content for you coming soon. Gonna have my content schedule, my stream schedule is gonna be a little bit slower because we're working on the studio, which means I'm running errands and it means I'm tuckered out. But you'll still be getting streams from me. We're going to have videos going out, and you can expect all kinds of fun stuff like what we did today, okay? Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for supporting me. And remember, rule number 1, do not fucking die. I'll see you all very, very soon. Good night for now. Oh, thank you, Chariot. I didn't even know you were still here. Wonderful. I'd love to talk to you. Chariot, we should have a call soon. I was just about to hit end stream, but Chariot, we should have a call soon and talk about Dragon's Dogma and stuff. Because I would love to chat about it. Anyway, that's all for now. I'll see you all soon.